Chapter 256 and Whooping. The dimensional infection incident related to Zhujiao made Qinming feel the same fear as before when he encountered it. But after calming down, he suddenly discovered that the fear didn't just bring fear to him. While this fear accompanies him, he also feels an inexplicable sense of excitement. The excitement of being on the edge of danger gave Qinming some indescribable feelings. He seemed to be expecting something to happen. Therefore, after returning to the branch, Qinming would immediately do serious things honestly. I just want to give myself some time to calm down and take time to think after I calm down. As a result, Qinming confirmed that this feeling was not an illusion, but his true feeling. He pursues stability when he is in danger, but he really wants to pursue some excitement when he is stable. Qinming felt a little conflicted. From the beginning, he was clearly pursuing a stable life, but in the process of constantly encountering dangers and resolving them, he began to miss the feeling of being in danger. As a result, the stable life he currently leads is a bit boring to him. Moreover, while Qinming was still thinking about it, he discovered that his situation had already had some clues before. Just like when the first temporary base was developed, after the initial freshness has passed, all that is left is to look at the various survey data from the brilliant returns every day. Qinming didn't even need to analyze the data himself. Hui Wang had already processed all the valuable data when he took it out, and everything that needed to be done was done well. It didn't have anything to do with him at all. Apart from general regulation, just looking at these data makes Qinming feel a little nauseous. Only when he helped some afterglow individuals who encountered dangerous situations to escape from danger and repair the spacecraft, he could barely feel a sense of fun. That's why Qinming later took the initiative to develop prosthetic technology, allowing the prosthetic body to reach the 14th Army Corps. And the 14th Legion here is indeed more interesting than on the almost unchanged pioneering road. Competing with nature, competing with the environment, and competing with people is definitely interesting. But similarly, after the initial freshness, the branch of the 14th Army gradually became boring. Although some people are indeed targeting him and Bai Quan, the methods they can use are basically ordinary methods, which are reasonable at the political level, or simply some inconspicuous small methods. Only that time with Hui really made Qinming feel his adrenaline being stimulated, and his whole body became excited. Although Qinming didn't notice his emotions when he fought with Hui before. At that time, all his attention was on the surrounding volcanoes, and using his mental power to control the core of purgatory to fight against Hui. But now looking back at the past, Qinming found that he was indeed excited about this incident. Of course, there was also the time later when the Black Mist Psyker sneaked into the ship and attempted an assassination attempt. That time was an exception. After all, it was the first time Zhu Jing had brought out a Psyker, and it was also Qinming's rare opportunity. Speaking of confronting Psykers head-on, Qinming suddenly remembered the last time he faced off against Psykers, which was when he fought against Yan Xiong. He played in person instead of using a prosthetic body. The excitement at that time is still unforgettable for Qinming when he recalls it now. Of course, Qinming is not someone who gets angry because of this kind of feeling. He is always calm when doing things. After all, if you really want to say it's boring, the prosthesis has classes with Bai Quan every day, and the main body still has to stare at the large amount of data transmitted back by Hui Wang every day, and has to spend almost all of the day learning cruiser-level technology. That is even more boring. But he still persisted. Qinming just prefers the method he is more willing to accept when it comes to some things that he can choose. At this moment, dimensional infection may lead to unpredictable serious consequences, and serious consequences that no one can escape. Qinming felt that he could participate. It's not to satisfy his desire to take the initiative to find fault for himself, because his life is so satisfying. It's simply to find something to do. Although there are other things that can distract his attention to a certain extent, such as the reconnaissance mission Bai Quan promised before, and the upcoming war. But a reconnaissance mission can only be completed in a few days at most. And war will also take time to come. Even half a year may be considered a short time until the war officially begins. And it will be even longer before the actual war begins. Moreover, the recent death of Lu Wei caused Bai Quan to return to his headquarters, which indirectly caused the investigation mission that Qinming could participate in to at least wait until Bai Quan returned. So after finishing all the things that Qinming left for him to do so that he could calm down and examine himself, his mind was instantly filled with this matter again. Under the influence of these factors, the only thing Qinming can do now is to participate in this dimensional infection incident involving Zhu Jing. Of course, Qinming still values his own life. While it's fun to chase thrills, death is also a truly terrifying thing. The danger level of dimensional infection is definitely one of the top 2 most terrifying things that Qin Ming has ever experienced. The first place was when Qin Ming was almost killed by Yu Hui's tachyon spear in the Pirate Space Station space arm. So now even if Qin Ming has this idea, he will not do anything personally. However, if this matter is completely handed over to others to investigate, the efficiency, time and risk, as well as whether the news will be transmitted back in time, are all uncertain. He must personally choose an indirect way to participate. He only had one choice left. Prosthesis. Just before, the president made it clear that dimensional infection marks bodies that have experienced dimensional infection events. This body determines the positioning of another dimension and establishes a connection with the other dimension, rather than a prosthesis with the same or different genes. So in reality, as long as Qin Ming is not running around in his true form, even the prosthesis in the 14th Legion can participate. But this matter has something to do with Zhujiao. Qin Ming knew that although Zhu Jing wanted to get rid of him quickly, it was absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to trouble him when he had no chance, especially after killing a psyker. Therefore, the involvement of prostheses may have the opposite effect. Moreover, the prosthesis is currently restricted by the rules of the 14th Legion and cannot run around. It still needs to hang around in the 14th Legion. Therefore, both the body and the prosthesis are restricted in a sense. But Qin Ming has another choice. And Whooping was another creature that was a hybrid of a prosthesis and a Zerg special combat unit that he had just created some time ago and sent to the Empire. And Whooping can also be regarded as one of his avatars. It has the genes and flesh imitated by the Insect Queen, as well as the ferocious creature hidden under the flesh. It is not impossible for such a guy to participate in this matter alone, with Qin Ming quietly providing help behind his back. And Whooping happens to appear everywhere in the Empire, which can be regarded as part of Qin Ming's arrangement. But when talking about Whooping, Qin Ming suddenly thought of something. And Whooping is the product of a combination of a prosthesis made by the Queen of Bugs and a special combat unit of the Zerg. The process of making prosthesis seems to be somewhat similar to the process of cloning. Moreover, the fake body created is actually no different from the clone created. However, the process of cloning can lead to dimensional infection. But nothing similar has ever happened in the process of making prostheses by the Queen of Worms. Qin Ming had missed this point before, but it was only now that he suddenly realized the problem. So he immediately looked at the Queen of Eyes. Then he suddenly realized that not only the manufacturing process of the prosthesis, but also the process of cultivating new Zerg individuals by the Insect Queen was actually a bit problematic. Qin Ming remembered that the Insect Queens in the past would first lay insect eggs when breeding new insect individuals. After the eggs hatch into larvae, the queen will insert a relatively weak part of her consciousness in the Zerg hive mind into the larvae, and then develop with the larvae, thereby expanding the size of the entire population. And before the eggs hatch, there should be no ordinary Zerg consciousness inside. And even within a certain period of time after the larva hatches, the larva itself should be a pure Zerg body. Why didn't the beings from another dimension target the Worm Queen? This question just appeared in Qin Ming's mind. After devouring Qin Ming's condensed spiritual energy source, the Insect Queen, whose mental power was completely linked to Qin Ming, suddenly came to a sense of consciousness and told Qin Ming the reason. The Insect Queen will fill its own consciousness into the egg before hatching. The queen's consciousness will not be extracted until the new insect consciousness enters the hatched larvae, and the fragile consciousness adapts to the larvae's body. Therefore, the body of an individual Zerg has never experienced any moment, and there is no consciousness in the body. And when Qin Ming continued to ask the Insect Queen the reason, Qin Ming was a little surprised by the Insect Queen's answer. But if he thought about it carefully, it was indeed reasonable. It's instinct. Instinct tells the Insect Queen that it needs to do this. Qin Ming continued to ask the Insect Queen if she had any memories related to this instinct. There was a decisive feeling of denial from the Insect Queen. Then this is kind of interesting. During the process of hatching from insect eggs to larvae, regardless of the dimension of infection and other environmental conditions, there is absolutely no need for the consciousness of the queen to always exist in the eggs and larvae for protection. But the instinct made the Insect Queen do this, and the meaning behind it seemed a bit intriguing. Even now, after the Worm Queen evolved after swallowing the psychic fungus, its reproduction method has changed from simple oviposition to oviposition plus the reproduction methods possessed by various fungi. And compared with the changes in breeding methods, the technology of biological construction of larvae hatching tanks is almost mature, and larvae can be hatched automatically. But Qin Ming discovered that even at this time, when the biological building hatches new Zerg larvae, the insect queen will still use her consciousness to control the biological building and instill part of her consciousness into these insect eggs and larvae. It is ensured that during the whole process, there will be no gaps in consciousness among the individuals cultivated by the queen. The same goes for the prosthesis growing process. The insect queen filled it in with her own consciousness. When Chen-Ming needed to cooperate with the experiment, she extracted its consciousness and let Chen-Ming's consciousness enter the prosthesis. Even if it is a prosthesis, there is still a certain degree of consciousness of the insect queen in the body before Chen-Ming controls it. Chen-Ming tried to prevent the insect queen from doing this and using her consciousness to protect the eggs. But then, for the first time, there was an extremely resistant response from the insect queen. But in the end it agreed to Chen-Ming's request. Of course, Chen-Ming did not seek death like that and immediately withdrew his request. Through what he just said, he basically understood what the insect queen's instinct was. If the history of the thorn zerg after the emergence of the worm can be traced, then we can basically determine how many years ago the dimensional infection occurred based on the history of the thorn zerg species. It's a pity that no more information can be obtained about the insect queen for the time being. The memory of the zerg race will be lost in the reproduction of successive generations of zerg queens. The memory of the zerg queen is only part of one generation of zerg queens, not all of them. So if Chen-Ming wants to know more, he must start with the first generation of insect queens. But the first generation insect queen has long since disappeared, and the probability of encountering it is lower than finding a needle in a haystack. I'll leave it alone for now. At least it can be determined that the queen has never encountered problems similar to dimensional infection during the prosthetic experiment and the incubation process of the new zerg. And Chen-Ming doesn't have to worry about the zerg being affected by someone like him who has experienced the dimensional infection in the future, resulting in the dimensional infection affecting the insect queen. Chen-Ming recorded that the insect queen's instinct would use her own consciousness to protect the zerg body that had no consciousness during the cultivation process. Then he turned his attention back to Infiltrating, who had arrived in the Empire not long ago. And Infiltrating's mission has been determined from the beginning. Just help Chen-Ming do something that he can't do with his own hands, or that is inconvenient to do with his own hands. For example, killing someone from a hostile faction of the 14th Legion that he didn't like. Another example is helping Chen-Ming run around in several star fields, looking for traces of the left path. The location of the Zhujiao stronghold that Chen-Ming obtained from the 2 industrial colonies that now belonged to him was reserved for Infiltrating. Chen-Ming planned to let Infiltrating handle matters related to Zhujiang. So the same was true for this matter now. However, Infiltrating couldn't go directly to Camo 3. A character who appeared inexplicably might even be targeted by his own people, who didn't know the situation at the first time. Chen-Ming didn't want the president or people arranged by the Empire to keep an eye on Infiltrating, and he didn't want the relationship between Infiltrating and himself to be exposed. Therefore, he had to make arrangements step by step to extend Infiltrating's action logic to the Camo Star territory. And we also need to make it clear to everyone that Infiltrating is a friend, not an enemy. This requires some preparation. The best part of the foreshadowing is Zhujiang's corpse. The location of the Zhujiao stronghold that Chen-Ming deliberately concealed was the only way for Infiltrating to pass next. He has always been personally controlling and arranging everything about Infiltrating, and this has been the case since the day it was built. When he first created Infiltrating, he directly sent Infiltrating to the Empire in a spaceship. Before reaching the territory of the Empire, Infiltrating was directly stuffed into a large escape capsule that only activated the function of sending a distress signal, but did not activate the cryosleep function at a distance, and left him in space. Anyway, Infiltrating's physical strength is enough to enter the universe physically, so it's not a big problem how to do it directly. Chen-Ming also confirmed the traces of an active pirate fleet in the nearby star field through the information from Lao Wu in advance. The distress signal naturally fell into the eyes of this pirate fleet. Then Chen-Ming directly controlled Infiltrating to break into the flagship of the pirate fleet, using a human form wearing military power armor that could be stuffed into a large cryosleep chamber. He killed almost all the pirates on the ship. Only some pirates who surrendered, had no bounty, and could fly spaceships were left. After relying on command skills to operate the most powerful flagship and kill nearly half of the remaining pirate spaceships, all the remaining pirates chose to surrender. And Infiltrating completely seized command of the pirate fleet and took the crippled fleet to the nearest pirate space station, because he wants to enter human society. Chen-Ming must be careful when playing Infiltrating in front of many people, and if Infiltrating is not to be suspected in the future, Chen-Ming must plan everything about Infiltrating in advance starting from the first step into the Empire. For example, background story, character, etc. The background story is easy to solve, since there are many gangsters in the Empire. So the background story is almost enough. The character design should also be set to be dark and crazy. And it would be better to have some mental-related diseases. For example, Qin recently learned about the diseases suffered by animals that were affected by psychic pulses on Ruemu. Madness. Those animals suffered from acute mania, but Whooping suffered from chronic rage. Of course, it can also be random mania. It depends on Qin needs. Such a mental illness just fits the character of Whooping, who suddenly grew to 3 meters in size and turned into a ferocious monster. Anyway, it will be revealed sooner or later that Whooping can transform, because he can transform back. It can be explained as spiritual power. Therefore, we have planned this aspect in advance, so that if someone traces Qin's background in the future, there will be traces to follow. Moreover, this kind of character design will also make it easier for Qin to have Whooping appear nearby when he wants to kill someone in the future, and then suddenly go crazy and kill the person. After Whooping led the pirate fleet to the nearby pirate space station, Qin also asked Whooping to get off the spaceship wearing power armor. It shows that he owns a worn-out military power armor, which may have been stolen, captured, or originally belonged to him. Therefore, the rumors spread by the pirates later were not outrageous. At least one person did not break into a mule and rob the pirates with his body alone. No one had any unnecessary doubts about Whooping. And those brave pirates, who were frightened by Whooping wearing power armor and breaking into the spaceship alone and killing all those who dared to resist, and the management also gave up to some extent some people who wanted to steal this suit. It was a good thing for ordinary pirates. Thoughts of things. In short, Whooping found a local snake and got a false identity under the leadership of several captured pirates, and then sold all the spaceships and dismissed all the pirates. Later, a second-hand frigate that was heavily modified and capable of being driven by one person was purchased at this pirate space station. At the same time, he also bought a second-hand robot that had also been roughly modified and some supplies. The remaining money was used by Qin to eat and drink on the pirate space station. One reason is to expand Whooping's character and leave more traces on this pirate space station. Another reason is that Qin really wants to do this. Of course, Qin still didn't indulge as casually as Lao Wu. He still had a bottom line. After spending almost all the money, Qin controlled Whooping and controlled the spacecraft to leave the pirate galaxy in the Edge Star field. After killing a pirate fleet that wanted to cause trouble, Qin went to the local government with the corpses of about half the pirates, who were frozen in the cold storage of the spaceship and had bounties on their heads. Bounty. Although the bounties for these pirates are not high, the acquisition of these bounties also gives this false identity a layer of government protection. This allowed Whooping to stay in some colonies for a long time without being regarded as a pure gangster. Qin then continued to rely on this identity to go to an ordinary comprehensive colony in a nearby galaxy. I spent a day finding a place to stay, and then spent a whole day stalking near the government department, targeting a person from the government department stationed in this galaxy. After spending some time to knock people out, Qin used the Queen's ability to disguise Whooping as a member of the government, stole his identity, and infiltrated the government department. Using this identity, he hacked into the local government system and found the local people's identity system database. Qin has never been exposed to this system before, and now he knows that the identity system database is divided into two. One is a database of local people from birth to death, while the other is a database of immigrants. The migrant population database is also divided into two. One is the one that can be connected through the database. There are relevant records such as birth certificates in other colonies, which means that people with such certificates will not be undercover or have false identities, and those who cannot be proven through database connection in other regions. There is a high probability that they are fake identities, or at least people with problems. And Whooping's identity is in this database. Chapter 257 Ecological Observation Space Station. Qin can tell from the database situation, although the identities of Whooping and a bunch of people have the words, "I have a problem," written on them. Moreover, the colony's immigration review will definitely know this when receiving identity information. Otherwise, it would not actively store this identity information in an independent foreign population database. But even so, the colony was still open to unknown people like Whooping, and the police department was not directly notified for arrest. It is obvious that fake identities have become a stable industry chain in the gray areas of the Edge Star field. Of course, production or industrial chain is not important. What is important is that Whooping's identity is among the alien population, and cannot be verified through other colonies. It is for this reason that owners of false identities are restricted from entering some relatively important places in the Empire. So what Chinming wants to do is very clear. Although this database has various limitations, his psychic powers have taken control of the local system government servers. And Whooping's identity in the foreign population database can be moved to the local people's database through psychic coercion. In the process, Chinming also compiled in Whooping's entire past, and also deliberately left a record of his disappearance for a period of time. In addition, a record of being a mercenary for several years was stuffed into Whooping's file, which can also explain that after Whooping reappeared in this star field, he had the ability to hijack the pirate fleet alone. And there was also the reason for the military power armor. After getting these done, according to the information Chinming found through some authority of the 14th Legion, this data will soon be uploaded level by level through the local database. Personnel database information undergoes a large number of changes every year or even every month, and is basically subject to batch review by machines. At most, the audit will stop at the level of the Star District. Any higher level will be directly registered, and there will be very few re-inspections. Under normal circumstances, only personnel information directly registered in the district-level government database will be reviewed when input into the district-level government database. Chinming now just asked Whooping to register his identity in a galaxy colony, so the data will only be approved once in the Star District at most. The whole way up was basically smooth, as long as the identity information that was rewritten by Chinming can be approved once. The identity information can basically be completely and stably retained in the Empire's database. However, an adult who has never been registered in the database and suddenly appeared in the local area has an abrupt identity information that was entered within dozens of minutes from beginning to end. No matter how stupid the computer is, it will not be able to pass it through directly. The identity registration of local people must come year by year. Even if the local people have been out for several years, they can also register accordingly in other places. It is impossible to say that a local person has not registered for decades and suddenly registers again. So Chinming kept the database information a little bit, and did not upload the identity information immediately. Instead, Whooping took advantage of the fact that the data was temporarily stored in the Galaxy government's database, and was restricted from being uploaded by the hidden program he designed. So Whooping went to the local star government. After spending a longer time, and using the same method to get into the district government department, Chinming once again took control of the government database, and controlled the server on the Galaxy government side to upload the data. As a matter of course, Whooping's data was marked as abnormal data by the computer, and was prepared to be reported to the relevant departments. However, Chinming had already taken control of the server at this time, and directly forcibly modified the result. Whooping's data passed the review safely, and was placed in the local database. He also attached the registration records for each year based on the career he designed for Whooping. According to his current understanding, what is recorded in the personnel database is the modification time of each piece of data, not the registration time. As long as the data can be sent to the database, there is basically no possibility of problems being discovered. And since they have all passed the review in the population database at the sector level, then as long as they are stored in the database at the higher level, they will basically not be reviewed again. The government at the star domain level wants to inquire about the past of a person in a colony within a star system in a subordinate star domain. Just think about it, and you will know how difficult it is. From this moment on, Whooping's identity has been completely integrated into the Empire, at least from the database level. There will be no problems. Throughout the whole process of doing this, Chinming was actually a little nervous. After all, such an identity that can sneak into the prosperous star field is something that he wanted to get before he determined the full story of the mining space station incident, but could not get it. Now, you only need to rely on his ability. And you don't even need to use the ability completely. You can get it easily. Chinming has experienced this feeling several times, all of which are different changes from before when his spiritual power becomes stronger. As long as he has power, whether it is positional power or personal power, he can do things that he could not do when he was weak. Chinming can even get several false identities in different locations in the Empire if he wants to. Of course, this is not necessary now. Chinming was just a little emotional. In short, Whooping completely infiltrated the Empire from that day on, disguised as a bounty hunter who was occasionally active in the Edge Star field. Until today. It's also time for Whooping to get active in a real sense. The target is the Ecological Observation Space Station that was previously discovered as a left path base. Once you get there, The rest is easy, as Chenming's prosthesis. And Whooping can use his psychic powers at will, as long as Whooping is given the opportunity to contact the space station. Even if he cannot directly use some of the psychic effects that will expose Chenming, those psychic powers that will not expose the psychic effects are enough. Chenming has made a thorough plan. As Chenming closed his eyes and opened them again, he has transferred his main consciousness to Whooping. He is currently controlling Whooping's body, sitting on the Sentinel-class frigate that he bought some time ago and has been violently modified and can be driven by one person. This Sentinel is very close to the destination stronghold on the left path. Moreover, the destination happens to be near the Edge Star Field. Although it is not considered an Edge Star Field, the overall development level is not too high. This resulted in the nearby hyperspace channel being empty most of the time. Only the sentry ship Chenming was parked here, and it would not be easy to discover what Chenming was going to do next. This is also why there are many dense hyperspace channel clouds nearby. Chenming's target at this moment is precisely these rolling, deep purple, hyperspace channel clouds flashing with purple thunder and lightning. He needs to take the initiative to break into the clouds and let the spacecraft be damaged to a certain extent. Because although the goal of his trip was the Zhujiao stronghold, on the surface, it was an ecological observation space station. In a place like this, there is no chance that anyone would run over with nothing to do. After all, this is not the Edge Star Field, not the border of the Empire, nor is it the mining space station where Chenming once stayed. A place like a mining space station is close to the border of the Empire. There are few space stations and colonies around it. It can also occasionally work part-time to provide material supplies and maintenance assistance to passing spacecraft. But the Ecological Observatory, a space station that does not belong to the Edge Star Field but to the developing star field, has no reason to shoulder these responsibilities, unless there is a distress call. For ordinary people passing by in a spaceship, they have no obligation to rescue when they receive a distress signal. However, for public facilities such as space stations, even if they are not necessarily government-funded space stations, but simply space stations invested by certain companies, they must also assume the obligation to carry out rescue when receiving a distress signal. The same goes for the two colonies that Chenming just acquired. If someone sends a distress signal in or near the galaxy where the two colonies are located, or near the hyperspace area to which the galaxy belongs, then Chenming is obliged to let the colonies a corresponding rescue fleet was dispatched over there. So what Chenming is calling now is to get the attention of this space station to receive the distress signal. Of course, Chenming couldn't just send a distress signal in hyperspace. There would be too many variables. It was best to send out a distress signal after entering the galaxy. This requires more detailed planning and is full of variables. So theory and planning alone are not enough. You still have to look at his on-the-spot reaction. There is only one thing Chenming has to do now. Just to create a glitch in the directional cruise system on this dilapidated Sentinel. Chenming did this. And then the Sentinel class turned on the autopilot system and plunged into the clouds around the hyperspace channel, and was completely engulfed by the clouds flashing with hyperspace lightning. The spacecraft continued to collide and rub against the clouds. Because of the spacecraft, hyperspace lightning appeared more frequently and continuously bombarded the outer armor of the spacecraft. The Sentinel class is a second-hand spacecraft, and even if it is equipped with militarized subsystems, it is still fragile. Moreover, it had been roughly modified. In just a few seconds, a large number of problems immediately appeared in various components of the spacecraft. First, the central control system of the spacecraft failed due to the strong electromagnetic interference caused by hyperspace lightning. Chenming instantly lost the ability to use electronic equipment to continue controlling the spacecraft, and could only rely on manual devices to adjust the course of the spacecraft. Immediately afterwards, the fragile outer layer of the spacecraft's cargo hold, which was deliberately thinned by Chenming, was penetrated by hyperspace lightning. A large amount of cheap supplies purchased by Chenming were all sucked out by the vacuum and disappeared into the clouds. Some supplies were even destroyed by lightning in front of Chenming, and were photographed by the few remaining sensors outside the spacecraft in the hyperspace clouds. As part of the armor and hull near the cargo bay were damaged, more and more places on the spacecraft were damaged by lightning. So much so that the external armor and hull, where the life support system was located, were gradually destroyed. As a result, the spacecraft has completely lost its role in protecting people. You will not be able to survive on the spacecraft without wearing protective clothing and other equipment. Even in many places inside the spacecraft, hyperspace lightning travels through it from time to time. The ship was shaking. But this is what Chenming wants. He had already asked Whooping to wear the power armor. and also enhanced the protective performance of the modified main control room. After being severely beaten by lightning in the hyperspace cloud, Qin-Ming used a little help from his spiritual energy, drove the spaceship, and successfully escaped from the hyperspace cloud. Although they escaped, the situation of the Sentinel class was already in danger. There were tears and punctures everywhere, and it looked like it might fall apart at any moment. Moreover, sailing in the hyperspace clouds is more difficult than in the outside world, and the fuel consumption rate is also inexplicably fast. Unknowingly, the spacecraft's fuel is almost exhausted. Since the cargo hold was destroyed, Qin-Ming no longer had any subsequent supplies on hand, and the fuel could not be replenished at all. And hyperspace is different from the vacuum of the normal cosmic environment. There are more than just those hyperspace channel clouds visible to the naked eye in hyperspace. There are many substances similar to air. But so far the Empire has not been able to study a substance filling with specific properties. Although the specific nature cannot be determined, the Empire can be sure that it is this substance that limits the speed of the spacecraft in hyperspace, resulting in an upper limit to the speed of hyperspace navigation. So the current situation is that there is resistance in hyperspace. The spacecraft is low on fuel, and it cannot even accelerate to the ultimate speed in hyperspace. The Sentinels could only drift along the gravity wells of the hyperspace lanes, due to the influence of the location specially chosen by Qin-Ming. The final location where his spaceship drifted was the galaxy where the ecological observatory was located. After confirming this result based on calculations, Qin-Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least the preliminary preparation work was not in vain. The next step is to see if any unexpected situations will happen after rafting reaches the destination. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin-Ming simply controlled and whooping, and took the few remaining materials and tools on the spacecraft to start repairing the damaged parts on the spacecraft. Of course, the only materials left on the spacecraft and materials removed from some less important components were used. Moreover, Qin-Ming tried his best to limit his technical level to the level of an ordinary maintenance technician after several years of study. He had to at least repair the oxygen-producing function of the damaged life support system on the spacecraft, so as not to say that there was not enough oxygen on the spacecraft to last until the end of the drift. It would be bad if the problem was discovered by then. A few hours later, as the distance drifted farther and farther, Qin-Ming was lucky enough not to encounter any passing spacecraft. At this moment, Qin-Ming finally saw the star in his target galaxy. Due to the influence of its own gravity well in hyperspace, it showed a slightly distorted environment like high-temperature burning air. The high-temperature burning air distorts irregularly, but the gravity well in hyperspace has a regular beauty. The spacecraft was quickly captured by the gravity of the gravity well, orbited the gravity well, and gradually began to fall into its deepest part. Qin-Ming did not continue to observe the details of the gravity well from an unprecedented perspective as he did now. Since it has been captured by the gravity well, it means that the Sentinel has reached the edge of this galaxy in hyperspace. He used the remaining fuel to activate the hyperspace channel system, left hyperspace, and reached the edge of the galaxy in a normal cosmic environment. There is only one planet in this galaxy, which is a habitable planet with no exploitable resources. Although invisible to the naked eye, the sensor cannot scan the object. After all, in Qin-Ming's eyes, the spaceship was no different than scrap metal. But Qin-Ming knew that his target was in the orbit of that habitable planet. Since there are no colonies in this galaxy, there are no patrols to come here. Only the Ecological Observation Space Station in the orbit of the habitable planet has a small approved fleet to protect the safety of the space station. Qin-Ming used the last trace of fuel to slowly accelerate for a distance, and then turned on the distress signal. A few minutes later, a communication signal requested access to Qin-Ming's spacecraft. Qin-Ming immediately connected, and an uncle in his 40s appeared on the control panel in front of him. He was obviously stunned when he saw Qin-Ming wearing a set of military-style power armor. But he was just stunned for a moment. After seeing Qin-Ming open the light-shielding layer of the power armor mask so that people could see his face, he had no other unnecessary emotions. Just treat this matter as a normal matter and handle it according to normal procedures. This is the rescue team of the Livable Planet Ecological Observation Space Station number 1091. What help do you need? There is nothing wrong with this uncle now, and he does not look like a leftist at all. Although according to the information Qin-Ming obtained, this is a left-path stronghold. But what if there are still a few normal people here, like the two colonies controlled by Qin-Ming? Therefore, Qin-Ming would not doubt him for no reason, and he would not show anything more. He just silently placed a rough maintenance report on the spacecraft very close to the camera, so that the other side could see the damaged life support system, and the lack of oxygen in the cab due to the hull of the spacecraft. At the same time, in order to maintain the current character of Whooping, Chen-Ming also planned to respond in a way that he would not let strangers in. But now, he was asking for rescue. So Chen-Ming still asked Whooping to show an ugly smile. When I was in hyperspace, the spacecraft system malfunctioned and it went directly into the clouds. I was lucky enough to barely make it out alive. I will send you my identity information and spacecraft log. The uncle on the other end of the communication felt frightened by Whooping's smile for a moment. He forced himself to confirm with Whooping. Why didn't you send a signal when you were in hyperspace? Otherwise we should have received it long ago. Superspace won't affect the distress signal. Right. I know it doesn't matter. But my fuel was basically used up when I flew out of the cloud. The warehouse was also damaged, and all the supplies fell out. I'm worried that the spacecraft won't have enough fuel. So I simply shut down all the systems, and wait until it floats to another place. I'm sure I can float here along the gravity well. The uncle confirmed again. Have you ever had spaceship piloting experience? I worked in the field for a security company a few years ago, and I was the captain. The uncle looked at Whooping's tall figure, and a fierce look that was not easy to mess with behind the screen, and believed this statement. Security company. Please send what needs to be sent as soon as possible. I'm already preparing a rescue towing spacecraft here. Keep in touch. Good. Anyway, Chen-Ming sent the spacecraft logs, identity information and other things that needed to be sent, and waited for rescue or attack from the space station. Although at least up to this point Chen-Ming had not seen anything related to Jing between this uncle and this space station, he still remained vigilant. What if? However, things did not develop in the direction Chen-Ming thought this time. 10 minutes later, 3 spaceships arrived in the system. 2 fighter-class frigates commonly used by patrols, and a gravity tug called the Bull class. Dragging Chen-Ming's dilapidated Sentinel, he headed to the ecological observation colony. The Sentinel was quickly towed to the space station. The moment Chen-Ming got off the spacecraft, the Sentinel was dragged away by the space station's equipment and dragged to the maintenance site, and he stood firmly on the ground of the space station. At this point, Chen-Ming felt that the matter was over. As long as he directly controlled the entire space station, everything would completely fall into his hands. However, as soon as Chen-Ming started working, he discovered that the left path actually separated different areas of the space station. The entire space station was divided into several modules, which were not connected in a physical sense, especially the port. An area open to the outside world is even more isolated. There is no key database in this small port area, and the place where important data is stored is not in this area. Ordinary space stations would not be designed like this at all. Such a structure is already very illustrative, and this also made Chen-Ming not know what to say. The space station must have been integrated when it was first designed, and it will definitely be like this after modification later. So Jing was probably not targeting him. Of course, Chen-Ming was just talking. In fact, he felt that the shooting of this structure should be to quickly separate different modules. Ports like this are usually where outsiders gather. If it can be separated quickly, the space station can quickly destroy this place with its own certain firepower. This special structure is definitely used to get things done at critical times. But it's okay. Chen-Ming used normal means to get here, so he didn't have to worry about being suddenly targeted in this way by Jing without knowing it. And if he really wanted to explode, relying on Whooping's body, a mere module separation would not be able to stop him. Just when Chen-Ming was observing the situation at the space station port, the uncle who had appeared in the communication before suddenly walked over from the direction where the spacecraft was sent away, and asked Chen-Ming, who was wearing power armor and looking around. And Whooping, right? Chen-Ming immediately said in a deep voice. Yes. Well, I'm the rescue team leader here, Mao Xingwang. Young man, you are very lucky. I just took a look at your spaceship, and the engine was almost struck by lightning. If it were, you would die in the clouds. Chen-Ming thought about Whooping's character for a while, and remained silent without responding. Uncle Mao didn't say anything. He just waved to Chen-Ming and said, Come with me. I will arrange a place for you to rest for a few days. Should you ask a tugboat company to help you tow the ship to the nearest colony or repair it here? It is not our obligation to repair it here. It will cost money. Chen-Ming made a fortune selling pirate spaceships some time ago, although he has already spent it all. However, I later earned some money from pirate bounties, which should be enough to repair the spaceship. I have money, but there are still my things on the spaceship. I want to go see the spaceship. Worried about losing something? Okay, let's go over now and take inventory of what's on your boat. And settle the account first. Chapter 258 Partition. After arriving at the maintenance site, Chen Ming looked around at the entire surrounding environment again. There are no people here. Just some robots doing basic work. And as Chen Ming came to the maintenance site, he could also see that this place was also an independent module. Like the port, it was separated from other modules on the space station. It seems that all the parts of this space station that are open to the public should be partitioned, making it easier to uninstall this module at any time. It is also convenient to launch attacks directly on the uninstalled module after uninstallation. At this time, Chen Ming looked back and saw that the direction of the port he had just come over was clearly visible from this position. The design was similar to that of the pirate space station. It is obvious that the space station was definitely not separated as it is now. Before the transformation, it was definitely the same integrated design as the pirate space station. There is definitely something wrong with this design. What are you looking at? I'm the only one working here. When Chen Ming heard this, he withdrew his gaze, looked at Uncle Mao who was walking in front, and asked, "Are you a maintenance engineer?" "It's just a part-time job. Did you see the robots here? They are the ones doing the work. We usually work at the search and rescue team. If we see any distress signals, we will report them. You are the first person I have rescued in the past 6 months. One, really rare. You said you were a security guard, right? I used to be. But now I'm working as a bounty hunter, causing trouble for pirates. Hunter is good. It would be good to catch more criminals." Chen Ming felt that the Uncle Mao in front of him did not look like Zhuo Jing based on his current performance. But it was difficult for anyone to say without evidence. So he chose to remain silent. Uncle Mao also saw in Whooping's character, and he had no objection to Whooping's lack of answer. He just went to a device and clicked a few times, calling Chen Ming over. Chen Ming's three-dimensional structural diagram of the damaged Sentinel was currently displayed on the equipment panel he had just controlled. It was just scanned. Your spaceship has been dragged here, and no robot has been on it. Everything on the spaceship has been sorted out for you. Take a look for yourself. If there are any, they must have fallen out while you were in the clouds. Don't rely on me. Won't. Chen Ming knew very well what was left on the spacecraft after experiencing the baptism of the hyperspace lane cloud. They are all worthless things anyway, so naturally they won't have nothing to do and cause trouble. After roughly looking at it, Chen Ming nodded to Uncle Mao. Uncle Mao then debugged the equipment and said, "The maintenance report has also come out. Take a look. The conditions here are not that good. We can repair the SHL main controller of your spaceship. As for the armor, you will have to go back and find a solution yourself. As long as you don't rush into the clouds again, it should be enough for you to fly as close as possible. Of the colony. Can you see the price? If you have any questions about the material cost, labor cost, and machinery cost, you can talk about it now." Just as Chen Ming was about to reply that he had no problem, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine behind him. He immediately turned his head and looked behind him. At the port, a destroyer suddenly landed. Judging from the model and painting of the spacecraft, it seems to be a government spacecraft. The cabin door of the spacecraft opened quickly, and a man in a suit and tie who looked to be in his 30s came down from the top, surrounded by several people. He looked at the crowd greeting him at the port of the space station with a smile on his face, and he seemed to have some status. Who is that person? Uncle Mao, who did not urge Chen Ming to answer the price question and was also looking at the port, said, "It seems to be a government official. He has been here several times in the past few days. He is mysterious and has no idea why he is here." Government? Chen Ming was thinking about the relationship between this ecological observation space station and the government. Can it come several times in a few days? I'm afraid this government official has some unclear relationship with Zhuo Jing. Chen Ming first wrote down the appearance, remaining suspicious in his heart. But after all, the person who said this is Uncle Mao, who works on this space station. I still can't believe everything I say. So let's take another look. Hey! Stop looking! Uncle Mao suddenly reached out and knocked on the power armor on Chen Ming's body and said, "Let's settle the bill first." Chen Ming took one last look at the man and turned his head, taking out the terminal and preparing to pay. While paying, he asked in passing, "Can the power armor be repaired?" Uncle Mao quickly denied it and said, "How can this be repaired? Who dares to repair it for you? What about the charging place?" Uncle Mao pointed to the corner. Chen Ming said nothing and silently paid the money needed for spacecraft maintenance. Then he went to the corner of the maintenance site and jumped out of the power armor, plugging in the cables to the power armor like an ordinary power armor owner. Uncle Mao saw Chen Ming's actions and felt slightly relieved. So he didn't say much about Chen Ming's military power armor. It was his eyes that subconsciously focused on Chen Ming's height of 1.9 meters and nearly 2 meters, and Whooping's prosthesis. But I just paid attention to it and didn't say much. Just when Chen Ming was looking at the port next door at the maintenance station. Here at the port, the man in suits and ties who got off the spacecraft also noticed the situation at the maintenance site. After all, the military power armor Chen Ming just wore was too dazzling. He immediately asked in a low voice to the people around him, "Who is that person?" A manager of the space station immediately responded. "A person who was rescued after receiving a distress call here just now said that he encountered a malfunction in the autopilot system of the spacecraft in hyperspace, and then rushed into the channel cloud and barely escaped. Come out. He's the only one still alive? His spaceship has been modified so that only one person can pilot it. He is the only one on the spaceship. What identity?" He himself said that he used to be a member of a security company. Recently, he worked as a bounty hunter in the Edge Star field, hunting pirates in nearby galaxies. The official got the general idea from the administrator, then looked at the secretary next to him and asked, "What about the actual situation?" The managers were slightly dissatisfied when they heard the official's question, but did not express it clearly. The secretary clicked a few times on the terminal and said, "I checked with your authority and found that he is indeed fine. But he concealed his experience of joining the army and retiring from the army, and then missing for several years while working with a security company." The officer felt nervous and asked, "When did you retire from the army? Why did you disappear later?" "He retired from the army 15 years ago and has been working as a security guard since then. He disappeared because he participated in a security mission for an independent colony. It has nothing to do with us. It is most likely an accident." The official relaxed when he heard the time and reason, and nodded slightly. However, he still gestured in Chen Ming's direction and said to the management, "Don't let anyone ruin our affairs. Let him go as soon as possible." "Understood." Government officials, surrounded by a group of people, walked to the interior of the space station, areas that were not specifically isolated. The management staff of the space station quietly left the vicinity of the team and rushed to the maintenance site as soon as possible. But he didn't really intend to drive Chen Ming away directly, because there was no problem with Whooping's arrival. Although the military power armor made him a little worried. The old appearance of Whooping's power armor, combined with the background they investigated, they can basically draw many reasonable conclusions. They are relevant to the conclusion. But now that the boss has spoken, and Whooping did come over when a big shot came for no reason, it might indeed cause trouble. So he has to explain what needs to be explained. It's just that he can't really drive people away directly. After all, he really has to drive away people who have just received a distress signal and rescue them just because important government figures have arrived at the space station. Then if Chen Ming is a thorn and exposes the matter, it will attract more unnecessary attention. But when he came to the maintenance site, however, he noticed that there was only Uncle Mao here, manipulating the equipment to repair the damaged spacecraft. When he saw that the spacecraft could disintegrate at any time, he once again confirmed his idea that Whooping's arrival was really just a coincidence. Uncle Mao soon noticed someone coming to the maintenance site and saw who it was. He immediately stopped, ran to the management staff, and said slightly cautiously, "Deputy Manager Chang, are you okay with your visit?" Deputy Manager Chang looked around the maintenance site and asked, "Where's the guy who just came?" "He went to buy supplies. He's right next door. Do you want me to call him back?" "No. But you saw it just now." "Right. The big government figure who just came will stay on the space station for a few days. Just don't let the kid who just came here run around." "Okay." Uncle Mao decisively agreed. And Deputy Manager Chang immediately left the maintenance site that was full of the smell of metal and engine oil. Chen Ming is currently purchasing supplies with a person in charge of the space station's material management. After all, he was playing the role of Whooping now. As a person who had just sent a distress signal, he obviously needed to buy enough supplies for the rest of the journey. It just so happens that the space station is also obliged to provide those who sent the distress signal with supplies at market prices that can sustain the spacecraft's flight time for a week. So Chen Ming naturally asked Uncle Mao to help introduce him, and then asked Uncle Mao to arrange robots to repair the spacecraft. and then he ran to the material management office alone. In this way, he could observe the situation of the space station more on the way. It's a pity that there is nothing noteworthy in the outer area of the space station, so he can only come here to buy supplies. He also thinks when buying supplies, how on earth should he sneak into the core area of the space station, infiltrate it, obtain information, and launch an investigation into leftist elements. Qin Ming originally wanted to find someone to ask around the corner, but Whooping was not a talkative person. If he asked too many questions, others would definitely become suspicious. This is a place that Qin Ming did not design very well. However, Qin Ming originally created Whooping just for fighting, and his abilities were designed in this direction, so his character was also designed to match. Otherwise, the contrast between the whole person will be extremely large, and it will be easier to be suspected. There is nothing we can do about it. After thinking for a while, Qin Ming still wanted to use a decisive plan, such as directly lifting the restrictions of the prosthesis and rushing into the core of the space station relying on the monster in his body. But what if the space station is actually divided into more partitions, and it is necessary to forcefully break into the core area to achieve the goal? The space station is not small. Even if Qin Ming controls Whooping to transform, he may not be able to completely suppress the Zenjage space station in a short period of time. If you really want to do this, it will be very troublesome to safely save some information of the space station. If you forcefully use psychic energy to save the data without being deleted, it will be more likely to expose the connection between Whooping and Qin Ming himself. Quite a headache. If Qin Ming's purpose of coming here this time was just to destroy Zhujia's space station, then he could have started directly. But he came here this time to get more clues about Zhujia, so he couldn't do this. You must be fully prepared before taking action. At least you must first understand the general situation of the space station. It just so happened that the repairs on his spaceship were estimated to take about a week. After all, the damage was too complete. He still has time. It just so happens that there is a big man on the space station now, and he should know a lot of information. Maybe we can find a way to take action from him. Just when Qin Ming was thinking about his next plan, Uncle Mao suddenly appeared next to Qin Ming and said, "Hey, Whooping, someone specifically asked me to tell you that you should not be on the space station these 2 days, running around. We saved you, so you have to respect us, right? The space station is indeed only responsible for rescue. As long as people are rescued, it will be no problem even if they directly call Qin Ming a tugboat to tow Qin Ming to the nearest colony." Uncle Mao was willing to give Qin Ming a chance to choose, although it might be to make some money. There was no telling. But someone specifically asked Uncle Mao to explain? Then Uncle Mao could just say no, and that would be the end of the matter. Why did he mention this point specifically? Qin Ming was a little confused. But Whooping, who he played, would not resist this and said, "I will leave as soon as the spaceship is repaired." A promise is a promise. And that's what you say. But how you actually do it is something that comes later. And when Uncle Mao said that someone had told him about this matter, Qin Ming felt that there must be something wrong here. So he simply used his spiritual energy to call up the monitoring system of the maintenance side of the space station that he had already controlled. The image of the person who had just come over to explain things immediately appeared in front of him. Qin Ming was somewhat impressed by the management personnel of the space station. They seemed to be next to the government official just now. The government official had noticed him. The government official Qin Ming Yang had also found out his identity directly through the local public government website. His name was Yi Lirong, the director of the local district-level Ministry of Culture and Tourism. The reason for coming here this time was explained by an announcement on the government official website. It is said that in order to develop the tourism industry in the Star region and allow some backward galaxies to develop, it is necessary to cooperate with this ecological observation space station to conduct on-site surveys. It doesn't sound like there's any problem. It's actually no problem to get rid of the idle people like Whooping when such people come. Everything seems normal. But because this space station is related to Zhujia, everything is abnormal. However, although Qin Ming now knows who arranged this, he still doesn't do anything. Anyway, it will take another week for the spacecraft to be repaired, so there is really no rush. The President's investigation into Zhujia and Dimensions infections is unlikely to yield results within a week. Zhu Jing had been hiding for so long, and it was not until Lu Wei died unexpectedly that Qin Ming discovered the clues. This matter cannot be solved simply. Moreover, Qin Ming came here and used Whooping's skin this time just to conceal his identity and the connection between Whooping and Qin Ming himself. Many small psychic actions can only be done after ensuring that they are completely safe and no one will discover them. Ming quickly agreed to Uncle Mao. But Uncle Mao did not leave. Instead, he waited for Ming to pay almost all the expenses for purchasing supplies. Then waved to Ming and said, "Let's go. I'll show you where you can go in the next few days. Originally, our space station is not open to the public. But we rescued you. So we have arranged some places for you to hang out." Good. Ming agreed again without showing anything special. Uncle Mao then took Ming to 3 places. The dining area, a small canteen, seems to be specially provided for those working in these peripheral areas. Ordinary employees seem to have to spend money to eat here. The accommodation is an ordinary centralized dormitory, with 4 people per room. Not too crowded. There is also a work area, which is the area where the space station is dedicated to receiving distress signals. There is a distress signal management office hanging at the door of this place. When you open the door, you can see that besides Uncle Mao, there are 6 or 7 people here, all in their 40s or 50s, all gathered around 2 desks in the office. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ming and Uncle Mao, who had just come in. Uncle Mao wanted to reach out and pat Ming on the shoulder, but he couldn't reach it. Finally, he patted Ming on the back and said, "It's okay. This kid was rescued just after the distress signal. You mind yourselves," he explained. Half pushed Ming to the work table in the room, and pressed Ming on the seat. Of course Ming didn't resist. Otherwise Uncle Mao would definitely not be able to push him away. But at this point, Ming finally couldn't help but ask, "Why did you bring me here?" Uncle Mao said, as if reciting a text. "While enjoying rights, if conditions permit, the rights holder should also bear some of the obligations of the rights enjoyed." Ming said nothing, and there was a little confusion on his slightly fierce face. "You may not know that this article is written in the Imperial Code of Rights and Obligations of Distress Signals. Of course Ming knows this, which means that the person who sent the distress signal has been rescued. He must take the initiative to provide assistance to the rescuers to a certain extent, which means that he must cooperate. If conditions permit, providing rescue assistance to rescuers is equivalent to asking the rescued person to save other people. Although this rule seems to exist or not, after all, everyone has asked for help. Who is still qualified to help? But Ming is in really good condition now, and no one needs help. But the Code of Obligations does stipulate this." So Uncle Mao pressed Ming on his seat and asked Ming to help him look at the distress signal equipment. Ming glanced at the equipment in front of him, then turned back with a fierce face. "Do I look good enough to talk?" Uncle Mao looked a little embarrassed and said, "It's not about your face that matters whether you're good or not. It's about other things." After he finished speaking, he patted Ming's shoulder hard. And even after patting him, he didn't take his hand away, as if he wouldn't take it away unless he agreed. Ming immediately reached out and grabbed Uncle Mao's hand and threw him away, looking very disgusted. At the same time, he stared at Uncle Mao's face with confusion. But the confused expression quickly disappeared. Ming thought about it carefully. After all, this was a distress signal management department, and the equipment here seemed to be of use. Therefore, Ming did not refuse in the end. He just put the hand that had just grabbed Uncle Mao's hand into his clothes pocket and took out a tissue to wipe it with. How to do it? When this device receives a distress signal, it will automatically alarm. If the alarm occurs, just send the communication signal and leave the rest to me. In other words, in fact, no one needs to look at this device at all. Someone can just answer the phone after asking for help. Uncle Mao patted Ming's shoulder again and said, "You have to pretend." Okay. Ming sat upright where Uncle Mao had been working, holding the instruction manual that Uncle Mao had just thrust into his hand, and pretending to check how to use the equipment. Then he heard several employees in the office behind him immediately take out some coins and playing cards from their pockets. The whole office suddenly became noisy. Everyone was noisy about the card game that was suddenly stopped just now. Now Ming knew why everyone in the office was staring at him when he just came in. Forget it. It's okay. They are playing their own game. Ming still plans to use the equipment of the Distress Signal Management Office first. The equipment here has good ability to receive and send signals. It can be overclocked and modified to be directly used for signal shielding. Of course, Ming could not directly use psychic modification at this time, but had to use the technology that he had actively reduced to modify. Then you must first understand the direction of the line. Although the overall design of the space station has been changed, the style is definitely the same. This fact shows that the current technical level can definitely do it. Understanding a part of the space station is equivalent to understanding the entire space station. It will be more convenient to block the signal then. And this place in front of the workbench is not bad. With his back to everyone, no one will notice him. Chen-Ming quietly released a large amount of metallic liquid from the palm of his hand that was pressed on the instrument in front of him. It penetrated into the structure of the space station along the structure of the equipment, and gradually penetrated into the surroundings. Metallic liquid is also Chen-Ming's eyes. Although it is not his hand and cannot be controlled indirectly like Yue Wei, he can definitely use this thing to see what is on the space station. However, Chen-Ming's metallic liquid had just spread out not far. The metallic liquid was suddenly blocked. There is an extremely thin metal film made of silent alloy that blocks each space station module. Silent alloy is a psychic metal material that even Chen-Ming's psychic powers cannot control. To be precise, it is not a psychic metal material, but a metal material that blocks psychic energy. It is also the material of the box that Chen-Ming usually uses to place the portable psychic wave generator. Now Chen-Ming really had to suspect that Zhu Jing was really targeting him. If he wants to let the metal liquid pass through the partition membrane, he must either destroy it directly, or he must be exposed to the surrounding environment. Destroying the metal film is definitely an act of seeking death. Chen-Ming has already seen some induction lines mixed in the metal film. Once the metal membrane is damaged, an alarm will immediately sound throughout the space station. The external environment is all under surveillance. Even outside the space station, it is impossible to handle this matter without being exposed to the environment. Chen-Ming searched for a long time and did not find any blind spots around the space station module where he was now. This is a bit troublesome. That's when Chen-Ming suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Hey, that young man over there. 3 are short of 1. Can he play cards? Can he play? Chapter 259 Clues. Play cards? Chen-Ming turned his chair and looked at the person who had just spoken to him. There was someone missing at his table. He just opened the door and went out not knowing what he was doing. Although playing cards is a bit of a waste of time for Chen-Ming now. But he has nothing to do now. The research on office equipment is almost done. As long as he has the opportunity to wander around the office twice, Chen-Ming can directly use the materials on hand to transform the equipment that receives and responds to distress signals into equipment that seals the signal of the entire space station. But this alone is not enough. Chen-Ming also needs to conduct a more in-depth investigation of this space station. But now he has also made it clear that metallic liquid cannot penetrate the silent alloy. And destroying the silent alloy film will also lead to unpredictable results. If he wanted to conduct a more in-depth investigation, he would either directly choose violent means, find other ways to infiltrate, or rely on his relationships with insiders here. The violent method had just been rejected by Chen-Ming in his heart, because his goal in coming to this space station is no longer to destroy, but to find clues. It can only be said that if Lu Wei's death had not happened, the situation might be a little different. After An Whooping arrived at the space station, he might have directly used violent means to clean up the leftist elements on the space station. But now that Lu Wei has happened, the dimensional infection has occurred, and the president can provide clues about the Kamo Star territory in real time. Chen-Ming can use these clues to connect the two sides and let An Whooping use a reasonable identity and reason to participate in the affairs of Kamo Star territory. Then Chen-Ming must first look for valuable clues from this space station. A clue that can connect An Whooping and the president's clues. Chen-Ming was 100% sure that this space station was directly connected to Zhu Jing, as a clue related to Zhu Jing that he had only grasped after the conflict with Zhu Jing for so long. There was no way he could cut it off so easily. Therefore, at this time, a peaceful approach is obviously more appropriate than a violent approach. He can only choose the latter two. If you want to penetrate the space station, it is obviously not possible to rely on metallic liquid alone. No other suitable penetration method can be thought of for the time being. It seems that Chen-Ming only has the third method left to use. Find ways to enter the interior of the space station through your relationship with the space station personnel. It doesn't have to be a particularly good relationship, as long as it's the kind of relationship where you can be alone for a while without being suspected. The psychic power and the queen's abilities can be used on An Whooping at will, as long as he can have individual contact with people. Chen-Ming has various ways to obtain other people's genes. With the genes, Chen-Ming can naturally disguise himself as them and enter the interior of the space station. Playing cards is obviously a way to get closer. But there is one question that Chen-Ming is still unclear about, whether these people in the office are leftists and whether they can enter the space station. because Uncle Mao's behavior just now raised a huge question mark in his eyes. Ming reached out and pressed on the pocket of his clothes. When Uncle Mao put his hand on his shoulder and begged him to take over so he could play cards, he had something in his hand. The touch of this thing was obvious. It was a ball of paper. When Ming reached out to shake his hand away, the paper ball had already appeared in Ming's hand. No need to take it out. Just use the metal liquid to see what's on it. There were only 3 words on it. Take me away. But even so, Ming is still not sure. Uncle Mao has noticed that there are left paths on this space station, but it is difficult to leave. So he chose to ask him, an outsider, for help. Or is it a leftist temptation? That's why Ming is now unsure about the personnel distribution of this space station. How many left paths are there on the space station? And how many ordinary people are there? He even now has some doubts that the staff on the periphery of the space station are probably ordinary people. And only the inside are all leftist elements. So Ming was a little doubtful whether the people sitting in the office had the authority to enter the space station. But what if? So Ming only thought about it for a moment before standing up from in front of the equipment. Beat! After saying this word, Ming took out a few packs of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them to several people present. Ming doesn't smoke himself. But it's very unusual for Whooping, a security mercenary, not to smoke. So Ming specially prepared some. And the brand was also very good. Young man is quite wise. Others in the office took the cigarettes one after another and asked Ming to sit down. 2 hours later, it was time for lunch. And the card game ended accordingly. Everyone has a tense face. Ming grew up like this because of Whooping, while the others grew up like this because they lost too much. The only person who won was Ming. Although gambling depends on luck, it also depends on calculation ability. It's normal for a psycher's brain to produce such results. It's just that other people are a little unhappy. However, Ming now has an Whooping face, a fierce look, and a very tall figure. This means that no one dares to say anything, but they feel a little uncomfortable. One watchman was left, and the others greeted each other and went to the canteen. When he walked into the cafeteria, although he already knew the rules, Ming still asked knowingly, "Do I have to spend my own money here?" "Of course. And it's not cheap." "Then today is my treat. You can eat as much as you like." Several people who came out of the office together instantly let out a small burst of cheers. And the tense expressions on their faces melted instantly. They all enthusiastically patted Ming on the back and dispersed. Now it looks like they are just a group of ordinary idle employees. Except for them. Ming felt that almost everyone he had come into contact with on the entire space station seemed like normal people. Not left-wingers. Although it is actually a good thing that Zhu Jing is not around. The current situation is not a good thing for Ming's thoughts. How could he enter the space station without the left path? Of course, Ming was still somewhat uncertain in his heart. So in the process of settling lunch, he decided to give it a try. Ming returned to the office with others soon after. In addition to equipment and several tables for playing cards, the office also has a display screen connected to a communication-based station, which can play various programs. Ming did not join the game again, but sat in front of the device and turned his chair, holding the remote control in his hand and switching programs at will. Soon, Ming cut the program to a news program, which was playing a piece of news from other star regions. On May 2nd, 5602 in the Gregorian calendar, the leftist elements entrenched in the industrial colony of the Chiyun Galaxy in the Sullen 6-star sector in the Sullen Star Field were completely annihilated by the local government and the army. The number of leftist elements arrested exceeded 80,000. The following is please read the report sent back by local reporters. The place where the news was currently being broadcast was the 2 colonies that Ming had just acquired. However, the location of these 2 colonies and this matter were some distance away from where Ming was now. So the people in the office basically didn't pay attention when they heard the place names in front of them. Except for one person. Ming remembered that this person seemed to be called Brothershire by others. When he heard that the left diameter of his arrest was more than 80,000. His arm suddenly stiffened when he touched the card. Ming's attention at this time was all on the people in the office. So he easily noticed such a small movement. Of course, Ming didn't show much other than discovering this, and continued to switch the program channels pretending to be casual. Soon, the program on the display screen was switched to the local travel channel, which happened to be playing an interview about the development of the tourism planet. The interviewee was the official who had just arrived at the space station in the morning. Yi Lirong. This time, The person who appeared on the screen attracted the attention of everyone playing cards next to him.
Isn't this the one who just came to our place? They also talked about developing a tourist planet.
We have been here for so long, and we haven't seen anything interesting on the planet below.
It's boring. I think they're cheating me out of money again.
After a few comments, everyone went back to playing cards. Chinming also looked a little bored and switched channels. Only Brother Sher's eyes froze on the display screen just now, and then glanced at Chinming again, with an indescribable vigilance. Chinming continued to switch programs here and there, and finally switched back to the news channel. The news channel is still playing the news just now. The person speaking on the screen at this time was the person in charge of the military whom Chinming had met before. He was describing the results of the operation. At the same time, Chinming once again noticed that Brother Sher suddenly took a heavy breath. But he immediately adjusted it back, and could not see the slightest difference. But since there have been 3 abnormalities, then Brother Sher's behavior is definitely not a coincidence. The people playing cards together were so focused on the game that they couldn't tell. But Chinming, who had been silently observing from the side, could see it clearly. Chinming suddenly turned off the screen, shook his head and said,
"It's all rubbish. Nothing interesting to watch."
Someone who was playing cards immediately echoed,
"Nonsense. I see you're bored. Why don't you come and play for a while?"
The person next to me immediately cursed.
"You want to run away after winning?
How come?" Chinming waved his hand at the person who spoke to him and said,
"It's okay. You guys fight. I'll go take a look at my spaceship."
Uncle Mao suddenly said,
"It won't be fixed so soon. I'm just taking a look."
Chinming said something, looked across Uncle Mao's eyes, and then walked out of the office. Just as he stepped out of the office, some metallic liquid suddenly appeared on the soles of his shoes and seeped into the office floor. Then it gradually penetrated the entire office, seeped under Scott's seat, and stuck to the soles of his shoes. No one noticed this. Chinming ran to the maintenance site by familiar routes. After staring at the spacecraft for a while, he bypassed the robot and looked for a few tools on the tattered spacecraft. He also removed some usable materials from the damaged parts that had been removed by the robot. Then he squatted next to the equally worn-out Juyong power armor that he had passed on, and pretended to maintain the power armor. Soon, just as Chinming thought, Uncle Mao also appeared at the maintenance station under the hint from his eyes just now. Chinming didn't make any extra moves. He just reached out and patted his clothes, as if dusting them. But Uncle Mao knew that Chinming was taking pictures of the note he had just quietly slipped into Chinming's hand. Chinming did not turn around. He just moved the tools towards the power armor in the corner and said,
"I just checked. The monitoring system at the maintenance site does not have recording." "What do you mean?"
Uncle Mao looked around, and after confirming that no one was nearby, his expression relaxed slightly and said,
"I want to wait until your spaceship is repaired and take me away with you. You may not know this, but this space station is not a place where people can stay for long. I'm afraid you'll get involved if you talk too much. Just go and take me with you. As long as you're not here, you can just find a place to put me down. I won't drag you down."
Chinming did not agree immediately.
"Why should I take you away if you don't make it clear? Why?"
Uncle Mao gritted his teeth and said, as if he had made up a lot of determination,
"I'm telling you. Listen carefully, but be mentally prepared first, and don't make any obvious moves. On this space station, everything is a left path."
Chinming's hand movement stopped for a moment. Not because of Zwijing's news. It's because he is now basically certain that Uncle Mao is indeed an ordinary person. Because the managers of the space station are absolutely leftist and cannot escape. The management staff came over and told Uncle Mao that the outsider Chinming should leave as soon as possible. Uncle Mao did indeed explain this to Chinming, and said what the management asked him to say. So this means that Zwijing really treats him as an ordinary person who had to come here because of an accident, even if Uncle Mao is actually a Zwijing element. This is really just to test Chinming's intentions. There is no need to tell Zwijing directly. After all, if Chinming didn't come here specifically to target Zwijing, it would only be there are branches out there for no reason. It's not necessary at all. So Chinming can be sure that Uncle Mao is really an ordinary person. Of course, Chinming couldn't show Uncle Mao that he already knew about Zwijing. So he just asked Uncle Mao,
"What about you? What are you?" "I'm just an ordinary person trying to escape." "Then why are you here?" "Because I was lied to."
Uncle Mao looked around and explained to Chinming in a low voice,
"I have heard a piece of news before. It is true that Zwijing wanted the entire space station to be composed of Zwijing elements. It will definitely not work at the beginning. But they can recruit people and slowly spread the word. There are more and more people behind us. There are so many places on the space station. So we have to move people out of the left path. If this person moves out, he will have to recruit new people. There is no point in recruiting those who believe in Zhujiang. People who do not believe in Zhujiang will definitely be recruited. Then you have to train them to work after you've been summoned. And you have to teach them after training. When the number of people in the back is full, you have to send them away. It would be too troublesome to do this. So Zhujiang changed its policy later. Technical positions that are more difficult to train, and some less important positions that require communication with outsiders, are left to ordinary people who don't believe in left-wing methods. For example, I and several other people in the office can use us as shields when necessary. I thought I had found a good job just a few days after I came here, but I felt something was wrong after just a few days.
Uncle Mao felt a little scared when he talked about Zhujiang, and said to Chenming extremely anxiously,
So we will leave when your spaceship is repaired. Don't get involved. I think you are only in your 30s at most, and you still have a lot of life to live. Don't go up and report the crime or anything like that. Don't waste your time. Don't get involved with Zhujiang. Just run away.
Uncle Mao quickly explained to Chenming, and then quickly turned his head to look around again. It could be seen that he was really nervous.
I've given you information. You can take me away now. Please.
Chenming still didn't give a clear response and asked,
Why do you know so much detail? Because I have a fellow countryman who came here with me. He felt something was wrong with this place when he first came here. He told me what he just said and said he wanted to leave. But just a few days after he said that, he had an accident while doing field work and disappeared. He has not been found yet. It's been almost 3 years. Just because of him, I still dare not lead directly. What field service? Clean up approaching asteroids.
Chenming frowned slightly. He knew that there were small weapons and traction devices on the outer surface of the space station for cleaning asteroids. There was no need to use manpower to do the work. I'm afraid the field mission is just an excuse. I'm afraid Uncle Mao's fellow villagers are gone. But Chenming still did not agree clearly. Instead, he continued,
It's hard for me to believe you. I want more substantial evidence.
Uncle Mao took a deep breath and said,
If you look at the equipment in our office, you can see outside the space station. Right.
For such a device that receives emergency signals and calls for help from the spacecraft, it is strange that it cannot see the outside. Seeing that Chenming didn't speak, Uncle Mao took it as Chenming's acquiescence, and then said,
Every night at midnight, a spaceship leaves the space station. I will find a reason in a few days to ask you to help take over the night shift. You can see it with your own eyes.
You will know the corners of the spaceship.
Chenming actually believed that Uncle Mao was an ordinary person. So as long as there were no logical flaws in what he said, Chenming could basically believe it. Especially for this kind of spacecraft to set sail in the middle of the night. It is really strange. But Chenming still has a question.
Why do you believe I can save you? Don't tell me what you look like.
Uncle Mao gave a bitter smile.
To be honest, I'm really afraid of you. But I have no choice but to seek medical treatment in a hurry. No outsiders will come to this ghost place for several years. I can only rely on is you.
As Chenming said, he was clearly pretending to be a good person. So how could he be remembered as a good person every day?
I remember you said that I was the first person you saved in half a year. What about going forward?
Uncle Mao immediately recalled the previous situation, and a trace of fear suddenly flashed in his eyes.
Last time, there was a distress signal from the nearby hyperspace, and I was the one who brought the person back. I was disturbed by the virtual spirit in the hyperspace and rushed like you. After entering the cloud, a total of 7 or 8 people survived, and the final injury was only a broken arm. Then they all died. It was said that the air pressure of the spacecraft leaked. They didn't have time to put on protective clothing. They all had internal injuries. They all died of the air pressure disease. The higher-ups asked me to get rid of the spaceship. Do you know how scared I was? I'm afraid that after I finish dealing with the spacecraft, I will be the next one to be dealt with. Fortunately not. But I'm still afraid. I don't dare to do anything. I haven't been back home for several years. I only have a little money left every month for eating and playing cards. The rest is all sent back. So please, let me go back.
Uncle Mao's voice had a hint of crying. Chenming was silent for a moment and said,
Let me think about it. If you escape and are discovered, we will all be dead. Maybe it will be safer for you to stay here. No. I feel like there's something wrong with my brain these days. I have been here for a few years. Although I have always told myself that Zhu Jing is crazy. Sometimes when I watch the news, at that time, I even felt that Zhu Jing was right. After a while, I woke up, and I just feel like there's something wrong with my brain. I have to go. I can't stay any longer. If I stay any longer,
Uncle Mao swallowed and did not dare to continue. Hearing this, Chen Ning suddenly thought of the conjecture raised by Bai Quan that Zhu Jing had the ability to brainwash. I am afraid that this matter is as real as Zhu Jing's dimensional infection. But the purpose of Chen Ning's visit this time was not to save people, but to investigate Zhu Jing's clues. Now there is a clue. It is the spaceship that Uncle Mao mentioned. So Chen Ning still didn't reply, but just said,
the spacecraft will be repaired for another week. I will reply to you on the 6th day at the latest. At least let me see the evidence.
Right? Uncle Mao immediately began to adjust his emotions and said,
okay. Then you go back first. Otherwise the deputy general manager may come to us. Where are the others? How many are like you?
Uncle Mao's eyes flashed with hesitation and struggle. After a moment, he shook his head and said,
I don't know.
Time passed in the blink of an eye and it was night. Chen Ning still treated people in the same office to a meal as he did at noon. Then, he was the first to finish eating and the first to return to the dormitory arranged by Uncle Mao.
I live with a few people from the Distress Signal Management Office. Since Chen Ning is just an outsider, at least on his first night at the space station, it is definitely impossible for him to help on duty. So there was no need for Chen Ning to go to the office, and he laid down on the bed in the dormitory to rest early. But just as he closed his eyes, his attention was entirely focused on the metallic liquid that he had separated and stuck to the soles of Shiji's shoes. Just when Chen Ning turned his attention to these metallic liquids, he happened to see Brother Shi come out of the cafeteria and walk towards the inner area of the space station. Chapter 260 Good Impression. When I saw that the direction that Brother Shi was heading towards was the core area of the space station, Chen Ning felt slightly excited. Sure enough, the temptation he made during the day was correct. He has found the leftist elements hidden among ordinary people, and it is up to him to find more clues about the leftist elements. Brother Shi quickly passed through the area where the isolation membrane existed and entered the interior of the space station. Chen Ning immediately controlled the metallic liquid in Shiji's soles to separate part of it and seep into the ground. His psychic power can remotely control metallic liquid, and can remotely increase the amount of metallic liquid. Even if the entire space station is filled, it is not a problem. But he won't add much now, because when his spiritual energy is used, that is, when he creates metallic liquid, he will still release trace amounts of spiritual energy fluctuations. Although the psychic fluctuation will not leave any residue, it may still be discovered if there are psychics nearby or some equipment that monitor psychic fluctuations. Since Zhu Jing has deployed silent alloy on the space station, it is impossible for this space station not to have things related to psychic energy. When conducting experiments related to psychic energy, without a psychic being nearby to take care of you, it is a proper act of committing suicide. Although Chen Ning knew that Zhu Jing liked to commit suicide, he probably wouldn't do such a big thing without leaving a guarantee. Therefore, there are definitely psychics on the space station, and they may have been staying at the core of the space station. Although the equipment for monitoring psychic energy fluctuations cannot be completely determined, it is very likely that it exists. So even in the area where he was staying now, where he could directly and completely control it with his own hands, he did not manipulate the metallic liquid too much, because he also has no way to ensure that there are no psychics outside the space station. This ecological observation space station, which is closely related to Zhujiu, has invited a minister of a government department to come over. It is obvious that there will be a big move in the near future. So in this case, it is normal to find another psyker to protect the smooth progress of this matter. This may be Chen Ning's unfounded worry, but this is what he is used to. Unless it really comes to the point where he needs to react immediately, he will definitely do it in a steady manner, without knowing the specific location of the psychers on the space station. Rashly expanding the coverage of the metallic liquid will definitely cause problems. So at this time, in the area slightly inside the space station, Chen Ning was very vigilant before using metallic liquid, and deliberately limited the amount of metallic liquid to a level where he could completely suppress the psychic fluctuations. Of course, if we can find key locations on the space station, such as databases or security system centers, etc., he can directly use that metal liquid to control the internal authority of the space station from a physical and technical level. As long as he can control the entire space station, he can have many ways to sneak into the space station and obtain information about the left path without exposing his own spiritual energy. So there is no need to be as cautious as now. With this idea in mind, Chen Ming continued to control the metallic liquid and began to explore deeper after passing through the outer isolation membrane through Shurgu. But soon, Chen Ming discovered that his metal liquid could only restrict internal movement in a certain area, because there is still a silent alloy partition in this area leading to the interior of the space station. Even the interior of the space station is divided into more areas by these silent alloys and modified structures. This made Chen Ming very uncomfortable and confused. The discomfort is that if he wants to continue to penetrate deeper, he has to break through more protective films. The confusion is that it is normal for the left diameter to isolate the outside. But what does it mean to isolate the inside? The value of silent alloy, a material related to psychic energy, is not low, especially when it is made into a metal film with induction circuits inside. Such a huge amount is used on the entire space station. Chen Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. Isn't it possible that there are dangerous and psychic-related things being researched inside this space station? And then these are isolated? Fortunately, he didn't feel any danger at this time. Even if there was any dangerous research going on inside the space station, he still had the opportunity to stop it or run away. But currently, it seems that Brother Sure has only moved inward to one area. Compare the area of this area and the outermost area with the size of the entire space station. Chen Ming estimated that the entire space station might be divided into 4 or 5 rings. If so many different areas were all isolated from each other by silent alloy, it would be really troublesome to go deeper. At least now, he has successfully allowed the metallic liquid to break through the peripheral isolation membrane and monitoring barriers and enter the interior of the space station. In fact, it seems that other people can also be used as objects to hide the metallic liquid. However, others stated that they were not sure who could enter the space station before. Those that have been determined are either temporarily out of reach, like the deputy general manager, who came to explain things to Uncle Mao before, and no one can be seen outside the space station. Either that, Yi Lirong is being watched by countless people, and it's hard to do anything to him. So he was lucky to be able to find a suitable partner right away. Anyone who can move in the area where the metallic liquid now enters must have some authority. It shouldn't take long for him to find someone who can enter the deeper parts of the space station. At least it would definitely be faster than finding Brother Sure. It is now close to night, and most people have gone back to their resting places. Except for some people on the night shift. There are no people active on the space station. It's obviously not a good idea to go deeper at this point. Why not take advantage of this moment to explore this area? Just before, when Chen Ming was still in space, he observed the structure of the space station while being dragged to the space station by a tugboat. If you remember correctly, there should be an internal port in this area. It happens to be the port where Uncle Mao said just now that spaceships will leave the port at midnight every day. He had to go and see. Just when the metallic liquid was controlled to spread towards the port, Chen Ming suddenly noticed that Brother Sure, who had just entered this area, walked into an office. And sitting in this office was the deputy manager Chong, who had informed Uncle Mao during the day to tell An Whooping to stop running around during the 2 days when Yi Lirong came over. I saw deputy manager Chong asking Brother Sure, who had just come in.
Sure Xiao? What are you doing here? Deputy manager Chong. I feel like there's something wrong with a man named An Whooping.
Chen Ming did not react to these words, and just watched calmly. He had thought that this might happen when he was testing it before. But everything he did was considered. Every action he made seemed absolutely normal, leaving no logically defensible doubt. And Zhuo Jing seemed to be a little bit logical. Otherwise Zhuo Jing would have been able to take action when his spaceship was towed over. Of course, we don't rule out the possibility that Zhuo Jing just wanted to raise him for a few days and planned to replicate the same treatment method used by the group of people who received the distress signal half a year ago when Uncle Mao received the distress signal. But even if the leftists really want to do something directly regardless of the evidence, he can also change his course of action immediately. At most, it will be more troublesome to obtain clues. This is the worst case scenario. Chen Ming continued to read, ready to explode at any time. His previous plan was his previous plan. If the situation changed, he would have to adapt. At this time, Deputy Manager Chong did not have any special attitude because Brother Sure mentioned Chen Ming. He asked like he was facing some ordinary questions.
What's wrong? What did he do?
Sure Xiao quickly recounted today's process. The more he talked, the deeper Deputy Manager Chong frowned. After Brother Sure finished speaking, Deputy Manager Chong stared at him for a while, then suddenly slapped the table angrily and said,
Think about what you were talking about. He helped you look at the equipment, won money from playing cards, and treated you to lunch in the cafeteria. After showing a few TV programs, you got suspicious of him? I don't see anything wrong with him.
Can. Deputy Manager Chong waved his hand impatiently and interrupted him.
This is not something you should worry about. Continue to take care of other people. This and whooping will be gone in a few days. Unless he has any obvious abnormal behavior. Don't tell me.
Shao wanted to say something else, but gave up after seeing Deputy Manager Chang's expression. Turned around and left the office. When he left the office, he didn't notice that the metallic liquid at his feet separated slightly and flowed along the floor to Deputy Manager Chang's feet. After Shao left, Deputy Manager Chong suddenly shook his head and said to himself,
the brain circuits of people who believe in Zhuijing are really different from ordinary people.
He had already told people to keep an eye on Whooping, an outsider. Of course, besides Mao Xingwang, there were people who had been monitoring and Whooping from a distance. Of course, it was impossible for him not to be wary of an outsider like Whooping, and he would definitely arrange for others to do what needed to be done. Today, and Whooping has been spending time with Mao Xingwang and others. I only went to see his spaceship in the afternoon and repaired the power armor. Mao Xingwang also went over immediately to ensure that people would not run around. It can be said that there were no accidents throughout the process. And Whooping was also very cooperative and didn't do anything unusual at all. As long as Whooping stays peacefully in the next few days, he can even let Whooping leave here safely at this sensitive time when Minister Yi comes. Several people who knew Whooping didn't say there was anything wrong with him. However, one of the people at the bottom suspected Whooping just because he changed a few TV programs. If we follow Shao's standards, wouldn't it be more necessary to be suspicious of so many ordinary people on the space station? They were in contact with Zhuijing every day, and any one of them might have discovered something. What's more, Shao's job is to keep an eye on the ordinary people who are used to disguise the space station. Instead of doing business, he keeps an eye on Whooping, who Minister Yi said has no big problem. Doesn't this clearly mean that he and Minister Yi have a problem with their vision? Put in a person who might be a threat to the space station. If this kind of thing spreads, the position under his butt may not disappear, but more people will definitely stare at this position. It was already settled that he didn't just tell people to get out. Deputy Manager Chong shook his head again and put the matter behind him. Qin Ning felt a little interesting watching this scene. Deputy Manager Chong of this space station, like Shen Yi, who was the middleman of Zhuijia whom he once personally killed, only used Zhuijia as a business, rather than truly believing in Zhuijia. Obviously, the middle and senior management of Zhuijia do not actually believe in Zhuijia. Only the bottom are foolish enough to fall for it. And their way of thinking is also trying to move towards extremes and sensitivity. Although Brother Sher's feeling was correct, Qin Ning did come to stir up trouble. But today's events are definitely no problem no matter who you look at them. So no one believed that it was normal for him to play such a small role. Qin Ming continued to pay attention to Shao for a while after he left the office. But he turned around and walked towards the outside of the space station. It was not like he could continue walking inside. Qin Ming also turned his attention away from him. Next, the metal liquid mainly has to follow this deputy director. Deputy Manager Chong was one of the people who had been around Minister Yi before. If there was a chance, he might be able to contact Minister Yi through him. Of course not yet. Still handling work in Deputy Manager Chang's office. Even the space station on the left path still has a lot of work that needs people to deal with. I'm afraid it's time to take a break once the work is done. At least there won't be a chance until tomorrow. Therefore, Qin Ming directed all his attention to the last pool of still moving metallic liquid. At this time, the pool of metallic liquid had arrived at the port inside the space station, and a closed passage in the corner of the port suddenly opened. There was a spaceship that had just been delivered to the outbound orbit by transportation equipment, and it looked like it was about to set sail soon. Judging from the logo, this is a garbage ship, which is going to take away the domestic garbage on the space station for destruction. This spaceship is the spaceship that Uncle Mao mentioned. And Qin Ning did what Uncle Mao said, and found something in the corner of the spacecraft that should not exist in such a place. Some obvious dark red traces. Is blood. Qin Ning immediately continued to divide the metal liquid into two batches. A batch of metallic liquid immediately spread in the direction from which the spacecraft was transported. But there is still an isolation membrane in the direction from which the spacecraft comes, isolating the port from the more inner area where the spacecraft comes. At this moment, no one was entering or exiting the passage, even with the purely mechanical structure transporting the spacecraft. Qin Ming had no chance to go deeper. We can only hide on the spot and see if there is a chance to find a deeper way into the space station other than Deputy Manager Chong. The other batch of metallic liquid that had just been separated spread directly along the track to the garbage transport spacecraft. Now there was only one place left worthy of his investigation. However, as soon as the metallic liquid boarded the spacecraft, Shin-Ming discovered something else. The spacecraft was also wrapped in a silent alloy film that completely protected the spacecraft, blocking the metallic liquid from the outside of the spacecraft. What can be transported by such a spaceship protected by a silent alloy film is definitely not a simple thing. Shin-Ming felt that he had found the right direction. What Uncle Mao said is indeed correct. After hiding the metallic liquid, Shin-Ming continued to wait for a while. Nearing midnight, the spacecraft finally started moving and flew into space. Then flew to the edge of the galaxy, started to activate the hyperspace channel system, and entered hyperspace. Up until this point, everything looked normal. But after the spacecraft entered hyperspace, it only flew a little distance, then suddenly turned off the transponder, activated the hyperspace channel system again, and left hyperspace. A spacecraft with its transponder turned off was less likely to be discovered than a spacecraft with its transponder turned on. The spacecraft just quietly circled back from the edge of the galaxy and went directly to the planet orbited by the space station. It flew straight to the other side of the planet opposite to the space station. As the spacecraft slowly landed, Shin-Ming realized that he had really found the key, because there were extremely obvious psychic fluctuations coming from just below the spacecraft. Shin-Ming once again confirmed the status of the metal liquids he controlled to prevent the metal liquids from exposing his spiritual energy. At this time, he felt a little nervous and expectant. He wanted to know what he could investigate along the ship. Soon the spacecraft came to a complete stop. However, it was then that Shin-Ming discovered that the situation was a little beyond his expectation, because there is a huge open pit next to the place where the spacecraft landed. In this deep pit, there are a large number of corpses piled up. The vast majority of the corpses have different looks, genders, and ages, and many of them may be Zhuo Jing's victims. However, there are still some corpses with the same faces. Apparently Zhuo Jing has the cloning technology, selected some suitable people to clone, and used these clones to do these bad things. These corpses all have one characteristic in common. They are all badly mutilated, and there is no good flesh on them. There are even deformities in different body parts of the body. A deformity that is unsettling to look at. It was not a deformity caused by dimensional infection that Shin-Ming knew about, but a deformity that Shin-Ming felt was very familiar, but had never seen before. This contrasting feeling made Shin-Ming feel queasy for some reason. A nausea that seemed to come from psychic instinct. Shin-Ming suppressed this feeling and continued to observe the situation of the deep pit through the metallic liquid. At present, it seems that the closer to the bottom of the pit, the more serious the decay of the corpses. Obviously, this pit cannot be formed overnight. How long has Zhuo Jing been active here? How many people were killed by Zhuo Jing? Just as Shin-Ming was thinking, the landing spacecraft suddenly opened the hatch at the rear of the spacecraft. The bloody smell visible to the naked eye immediately spread from the open hatch. The cargo hold of this garbage transport ship was filled with deformed and mutilated human corpses, just like the pit. Along with this bloody breath, there was also a heavy, thick, and extreme emotion released that was familiar and unfamiliar to Shin-Ming. When he felt this spiritual energy fluctuation, he seemed to see those deformed corpses. Shin-Ming felt uncontrollable nausea this time, and even had an emotion of extreme disgust. At the moment when the cabin of the spacecraft tilted slightly under the action of the mechanical structure, a large number of corpses carrying psychic fluctuations were thrown into the pit. This feeling has reached its peak. These corpses are not the corpses of psychers, but their deformed tissues have psychic energy waves spread across them. Just when Shin-Ming couldn't help but want to vomit, he suddenly discovered that the source of this feeling in him was not just himself. It was his own instinct that directly produced a special reaction with the ectoplasm stone of the mad words in the hands of the 14th Legion's prosthetic body. This special reaction affected Shin-Ming when he saw these corpses, making him feel nauseated and disgusted. Shin-Ming immediately asked the prosthesis to move Ming, embedded with the ectoplasm stone of the word of madness, away from his side, and used his psychic energy to temporarily block the relationship between himself and the ectoplasm stone that had resonated. Then Shin-Ming looked at the corpses again. But something even stranger happened. After Shin-Ming lost the nausea and disgust that the mad word's spiritual stone brought to him, suddenly, he felt an emotion about the deformed parts of the corpses that made him even more numb. An inexplicable good feeling. He developed a fondness for these deformed things. This is impossible. Shin-Ming's heartbeat was speeding up. He immediately used a lot of mental energy to protect his brain. However, this can only slightly slow down the growth of that inexplicable favorable impression. As long as he continues to observe, his favorable impression of these abnormal organizations will continue to grow.
What the hell is this?
Chen Ming cursed in his heart. Suddenly he noticed the faces of the corpses. As long as the head was not completely destroyed, the face of the corpse that still managed to maintain its shape showed a stiff smile, as if it had been torn out by something. It was obviously such a smile, but it felt to Chen Ming as if they were smiling from the bottom of their hearts. This extreme sense of fragmentation made Chen Ming's scalp not only numb, but also his whole body felt obvious physical discomfort. He quickly reconnected himself with the ectoplasm stone and stopped blocking it. And when he was observing these corpses, his mood finally turned back to disgust again. And the nauseating feeling came as expected. Those smiles became as stiff as being torn out again. Only occasionally, Chen Ming would seem to have seen something wrong, and see the scene where the smile seemed to come from the heart. Chen Ming really has never missed this feeling that makes him want to vomit as much as he does now. At least this way, he could feel at ease. Obviously, this situation is because the Mad Word's spiritual stone is protecting him from being affected. Wait, the Mad Word's ectoplasm stone. Chen Ming suddenly realized the familiar feeling brought to him by the spiritual energy fluctuations spread on those deformed human tissues. It was an extreme feeling similar to the spiritual energy properties of the Mad Word's ectoplasm stone. The source of these deformed human tissues is something similar to the Mad Word's spiritual stone. It may not be an ectoplasm stone, but it must be a very similar existence. Chen Ming confirmed his thoughts in his heart, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down his mind. He would not be surprised by anything that happened in this world with psychic beings. But he can't be disturbed by this kind of thing now. He must investigate clearly. Switching. What are you doing? Chapter 261 easily. Near the deep pit filled with corpses, Chen Ming did not see any man-made buildings. This should be just the corpse dumping point on the left path. There must be other places where they really do things. Chen Ming waited patiently. The spacecraft quickly dumped all the stored corpses into the pit. At this time, he suddenly noticed that there was only one cargo hold in the spacecraft. The cargo hold door was opened, and a large number of corpses were dumped into the pit. But there was another cargo hold in the cargo ship that did not make any movement. What was inside did not appear to be a body. Chen Ming immediately changed the location of the metal liquid to outside the warehouse, and continued to wait. After leveling the cargo hold where the body was dumped, the spacecraft started the engine again, and turned around to fly to another location on the planet. After more than 10 minutes journey, the spacecraft arrived at its destination. A hill. It's not too far from the pit. Probably about 30 kilometers. There is a secret door at the bottom of this hill. When the spacecraft landed, the door opened immediately, revealing a passage leading deep underground. Although the passage was large enough to accommodate the spacecraft did not enter the passage directly, but waited in place. A few minutes later, a piece of equipment followed the track of the passage and came to the surface from deep underground. Several thick mechanical arms were protruded from this equipment, and they were connected to another cargo compartment of the spacecraft that had not been opened and dumped the bodies just now. The spacecraft and the equipment made mechanical construction sounds at the same time, and the cargo hold was transferred directly to the equipment. The device then started operating again, taking the cargo hold directly underground. The metallic liquid that was originally stuck to the cargo hold also entered the ground and fell rapidly along this sloping super long passage elevator. After passing through a completely dark passage, Chen Ming's metallic liquids finally sensed bright light. This allowed him to see clearly the surrounding white and clean environment that did not match his impression of the left path. The structure and design were somewhat like a laboratory environment. And, at this time, a group of heavily armed leftists were standing on the platform at the end of this passage. After the cargo hold was slowly loaded into the inventory, the leader of the Zhujiao team directed the men to open the cargo hold, and immediately had several people surround the exit of the cargo hold, picking up guns and pointing them inside. At the same time, he yelled and cursed into the cargo hold. "Get out!" Just when the leader's Wajing opened his mouth, Chen Ming also saw clearly what was going on inside. What was stuffed in this cargo hold were not corpses, but living people. There are people of different ages and genders. At first glance, no two people look the same. They are all ordinary people. Their eyes when looking at the leftists outside were full of despair, fear and anger. But when facing the black muzzle of the gun, they could only choose to obey orders. As expected, Zhujiang was doing human trafficking part-time. Qianming estimated that the space station in the sky was a transit station. After gathering the bodies of the abducted people and the experiments being conducted in the core area of the space station, they were all sent to this laboratory on the planet. He felt a little pity for these people, but it was impossible for him to save these people directly now. The main purpose of his coming here is to find clues that link Zhuijing to the dimensional infection in the Kamo Star territory. At least, he would try to save people or do other things without affecting the completion of his own purpose. So while the left-wing molecules were sending these people into the laboratory, Qianming's metallic liquid had already flowed from the warehouse into the laboratory floor and began to penetrate into the laboratory. However, a familiar scene appeared again. Most parts of this laboratory are protected by films made of silent alloy. These harima divide the laboratory into different areas, like the space station. There are countless secret surveillance systems in the passages that have not yet closed their doors. Just like the space station, there is no way to enter directly. Fortunately, the leftists are now sending these captured ordinary people to the laboratory. Qianming directly followed the operations he had done before, and glued the metal liquid to these left diameters and the soles of these ordinary people's feet, and mixed it into the interior of the laboratory. Soon he discovered that there were some auxiliary robots in the laboratory that were moving unrestrictedly in various areas separated by silent metal films. As long as he sneaks in, even if there are not those leftist elements and ordinary people who are arrested, his metal liquid can completely use these robots to do things. It seems that the internal defense of this laboratory is not strict. But having said that, Qianming has just entered the laboratory and is not familiar with the terrain of the entire laboratory. There is no public map on the periphery of the laboratory. For the time being, he can only rely on these robots to slowly explore and wander between different areas. In the process, the pure white walls between the neat passages in the entire laboratory gave Qianming a sense of familiarity. Just like when he personally went to the laboratory where Yue was studying clones underground, but ended up with a dimensional infection. Although most of the pure white in Yue's laboratory had been covered with deformed flesh and blood, the original appearance could still be barely seen. The base of that laboratory actually looks almost like this, but the design is slightly different to adapt to the afterglow. And here, although everything seems to be normal now, if Zhuijing continues to cause trouble, I am afraid that the same ending will happen in the future. Qianming was not thinking about Zhuijing. He is purely worried that the dimensional infection that may happen again will lead to some worse situations. Not only was it a dimensional infection, but the other kind of deformed human tissue that caused him to have a numbing sensation without the protection of the ectoplasmic stone must have been the result of an equally bad experiment. Judging from the mangled corpses that were abandoned into the pit, the thing pulled out by Zhuijia must be some kind of physical monster. It was just like the deformed heart that Qianming had faced before. So if the two explode together, the results could be catastrophic, etc. Qianming suddenly realized something. Isn't that what Zhuijing is studying? They have already dealt with the dimensional infection. So it seems that it is not impossible to create something similar. Of course, it is also possible that Zhuijia has made new progress in the research on dimensional infection, so that the results of dimensional infection can produce such a favorable situation. He prefers the worst outcome, which is the former. But no matter which one it is, as a personal experiencer of dimensional infection, he can confirm that the consequences of both situations are equally fatal. Qianming felt that he had to solve this matter, not only because of the possible consequences of dimensional infection and Zhuijia's new experiments. It was even more because the information of the Ecological Observation Space Station, which was closely related to Zhuijia, was left in the Vice-General's illegitimate son's terminal. If Qianming did not interfere, this information could have been discovered by others. At that time, someone will naturally come over to investigate, confirm the situation, and hand over the task to the person who should handle it. However, in order to give Whooping a reason to intervene in the investigation into the Kamo Star territory, he chose to conceal this information and came to investigate in person without revealing the information to anyone. At present, it seems that this space station has no signs of being investigated, and even Minister Yi can come here with great fanfare. Qianming probably didn't get any information about the space station from the Lieutenant General's illegitimate son. This space station was hidden by him. If he doesn't deal with it, it may continue to exist for a long time. He is the source of this situation, so he must take responsibility for doing this and solving the troubles on this space station and this planet. Qianming still remembers what the president said 2 days ago. He now indeed has the ability and responsibility to solve those dimensional infection incidents that may break out. The metallic liquid continues to penetrate deep into the space station. Ming was pretty lucky at this time. Soon after entering the laboratory, the metal liquid found a monitoring room with only 2 people on duty among the chaos in various areas. There happens to be a map of the laboratory in this monitoring room. He can also distinguish different on-the-ground environmental conditions in each area based on the monitored content and the map. You can even mentally recreate a 3-dimensional image of a laboratory one-to-one. And as Ming did this, he also noticed that the coverage of the surveillance actually had a large blind spot. It is located in the northernmost part of the laboratory, which is the farthest point from the southern entrance of the laboratory and the deepest place in the laboratory. According to the markings on the map, this area without surveillance coverage is called a closed experimental area. It can only be said that it is indeed closed. However, the laboratory control system that Ming is most looking for is not there. The main database is not there. And even some small laboratories within the laboratory are not there. There was absolutely no valuable information that could tell Ming what was actually there. But Ming doesn't need it now, since this place is in the most secret corner of the laboratory. The secrets of the entire laboratory are definitely hidden here. The research results that can produce the kind of aberrant tissue that makes people feel good are definitely there. There is no other possibility. After thinking about this, Ming suddenly sensed a potential danger coming from the depths of the laboratory. This feeling is obvious. Either a vague tingling sensation, or an extreme danger that really brings a life and death crisis. Ming had previously tested the difference between the danger perception ability of the prosthesis and the danger perception ability of the body. It was found that there is no difference in the effect. But the specific effect of the prosthesis's risk perception is based on the standards of the prosthesis. If a pistol was placed against Ming's own forehead, the sense of danger would be severe if Ming did not make any resistance. But if the pistol was pressed against Whooping's forehead, Ming would not be able to sense any danger through Whooping. In other words, the thing in the deepest part of this laboratory has the ability to kill Whooping's body. This was something he had to deal with. He couldn't escape. But Ming is not in a hurry to go there yet. He doesn't want to face the monsters created by Jing and Jing at the same time. His most important goal now is still this laboratory database. The database might store the contents of Jing's experiments, which might allow him to figure out in advance what kind of experiments Jing is doing. After obtaining the map in the control room and the 3-dimensional imaging of the laboratory, Ming knew the general equipment layout and personnel distribution. The metallic liquid was quietly distributed to different locations in the laboratory again. One of the metal liquids followed a robot and entered the area where the computer room is located. Although you cannot directly enter the computer room, because the computer room is a sterile and dust-free environment. It will not be open under normal circumstances. And it is also arranged in the center of the entire laboratory. There is a transparent compartment that separates the computer room. From the outside, you can clearly see the situation inside the computer room. Dozens of server equipment are placed here. Not only is it surrounded by a large number of surveillance cameras, but there are also patrolling security guards nearby. It is obviously impossible to invade here under normal circumstances. However, the left path is extremely precautionary, and it cannot prevent the metal liquid from the floor from directly seeping into the equipment. The computer room is just a room within this area and is not particularly isolated by the silent alloy metal film. Ming directly stuffed the metal liquid into the equipment in front of countless molecules in the entire laboratory, and made the metal liquid into a data reader, hacking into the database from a physical level. The whole process was a bit troublesome except for getting lost in the middle. And the final invasion can be said to be very easy. The contents of the entire laboratory's database were exposed in front of him, as if he were undefended. Ming immediately began to look up Zhujia's work arrangements for the Ecological Observation Space Station and the laboratory on the planet. Soon, he found the answer in the database. That Ecological Observation Space Station was really just an Ecological Observation Space Station, until one day, it was quietly infiltrated by Zhujia. Ming was not interested in the specific process of Zhujia, so he immediately skipped a bunch of useless content and jumped to the key parts. The situation of this space station is completely consistent with Ming's previous guess. The space station is a transfer station that helps Jing gather ordinary people who have been kidnapped or tricked by Jing, and conduct cloning-related experiments on the space station with the intention of replicating the dimensional infection they have already carried out. It can be seen from these lines that Zhujiao has indeed understood the concept of dimensional infection. Even on the space station, the early stages of dimensional infection seem to have appeared. That is, the clones have organ distortion and have their own vitality. According to the database records, the dimensional infection this time was the stomach. There was a distortion in the stomach of a clone on the space station, just a week before Qinming arrived. As for the more detailed information, it was not recorded in the database. However, Qinming remembered that Yuhui seemed to have had one day when the distortion appeared. No, it seemed that in just one night, the entire Yuhui laboratory exploded and completely turned into the nest of the abnormal heart. This ecological observation space station has not had any accidents to this day. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? At this moment, Qinming's mind flashed through the silent alloy membranes that separated the space station into different areas. Could it be that these things protected the space station and prevented the internal dimensional infection from leaking to the outside world? He couldn't say, but it was definitely a possibility. Such a discovery made Qinming unable to sit still. He immediately controlled and whooping to get up from the bed in the dormitory and left the dormitory. When Uncle Mao asked Qinming why he was going, Qinming simply replied that he was going to the bathroom and disappeared directly from the door of the room. He had to do something quickly and continued to stay on a space station as if nothing had happened. In fact, a dimensional infection had broken out. He simply couldn't do it. He had to do something. Just as Qinming left the dormitory and walked to another dormitory. In the database of the planet's underground laboratory, an ongoing experiment in this laboratory was found, called the Psychic Beast Project. There is also no specific experimental data, only some rough introduction documents. The real core data should be in more internal places that are not covered by monitoring. Just from these introductory documents, we can only roughly tell that this is a research on the direction of spiritual stones and the human body. This spiritual beast should be the source of the aberrant organizations that made him fond of him. Moreover, this psychic beast plan is indeed involved in dimensional infection. Zhuo Jing really wants to study what happens to people killed by psychic beasts, who then experience dimensional infection. This just explains what Qinming saw before. Those deformed corpses that made him feel inexplicable emotions were obviously created by this spiritual beast. But they were transported to the space station and brought back to the ground. In fact, it should be at the very beginning that ordinary people were transported to the ground laboratory to perform the psychic beast experiment that Zhuo Jing was doing. The corpses of people who died in experiments will be sent back to the space station for secondary experiments. The corpses that have undergone the second test will be sent back to the planet again and abandoned directly in the pit. But just looking at the abandoned bodies, nothing seemed to have happened. Qinming remembered that after the dimensional infection breaks out to a certain extent, it will affect all surrounding creatures, even corpses. However, these people who have experienced the psychic beast experiment do not seem to be affected by the secondary effects, and still maintain the original condition. This may be what Zhuo Jing wants. The ability to remain unaffected even after experiencing dimensional infection. At this moment, Qinming thought that Zhuo Jia might have actually experienced a dimensional infection without causing serious sequelae. I'm afraid Zhuo Jing's psychic beast experiment has already produced results that can really be used. To be honest, Qinming is very interested in this research direction. And at the same time, there will definitely be a lot of people in the Empire who are interested. However, this behavior of directly using people for experiments is absolutely unacceptable in Qinming's opinion. Experiments on this space station and in planetary underground laboratories must be terminated. Qinming saved all these important data and then continued to search in the database. Suddenly, Qinming found a database specifically for recording communication data in the entire large database. In this database, Qinming found a record of a laboratory belonging to Zhuo Jing that involved the Kamo Star territory. The content of the exchange was generally the sharing of the progress of experiments conducted by the two laboratories on different types of psychic beasts. With this clue, Qinming can even directly pull the clues that in Whooping can grasp to the Kamo Star territory and reach the destination. Although the laboratory communicating with the Ecological Observation Space Station here is not Kamo 3 in the Kamo Star region, but in other star regions, it is enough as long as it can reach the Kamo Star region. And it seems that the situation in the Kamo Star territory is not optimistic. If more than one laboratory is really conducting such dangerous research, the Kamo Star territory may become a timetable that will explode another dimension at any time. Bomb. He must speed up his progress. At the same time, Qinming also found some more important information in the database about several special materials. The relevant content of these materials is recorded in the database in great detail. Their effect is to replace those materials that the Empire has now ordered and controlled that can be used in human cloning experiments. Now Qinming knew why the Empire had already controlled these key materials, and was still able to conduct large-scale cloning research and even create a dimensional infection. Apparently a suitable replacement has been found. After all, the Empire has banned research on cloning technology. Of course, it will be difficult for serious research institutes to continue to discover what materials can be used to replace cloning materials. Only Zhujian can gain advantages in these aspects. But advantages sometimes turn into disadvantages. Like now, since Qinming already knows the types of these materials. As long as there are companies, enterprises or individuals that purchase large quantities of such substitutes, many of them may be involved with Zhujiang. This will definitely be a major blow to Zhujiang, as long as the news can get out. As for the way the news got out, it was too simple. Qinming directly picked up the terminal. After disguising his voice and location, he called the Anti-Cult Bureau in the Star region wherein Whooping was currently located. A female voice said on the other end of the phone,
"Hello. This is the Anti-Cult Bureau. What help do you need? I want to talk to someone important." "Sir, what do you mean? You should be checking my location now. But you can't find it. Even the Star domain level government's methods can't locate my location at all. So you should know that I am a capable person. And I also hope and have the ability to do so." Able people speak. "Wait a moment, sir."
Soon, a rich and resonant middle-aged man's voice replaced the female voice just now, and said to Qinming,
"Hello, sir. I am the Deputy Director of the Anti-Cult Bureau here."
Qinming checked and confirmed that the voice matched the Deputy Director on the local government's public website and responded,
"Hello.
I want to tell you something about Zhujiang."
The Deputy Director didn't talk nonsense. Since Qinming had the ability to hide his identity from their noses, it was very likely that he really had something to say. Hearing it won't hurt him. Even if there was a real problem, it would be treated as a prank call.
"Please say, do you know about dimensional infection?"
Chapter 262 Action.
The words, dimensional infection,
suddenly popped out of Qinming's mouth. The other end of the phone was wearing a pair of half-rimmed glasses. The expression of the Deputy Director of the local Star Territory Anti-Cult Bureau, who originally looked a little surprised, immediately changed. And he also subconsciously felt it in his heart. The ground was startled. He had just heard of this word not long ago, at a meeting where the government of the Auden Star Territory regularly reported on its work. Although it is a regular meeting to report on work, this meeting can be said to be held for this dimension of infection problem. Because some time ago, the propaganda about the recent outbreak of newborn deformities in the Empire was an unknown infectious disease. As a government official, the Deputy Director has heard that the specific situation is more complicated and terrifying. But he is from the Anti-Cult Bureau, not the Population Bureau or the Medical and Health Bureau. So he doesn't care. At this meeting, the Empire could be said to have completely clarified the concept of dimensional infection and confirmed that it was related to the wave of neonatal deformities. Moreover, the wave of deformed children caused by the last dimensional infection that he didn't even know was sealed up decades ago was also revealed at this meeting. This meeting even directly denied the excuse that the cloning ban was enacted because of ethical issues, making it clear that the cloning ban was because human cloning would lead to dimensional infection incidents. He noticed at the time that many officials who were older or had experienced long periods of dormancy were not surprised when they heard the news. Only someone like him, who was relatively young and had never slept, was a little shocked after learning the news. Since their Star Domain government made this matter explicit during the meeting, then this is definitely the Empire's instruction. And the attitude is very clear. We must find ways to solve this dimensional infection, prevent and kill it in its early stages. In addition to their Star Domain government holding such a meeting, other Star Domains will definitely take similar actions, which can be said to completely expose the dimensional infection. It won't be long before some gossip spreads throughout the Empire. According to the meaning of this meeting, dimensional infection may be a state that the Empire will maintain for a long time in the future. Therefore, the head of the government of their star field asked various departments during the meeting that if signs of dimensional infection are really discovered, they need to contact the Psyker department to deal with it as soon as possible, and cooperate with the confidentiality work. Just what was said in the meeting has left a deep impression on the Deputy Director's mind about the dimensional infection. And it was a few days after the last meeting. The leader also suddenly privately brought the head of their Psychic Energy department, whom he had met several times, to the Anti-Cult Bureau. He met with him, the Deputy Director, and the Director, and talked about the left path and dimensions infection thing. From that moment on, it was impossible for him to forget the concept of dimensional infection and the huge trouble caused by the left path. So at this moment, The deputy director directly covered the interface of the terminal used by the operator, waved his hand to the other people in the room and said,
"Get out of here and tell people to seal this recording in my hand. Only me and director calls."
The others immediately complied and left the room where the operator worked. The deputy director immediately released his mouthpiece and said to Chen-Ming,
"The rest of the gang are gone now. Please speak. It seems that you should also know about dimensional infection. So I will tell you directly. Your Odin 5-star district, the Tall Galaxy, has an ecological observation space station here. A dimensional infection event broke out on this space station.
In addition, this space station is closely related to the Lud Left Path. It was a small-scale dimensional infection caused by the Left Path's human cloning research on the space station. You should be able to find some interesting news."
When the deputy director heard the name of this galaxy, he had already manually searched for it on the terminal. Soon he saw information about a space station that had been quiet. And he also happened to find information about Yi Lirong, the local director of the district-level culture and tourism department, going to the space station. This discovery made him a little surprised and silent, because he still somewhat believed what the stranger on the other end of the phone said. Originally, the deputy director could not directly confirm from Chen-Ming's words that the dimensional infection had indeed occurred. But now Chen-Ming has indeed shown a certain ability. He also accurately stated that the dimensional infection originated from human clones and was closely related to Zhuijing. These 2 points allowed him to basically choose to believe Chen-Ming. Because of this, the deputy director felt a little uncomfortable after hearing that a minister of a subordinate department of the lower-level government was suspected of having contact with Zhuijing. It's not that Chen-Ming made this point uncomfortable, but that he, the deputy director of the Anti-Cult Bureau, felt uncomfortable when he heard that a fellow official was related to a cult like Zhuijing. However, he did not directly clarify this point now, and just asked,
"Is it confirmed that a dimensional infection has broken out?"
What he saw in the database flashed through Chen-Ming's mind. It is currently known that the infection target of the dimensional infection is the stomach of the clone, and the distortion occurred a week ago. It means that the dimensional infection has already occurred a week ago. But since there is no large-scale distortion, it means that the left diameter has indeed controlled the dimensional infection, and the dimensional infection has not actually broken out.
It is not accurate to say that it is an outbreak. There are only some early symptoms at present. Zhuiju has used some means to limit the infection in the dimension. How did they do it? Are you referring to Zhuijia causing dimensional infection? Or did they restrict dimensional infection? Both.
Chen-Ming immediately told the information he had obtained from the underground laboratory database
about Zhuijio's dimensional infection. What you want to know is how they created a large number of clones. Right. This is because human cloning technology has new alternative materials that are not controlled by the Empire under the research of Zhuijia. I can tell you the name of the material now. You can take the name and go to a laboratory with a previous background in cloning experiments and ask them if they can make a substitution. But they are all new materials. It may take time for them to verify them, and the results will not come out so quickly. It's okay. Just say it. I'll take note.
Chen-Ming glanced at the warehouse area of the underground laboratory. Some of his metal liquid is also spread here, and he has found those materials in the warehouse area and obtained some samples, which can be left as evidence later. After reconfirming the contents of the database, Chen-Ming told the deputy director the names of several materials. The deputy director immediately handed the paper with the materials to a person waiting outside the door. After briefly explaining the task, he returned to the room.
"I have found someone here to verify it. So, have you figured out how the left path suppressed the dimensional infection? As far as I know, the outbreak of dimensional infection is extremely strong. If it is in a densely populated place like a space station, one day is enough. Destroy the entire space station. Indeed, under normal circumstances, one day is enough for the dimensional infection to break out. But Zhuijia has deployed a large number of isolation membranes made of silent alloy on this space station to block the spread of dimensional infection." Silent alloy? You don't need to know what this thing does. You just need to tell people the term truthfully, and someone will understand. There should be psychics in your government. Right. Some.
When Chen-Ming got this answer, he was basically sure that there would be no problems after what he just said. However, after thinking about what Zhuijing was doing on the planet below in addition to the space station, he still said,
"We must send professional people here. Those who can fight can at least protect themselves. What Zhuijing is doing is not just cloning experiments and dimensional infection. They seem to be doing some other experiments on the planet below the space station. I can only roughly describe the specific effect. It is a kind of distorted human tissue that makes people feel good for no reason without the protection of the ectoplasmic stone. Remember to explain my description completely to the psyker you are connecting with. When people come, be careful not to let ordinary people get close to the space station and the planet. Such a detailed description didn't sound like it was made up. And it certainly didn't explicitly say that he could ask someone to verify it directly. So after combining what Qinming said earlier, the deputy director now completely believed Qinming. I understand. If what you said is true, this will be a very important contribution. You should also be a psyker. Right. I would like to ask you about your identity. We will not treat anyone who has contributed to the Empire badly. People. Qinming was quite surprised to hear this. But Wuping's identity should be investigated so that he would not be exposed directly. What others investigate is definitely more trustworthy than what he says himself. Anyway, he has already done all the foreshadowing of his identity. It's not important. Anyway, the people over there will most likely know who I am when they come. So I won't talk nonsense. Also, in order to prevent someone from within your anti-cult bureau from getting in, I will make a phone call like this to the military in your star field in 2 hours. In 3 hours, I will send this message to all the media I know. And that's it. Bye. Wait a moment. The deputy director suddenly raised his voice and asked, why did you first think of contacting our anti-cult bureau regarding the dimension infection incident? Why are you looking for the anti-cult bureau? Of course it's because Qinming knows what the president is doing these days. After the president confirmed from him that Zhujiao had manually created and controlled a dimensional infection some time ago, he went to the Empire's department that dealt with such matters. Cooperate with them to announce the news of dimensional infection among different levels of government in the Empire. And by the way, connect the left path with the situation of dimensional infection. The president did not hide these things from him, but kept communicating with him in real time. Therefore, in this case, the Anti-Cult Bureau, which is specifically targeting Zhujiang, must be the most important target for the government department to arrange its work. If the deputy director of the Anti-Cult Bureau didn't know the connection between the left path and the dimensional infection, then the problem would be far more serious than if the space station was occupied by the left path. Of course, the government psychic department must come to really deal with dimensional infection. No other department has the ability to handle it. But Qinming didn't have the phone number of the local psychic department. The main reason is that the Empire has not announced the existence of psychers, and only those with some status within the government and military know about this psionic department. So they don't have a public phone number to call. Qinming was too lazy to find anyone to check and ask. But since other government departments cannot handle it, there is a high probability that this kind of task will eventually fall on the Ministry of Psychics. There must be communication between government departments. The government psychic department is also the most independent and has a higher status than other departments. It is not necessary to conceal this information because there is too obvious competition between them. Even if he hid it, Qinming said that he would give the news to others. Whether the government should bear the risk and take exclusive credit for handling the problem, or whether it should just throw the matter out and let others handle it, that is the government's problem. Qinming naturally called the Anti-Cult Bureau in the end, which was more or less the same. Of course, no matter what, the time when the space station was noticed was delayed, which led to the initial outbreak of dimensional infection. Zhujiao had more time to research. The responsibility fell on Qinming himself. So the solution to Zhujiao was it's still his job to cause trouble. Even if Qinming has told this matter, it will not change. It's just a matter of resolution. What happens to the space station and the ordinary people on the space station in the future is none of his business. There is a dimensional infection on the space station. The most he can do is deal with the source of the dimensional infection. As for those who have experienced dimensional infection, what should they do? How should ordinary people deal with so many people? These two questions. Qinming didn't have the time to first identify every civilian who was not disguised as Zhujiang from Zhujiang's space station, and then find and take care of those affected by the dimensional infection. If the dimensional infection really breaks out completely, it will be fatal to ordinary people. However, if the dimensional infection is only in the early stage, it will not be directly fatal to ordinary people, but it will be too troublesome to distinguish. The most Qinming can do is to ensure that his next actions will not accidentally injure civilians. But it is impossible for Qinming to take care of all civilians. He is now in Wuping, not Qinming. And Wuping is not capable of protecting so many civilians. Wait, it seems there is. As long as he shows some of the Insect Queen's abilities.
He can completely rely on the insect queen to create a large amount of fungi and some body tissues derived from the insect units to cover the entire space station, creating the same effect as using metallic liquid to control everyone in the colony. But Shinming's original thought was that without the metallic liquid, he would not have the means to protect people on a large scale. That's why he took the initiative to call people outside at this time. The nearest colony around this sector would take at least 5 hours to get there if there was no need to jump. For the government, the only ones with the ability to jump are cruisers. But cruisers are not that easy to dispatch. Even if the military got the news, they wouldn't immediately send a cruiser into his face. Currently, only the 14th Legion in the Empire has Shinming's hyperspace channel jump system technology. So this is why Shinming left 5 hours for the government departments. These 5 hours are enough for him to finish what he needs to do. But now, he suddenly realizes that he is a carpet of insect queens. Things are different. Should he use the insect queen's carpet to protect everyone's safety? Shinming came up with the answer without thinking for too long. He is not a good person. At least not a bad person. It's definitely not a wise move to use your own trump card to save someone who has nothing to do with him. Moreover, Shinming remembered that Bai Quan had actually hinted to him several times that his psychic powers were too powerful, which made many people in the Empire feel uneasy. His spiritual power has the ability to control the afterglow and the machine race. As long as he wants to and takes action, sooner or later he will be able to organize a force strong enough to confront the Empire. In fact, the Zerg of the Bug Queen are also excessive in a sense. As long as the Zerg, which has been optimized by Shinming several times, is given enough time to develop, it will definitely not be a small threat to the Empire. This meant that if Whooping exposed the Insect Queen's spiritual power like this, he might be treated the same way as him. After Shinming confirmed his answer, he did not continue to think too much about protecting civilians. The most he could do was to protect Uncle Mao, and others would not have to think about it.
Mr. Psyker?
The deputy director's voice on the phone before hanging up pulled Shinming back from his racing thoughts.
Where did we just talk? That's why you came to our anti-cult bureau in the first place?
Shinming didn't want to speak directly to the outside world about what he had just said. So Shinming made up a random reason and said,
Because I like the anti-cult bureau. That's all.
Shinming hung up the phone directly and stopped wasting time. At this time, all the valuable data in the database in the underground laboratory computer room has been obtained by Shinming. The metal liquid separated from the other side has also reached the main control system of the laboratory. Shinming has been able to hack into the laboratory system through the physical hacking device, bypassing all security and perfectly penetrating the entire experiment room, except for the area to the north of the laboratory, which is an independent area. All the control systems in this area are inside this area. However, this area is connected to the laboratory. Now that Shinming has complete control of the laboratory, it is only an easy matter to infiltrate it. However, Shinming did not decide to do this because the gate to this area was closed. All the visible gaps are filled with silent alloy isolation membranes arranged on the left diameter. If he enters rashly, something he doesn't want to see will happen. At least Whooping had to settle things on the space station, and then deal with things on the ground on the planet. Anyway, his laboratory database on the ground has obtained enough clues, and he no longer needs to continue investigating clues on the space station. The investigation on the space station is just the icing on the cake. Not necessary. Instead of wasting time investigating, it would be better to resolve the dimension infection situation as soon as possible. As for the clues that Whooping needs to obtain, as long as Whooping takes action on the space station, he will kill everyone who is related to the database. Then plug some clues related to the ground laboratory that Shinming investigated in the ground laboratory into the database, and give it to Whooping, pretending that Whooping had discovered information about a laboratory on the planet. He guided him to the ground. As long as the signal blockade of the space station is completed, no one in the laboratory will be aware of it when he comes to the ground. I probably figured out the plan to execute next. Shinming didn't want to delay for too long. He had concealed the news about Zhu Jing for a long time. Clones were being produced on the space station all the time. Once something went wrong on the space station, they would be completely finished. But before actually taking action on the space station, there is one thing that needs to be thought through. Those are the civilians on the space station. Although Shinming has made it clear that he will not deliberately protect those people, it does not mean that he will completely ignore them. It's not just Shinming who doesn't like killing people casually. He also doesn't like people killing people casually. It's because his next actions are likely to cause problems with the security system of the entire space station. If the dimensional infection located in the center of the space station is leaked, there may be big problems. I'm afraid there won't be a single living person left on the space station. However, Chen-Ming quickly thought of a solution, which was to rely on the special structure of the space station that is very easy to be dismantled. Soon after Chen-Ming thought through all the problems, Deputy Manager Chang, who was sleeping inside the space station, suddenly felt a slight pain in his forehead. He scratched a few times in a daze, grabbed a few strands of hair, shook them off, and continued to fall into a deep sleep. The few hairs were carried by the metallic liquid and flowed to other places along the ground. A few minutes later, Shao suddenly appeared on the edge of the outer area and entered the inner area. He was not blocked and successfully walked into the space station, walked into a toilet, and got these hairs with hair follicles. After using the queen's body tissue in the toilet to swallow the genes from the deputy director, Shao gradually transformed into Deputy Manager Chang. After confirming in the bathroom mirror that there was nothing wrong, Chen-Ming walked out of the bathroom with a new appearance. After identifying the direction, he walked towards Deputy Manager Chang's room. There was a guard at the door of Deputy Manager Chang's residence. When he saw Deputy Manager Chang walking towards the door, his face was full of astonishment.
Deputy Manager Chang, you are not here.
Chen-Ming squinted at the security guard at the door with a cold face.
I don't know when I went out. Are you just doing it?
The two guards immediately lowered their heads and apologized.
I'm sorry.
After staring at the two guards for a while, seeing their hands and feet shaking unnaturally, Chen-Ming changed his gaze and said,
Forget it.
He pressed his hand directly on the door and used his spiritual energy to control the door to open. Of course, it was still pretending that the door was opened with a key card.
Keep guarding.
Chen-Ming turned around and confessed. Closed the door, entered the bedroom and quietly got rid of Deputy Manager Chang. Subsequently, the tentacles of the Queen of Insects proliferated in the room, and the body of Deputy Director Chang was involved in the tentacles, completely devouring it. Chapter 263 Stomach. After Chang's deputy manager's body was completely devoured by the queen, Chen-Ming did not go out directly in front of Deputy Manager Chang, but waited in the room for a while. He didn't just let the insect queen eat the corpse just to destroy the corpse and eliminate traces. There was another reason. After waiting for tens of seconds, there was finally some movement from the insect queen. It transferred most of the memories extracted from the corpse of Deputy Director Chang that it had just devoured, and transferred them to Chen-Ming's mind. Extracting memories of life from the brains of biological corpses can be regarded as an innate ability of the species called the thorn zerd to which the queen belongs. In the past, the most effective effect of this ability was that after swallowing some creatures, the insect queen could learn the usage of some body tissues and organs of these creatures through memory, and at the same time, it could only obtain some vague memories. However, as Chen-Ming made several in-depth repairs to the insect queen, some basic abilities of the thorn zerd have been greatly enhanced. Of course, this also includes the ability to acquire memories through swallowing. However, because the insect queen's language ability has never been very good, even if she communicates with Chen-Ming, she relies more on psychic energy and conscious synesthesia. So many contents in Deputy Manager Chang's memory cannot be fully screened. As a result, a large number of memories belonging to Deputy Manager Chang appeared in Chen-Ming's mind in the blink of an eye, and they were extremely detailed. Chen-Ming can only filter the useful ones by himself. It's not too much trouble. Even if the memories of an ordinary person's life were completely stuffed into Chen-Ming's mind, it would be nothing to a psyker like him. After quickly filtering out useful memories, Chen-Ming found that Deputy Manager Chang, like what he knew before, did not actually believe in Zhuijing. He was just using Zhuijing to make money. However, the main job of the personnel department of this space station is the management of space station personnel. The supervisor is responsible for the management of Zhuijing personnel, while the deputy supervisor can only be responsible for the management of non-Zhuijing personnel. There is a world of difference between a person who is in charge of the Zhuirui space station and a person who is not in charge of the Zhuirui space station. Therefore, Deputy Manager Chang can only be regarded as a marginal figure on the space station, and is not too important. But his memory has some value, because there happens to be memories about the transformation process of the space station, which can be compared with the basic blueprint of the space station that Chen-Ming found from the database in the underground laboratory on the planet to figure out the general situation of the space station. In general, the space station is divided into 5 layers: the external personnel layer, the internal personnel layer, the core personnel layer, the isolation layer, and the experimental center. Chen-Ming is waiting for the external personnel layer. Deputy Manager Chang usually works at the internal staff level. Of course, there is no clear separation between the internal staff and the core staff level. Those who can stay at the internal staff level can generally enter the core staff level. The conditions of the isolation layer and experimental center further inside can be clarified by just looking at the names of these two areas. Qin-Ming wants to resolve matters on the space station next, so he must visit this place. In Deputy Manager Chang's memory, in addition to the valuable structure of the space station, there is another valuable memory. It's about Minister Yi Lirong, who just came to the space station during the day. Qin-Ming could know from his memory that Yi Lirong had actually been to this space station several times before Qin-Ming came. After all, Deputy Manager Chang is also a manager, and he is among the people who receive guests every time. Every time Yi Lirong came over, the scene could be found in his memory. When Yi Lirong came for the first time, he seemed very nervous. He left in a hurry after coming for a few hours. When he came for the second time, his expression was obviously much more relaxed, and he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed for more than a day before leaving. When he came for the third time, Deputy Manager Chang happened to hear a little bit of news from other people. It seems that it is because Yi Lirong received news that a large number of leftist elements were arrested in the Chiyun Galaxy Industrial Colony in the Suluan 6-star district in the Suluan Star region, which is also Qin-Ming's colony. It just so happens that the left path on this ecological observation space station is connected to the left path at Qin-Ming colony. So he came over as soon as possible to confirm the situation on the space station. And if there was any problem, prepare to transfer as soon as possible. There is indeed a connection. Qin-Ming tracked him all the way here through clues from the colony. But in fact, after Yi Lirong and the others were nervous for a few days, they discovered that no one came to investigate the space station. And there were no clues that anyone would investigate. Until later, the results of Qin-Ming's colony had come out, and they could be interviewed by the outside world. But they still didn't come to investigate them. So Yi Lirong and the others thought that the people in charge of the investigation over there had not discovered the connection between the space station and the colony there. And they felt relieved. This time I came with Qin-Ming just because the experiment on the space station seemed to have some results. It's a pity that Deputy Manager Chang's level is still too low. He only knows what experiments are being conducted on the space station, but does not know the specific content of the experiments, let alone the progress of the experiments. Thinking about it, if Deputy Manager Chang really knew the contents of the experiments being conducted on the space station, it would be basically impossible for him to stay on the space station. How could such a person, who only got together with Zhu Jing for money, risk his life? If he knew something as dangerous as dimensional infection was being carried out on the space station, he would definitely find a way to run away immediately. So it was normal not to know. If you don't know, just don't know. There's nothing to regret. Anyway, Qin-Ming didn't expect to find any valuable information from him. It would be good to be able to determine the new structure of the space station after the transformation, and the reasons why Yi Lirong came here several times. Moreover, Qin-Ming also found a more important piece of information from his memory. The place where Yi Lirong rested. So be it. Qin-Ming ended his exploration of Vice Manager Chang's memory, and stuffed all the remaining garbage memories back to the Queen. Maybe there were some valuable things in the garbage that he hadn't noticed. Keeping these memories does not occupy his memory, so it is not a big problem. Qin-Ming took the computer in Deputy Manager Chang's room and walked out of the room. In the doubtful eyes of the two guards, they went to the control room located in the core personnel area. The two people in the monitoring room were a little surprised and confused when they saw Deputy Manager Chang. However, Deputy Manager Chang is also a manager after all, so he is just confused about Qin-Ming's attitude in the face of Deputy Manager Chang. Of course, Qin-Ming didn't give them any good looks, killing them directly by piercing their hearts with the Queen's tentacles. If we say that there may be a few ordinary people in the external personnel layer of the space station, but among the core personnel of Zhujiao Space Station, it is impossible for there to be ordinary people who don't understand anything. After destroying the corpses and eliminating traces, Qin-Ming went to an equipment room also on the core staff level where the observation equipment of the Ecological Observation Space Station was housed. At the same time, this is also the room where a subconsole that controls the partition device of the outer area of the space station is located. As for the main console in the experiment center, that equipment can directly separate all parts of the space station outside the isolation area. And this sub-equipment here can only separate the external personnel layer of the space station. Of course, this is enough for Qin-Ming's current requirements. Qin-Ming quickly stood in front of the equipment room door. When he was in the control room before, He could clearly see that there were only 2 people on duty here. So now he just opened the door and walked in, killing the 2 leftist elements on duty in an instant. After connecting Deputy Manager Chang's computer to the regional partition subconsole, Qin-Ming set up a trigger program for this thing to start at a scheduled time. As soon as the time is up, or he presses the button in advance, the subconsole will start, and the effect will be obvious. After doing all this, Qin-Ming left the equipment room again. The peripheral layout work has now been completed. There is only one thing left to do next. Qin-Ming looked inside the space station. 10 minutes later, when Qin-Ming came to the closed door of the isolation layer, he was suddenly stopped.
Deputy Manager Chang, what do you want to do if you don't sleep at night?
Qin-Ming stood motionless in front of the gate and did not answer, because there was no one in his sight. The source of the sound was from behind him, and it was a person who suddenly appeared without warning. This can mean one thing. That is, the person coming is a psyker. It seems that it is impossible to go in directly. Qin-Ming did not hesitate and directly activated the signal blocking equipment he had modified from the equipment of the Distress Signal Management Office, completely cutting off the possibility of communication between the space station and the outside world. Then he turned around with a sullen expression and walked towards the psyker who had just appeared. The psychic frowned and remained motionless, then asked Qin-Ming,
what do you want to do?
Although he was a little wary of Qin-Ming, who was staring at Deputy Manager Chang's face at this time, he couldn't be wary of an ordinary person. Even when Qin-Ming walked up to him, he didn't make any reaction. He was confident that he could subdue Deputy Guanchang, an ordinary person, with just a few clicks of his fingers. It wasn't until Qin-Ming waved his right hand slightly that his expression finally changed. At this moment, he felt the threat of death, and his face was full of fear. But it was too late. Being so close to Qin-Ming, no non-physically enhanced psyker could react to his actions. His right arm was seen making a shocking sonic boom in an explosive movement, and with terrifying speed and power, he punched the psyker in front of him in the face. The whole head exploded instantly. The headless corpse flew backwards under the influence of Qin-Ming's punch. Blood spurted out like a fountain and hit the wall of the space station. The corpse twitched a few times and became motionless. Qin-Ming suddenly fell silent as he looked at the damage caused by his fist. He knew that the beast inside in Whooping, which he spent a lot of time to create, had terrifying power. But he didn't expect that even if he hadn't released the beast in his body, and Whooping's prosthesis alone could already achieve this effect. Qin-Ming did not continue to be stunned because the effect was better than expected, and quickly searched the body. However, except for some useless medicines, Qin-Ming could not find anything of value, including anything that proves his identity. Qin-Ming didn't even know his name or what his abilities were. Even the spiritual nerves in his brain were completely shattered by the punch just now. At this moment, Qin-Ming could only sense some weakening spiritual energy fluctuations from the rotten flesh on his corpse and the blood exploding on the surrounding walls. Wait a moment. Qin-Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. He raised his hand and let the insect queen's tentacles spread again, covering the entire unmanned passage. As the insect queen swallowed the corpse, and all the body tissue shattered by Qin-Ming's punch. As expected, there was a sense of satisfaction coming from the insect queen. It ate the spiritual enlightenment nerves that had not completely dissipated, causing its own spiritual energy fluctuations to increase slightly, although it is not obvious. This is obviously the same as Qin-Ming's previous situation. It is simply that it has not been fully digested. When the digestion is finished, the gains brought by absorbing the spiritual nerves will naturally appear. It seems that Jiling nerve will have another place to go in the future. The tentacles growing on his wrists gradually faded away. Just when Qin-Ming was about to continue walking into the space station, something suddenly fell out of the insect queen's tentacles and fell to the ground. This is a stone covered with dark and twisted patterns that resemble the stiff limbs of a dying person. It is a stone about the size of the tip of a little finger and filled with psychic energy fluctuations. Spirit stone? Qin-Ming immediately picked up the stone despite the slight sting caused by the ectoplasm stone and the slight fluctuation in his emotions. According to Qin-Ming's personal touch at this time, the characteristic of this spiritual stone should be fear, which is in line with the characteristics of the patterns on the stone. But something seems wrong. Qin-Ming was sure that he did not find this thing when he touched the body just now. With his current psychic strength, it is impossible to say that he would not be able to sense this thing when facing the corpse of a psychic, even if the ectoplasm stone was hidden inside the corpse. It was impossible for him to have no sense at all. He would have to eat the corpse and spit it out to find out. So the question is, where did this spiritual stone come from? Ming frowned and carefully recalled what he had just said. He suddenly discovered that the size and shape of the stone seemed to be exactly the same as the yellow gemstone on the necklace worn by the psyker. It seems that this ectoplasm stone was transformed from this gemstone. But the material was changed to the most ordinary stone. And these patterns were painted on it. After discovering this, Ming once again recalled an earlier incident. These are some of the things his boss said to him when he first talked about the ectoplasmic stone with his boss. The boss said that any strong emotional fluctuations may lead to the birth of the ectoplasm stone. Because everyone is actually the same as psychics, possessing a certain amount of spirituality. It's just a matter of how much. This part of human spirituality will fluctuate violently with the emergence of extreme emotions. When a person dies during the process of violent emotional fluctuations, this extreme emotional fluctuation will infect surrounding objects. Usually, stones are most likely to be infected. So ectoplasmic stones are called ectoplasmic stones. At that time, Ming also asked a question. That is, whether psychers can manually create ectoplasm stones. The boss didn't say anything at first. But when Ming's psychic powers became much stronger than before, the boss made it clear to him. That is, the spirituality of the psyker is controlled by the psyker himself. He has lost the natural spirituality that is amplified by extreme emotions and natural conditions. So he cannot create ectoplasmic stones. There were some things that his boss hadn't made clear to him before, but he understood them now. That is, when a psyker dies in extreme emotions, it will be easier than ordinary people to infect the surrounding stones into ectoplasm stones. The source of this spiritual stone is naturally the fear before death. It's no wonder that when Ming just picked up the fear ectoplasm stone, he was a little more resistant to the ectoplasm stone than when he first came into contact with the whispering ectoplasm stone. This is what is left in the ectoplasm stone when the psyker dies. If Ming guessed correctly, if this ectoplasm stone is touched by others, then others will be able to see a fantasy from this ectoplasm stone. A fantasy of killing and whooping. Just like when Ming saw the fantasy of killing Shen-Yi brought to him by the whispering spiritual stone. As long as this goal can be accomplished, the emotions that cause resonance hidden in this ectoplasm stone will completely dissipate. And this thing will become a resonance ectoplasm stone. Ming suddenly had a magical idea in his mind. But he couldn't do it yet. He directly put away the fear ectoplasm stone and prepared to continue deeper into the space station. He just killed a psyker in front of the gate that separates the two areas. Although he killed it outside the isolation area, there is no need to worry about monitoring, because the entire space station is completely isolated from the inside and outside. But the sonic boom of his punch just now is likely to attract some people. Anyway, the traces and bodies have been dealt with. So as long as he leaves here, it's generally not a big problem. Ming once again transformed himself into the psyker just now. Inserted a device on the control panel of the door that Ming didn't even know what it was used for. And then directly used his psionic energy to open the sealed door. Behind the door is a small room with nothing, except for a monitoring device that is activated in each of the four corners of the room. Ming Gang was about to step in, but suddenly stopped again. He just moved his right foot forward slightly into the room, then released a little metallic liquid under his feet, and then closed the door again. Ming's expression relaxed slightly, because he found that even in a room that was completely isolated by a silent alloy protective film, these silent alloys could not prevent his spiritual energy from penetrating and controlling the metallic liquid in the room. It's as if his psychic powers don't directly control the things his psychic powers affect through the normal cosmic environment, but in a more peculiar way. This is normal. After all, Ming still hasn't figured out how his psychic power can transport materials across hundreds of thousands of light years. His psychic energy may be controlled using similar means, so it will not be blocked by the silent alloy room. Then Ming was relieved. He stepped directly into the isolation layer. There are slight differences in the structure of the isolation layer and the outer space station. It is a special structure composed of multiple silent alloy compartments, which irregularly wraps up the internal experimental center layer by layer. There are surveillance cameras leading inside every room, and Ming's every move at this time must be under the watchful eye of these surveillance cameras. But no one seemed to have any reaction. Obviously, even if Ming is disguised as the psyker now, he should not go inside the isolation layer at this time. But the experimental center didn't seem to be taking any action. No alerts, no announcements, no reactions. And as Ming walked deeper inside, he could feel a chill from deeper inside the space station. Something is wrong. Something seems to have happened inside. After realizing this, Chen Ming immediately sped up his actions and kept opening the doors in the isolation compartment until they reached the last closed door leading to the experimental center. Chen Ming's movements finally slowed down. He had connected a device to the control panel next to the door, but he did not directly open the door at this time. Instead, he paused for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then opened the door. The moment the door opens, what caught my eye were those researchers, or former researchers. Now their whole bodies were folded back in half from the stomach, as if they had been broken off, and their abdomens were violently torn apart, revealing corpses with completely deformed stomachs. It is actually not accurate to say that they are corpses, because they are still moving. Their lower limbs move under the control of these deformed tails, and the upper half of their bodies are dragged on the ground as if controlled by this stomach. In addition, there were some researchers whose upper bodies seemed to be more seriously infected. Their upper bodies had completely lost their human appearance and turned into a string of rumens that seemed to be dragged outside. As it moved, it left behind puddles of liquid of unknown nature. The entire hall of the experimental center is filled with these creatures, all of which are deformed stomach monsters made of stomachs. Along with these aberrant stomach monsters, what came into view were the flesh and blood tissues that filled the entire environment as before. This weird and twisted feeling was extremely familiar to Chen Ming. At the same time, his stomach felt a little turbulent. This is proof of the erosion of dimensional infection, and Wu Ping's body has been marked by dimensional infection. However, this familiar feeling was immediately suppressed by Chen Ming, but it still made him feel an inexplicable nostalgia. Of course, Chen Ming quickly shook this feeling out of his head. He didn't want to miss the dimensional infection. It was just because the previous incident was so impressive that he subconsciously recalled it. Chen Ming took a deep breath, ignoring the nauseating smell of stomach acid and semi-digested food, as the abnormal tissue in the hall spread into the compartment where he had just opened the door. He also stepped directly into the hall of the experimental center. He originally at a loss. The aberrant stomach monster seemed to have found its target instantly. One by one, they pointed their deformed stomachs in Chen Ming's direction. A look from a deeper place seemed to be cast on Chen Ming. Chen Ming didn't have the slightest fear. He clenched his fists and continued to take a step towards the experimental center. In the past, he might have had to use all his strength when facing these things. But now, he doesn't need to think about what he has or doesn't have. Chen Ming's body leaned forward slightly, and all the muscles in his body were tense, while these aberrant stomach monsters spit out disgusting liquid in his direction. Chen Ming disappeared directly. The power brought to him by the prosthetic and Wu Ping made him instantly appear in front of a stomach monster. He smashed it into pieces with one punch. Chapter 264 One Punch. The extreme violence brought about by pure physical power allowed Chen Ming to easily slaughter these twisted monsters. For a while, only scattered flesh and blood and splashing body fluids were left in the entrance hall of the experimental center. These body fluids were not acidic gastric juices, as Chen Ming initially suspected, but a viscous liquid. The stomach cramping sensation may be slightly aggravated after exposure. These bodily fluids are the fluids that spread dimensional infection. For ordinary people, if they contaminate even a little bit, they will definitely die. However, for Chen Ming, the strength of these things was not up to standard, and it was not even as great as the pressure that the heavy heartbeat caused him when he was close to the deformed heart. Moreover, the viscosity of the liquid itself is not enough to affect the movement of Chen Ming's prosthetic body. It has almost no effect except that it is a bit disgusting to stick to the body. Even though his whole body was completely stained by the blood and body fluids of the abnormal stomach monster, Chen Ming could still easily punch the abnormal stomach monster into pieces with one punch after another. The power brought by this body made Chen Ming a little bit unable to stop, because this kind of pleasure of punching to the flesh is something that Chen Ming himself cannot do. So he is a little addicted to it. When Chen Ming withdrew from this feeling, there was no longer an independent individual that could still move in the entrance hall. Only masses of exploding flesh and blood tissue remained, as well as the distorted flesh and blood covering the surrounding walls. Chen Ming cleaned up the various things stained on his body, and then looked around. It can be seen that the severity of the infection near the entrance of the experimental center is similar to that of Yu Hui's underground laboratory, but slightly lighter. It should be that the dimensional infection completely broke out a few hours ago, but several hours have passed. But no one outside the space station seems to be aware of this matter. Even the psyker who came to stop him just now seemed to have no idea what was going on in the experimental center. Otherwise, he would never have run to the gate to block people just now. Either go to the rescue first, or run away directly. There is no other choice. So what exactly happened in the experimental center? Why didn't the outside receive any information about what happened inside? Chen Ning himself had blocked external communications of the space station just a few minutes ago. Why was there no internal information coming out earlier? I'm afraid we'll have to go in to find out exactly what happened. Chen Ning looked deeper into the experimental center, and suddenly took out another remote control and pressed it. The surrounding environment suddenly began to shake violently, and the sources of vibration came from all directions. This is the sound of the outermost part of the space station. The space station structure on the outer personnel layer being separated. Chen Ning has seen the structure of the external personnel layer before. There are life support equipment and power generation equipment in the external personnel layer. Even if they are separated, the people above will not be dead. Therefore, separating the external personnel layer where ordinary people are concentrated from the space station itself is definitely the safest way to protect ordinary people. As for what will happen outside after Chen Ning makes this move, that is none of his business. Anyway, he locked every door he entered when he came in. Even if the people outside finally realize that something is wrong, realize that they cannot contact the internal staff, and choose to violently break in all the way, it will still be enough time for him to finish the internal matters. Chen Ning threw away the useless remote control and completely sealed the last door of the compartment he just entered, to prevent the flesh and blood infected by the dimension from leaking outside when he goes in. After confirming that the door behind you has been sealed, Chen Ning continued to go deeper into the experimental center. At present, it seems that although there is a problem with the innermost experimental center of the space station, there is no problem externally. Those irregularly partitioned rooms did successfully prevent the dimensional infection from leaking out. This can be regarded as the only good news on the space station currently. As he was walking on the road, Chen Ning kept thinking about a question. Why didn't Zhujiao replicate the partition structure internally? His eyes scanned the interior of the first room he entered after crossing the hall. It was as empty as the entrance hall. Obviously, the isolation layer has a complex protective structure, but there is a very loose design inside the isolation layer. Obviously, there are many places inside the experimental center that have a lot of extra space that is placed there for no reason. It is completely possible to put a partition in such a place without affecting the original function of this area. But Zhuo Jing didn't do this, and Chen Ning couldn't help but understand. Logically speaking, the designers of the space station should know better than him. But now, he can't understand the structural design of the space station's experimental center. If the leftists at the bottom don't care about their own lives, that's normal. But the management of the left path and some of the left path elements are not all lunatics who truly believe in the left path doctrine. Otherwise, there would be no need for this space station to build an isolation layer outside the experimental center. There is an obvious conflict between the lack of protection inside the experimental center and the strict protection they put in the isolation layer. There must be something wrong here. But now that everyone is dead, it doesn't make much sense to bring this up again. Chen Ning just didn't think about it and cared about it for a while. Soon his attention was attracted by the hundreds of abnormal stomach monsters he encountered along the way. While massacring these twisted monsters, he came to a fork in the only road to the experimental center. There is a sign above the head here. Although it was covered with spreading flesh and blood, the words below could still be barely seen clearly. One side is the accommodation area, and the other side is the real experimental area. Chen Ning walked straight to the experimental area without thinking. Anyway, he would go there when he could come back from the other side. So there was no rush. This section of the road didn't have as many things going on as before. All the aberrant stomach monsters had disappeared, and no one came to stop his actions. It was as if the source of the dimensional infection had given up targeting him. Chen Ning arrived at the experimental area very smoothly. And to his surprise, he directly saw the core of the dimensional infection. It was a giant cage made of 3 layers of different composite materials. The innermost layer is made of a special grade material like ice steel, which is considered to be above average in strength. An extremely thin layer of molten silent alloy is poured into the gap between the middle layers. The outer layer uses a well-understood psychic wave restraining material. These 3 materials all have one characteristic. That is, they all appear to be transparent, and the inside of the cage can be clearly seen. Of course, there is no need to see inside now, because this cage is now broken. There was a slight damage to the structure on one side of the cage, and the molten silence alloy flowed out and cooled on the ground to form a metal plate not covered with flesh and blood. All the distorted flesh and blood caused by the internal dimensional infection have been squeezed out from this damage, swallowing most of the cage into the deformed stomach that has completely released itself. The whole cage seemed like a dinner plate for this huge cystic stomach. On the top and side of the huge deformed stomach in the center of the experimental area, There are nearly 100 pieces of flesh and blood tissue that look like the esophagus extending along the ceiling. It extends all the way to the surrounding left-wing elements and researchers who have been completely eroded by the dimensional infection and have completely lost their human form. Only a large mass of flesh and blood is left to worship the rumen-like top of the left-wing elements and researchers, drawing nutrients from them, from the location of the flesh and rumen. It is easy to see that these people were infected almost at the same time, and without any warning or precautions. He died immediately, and became a victim of dimensional infection. Chen Ming honestly couldn't understand it. Irregular compartments outside protect the protective layer tightly. Why is there no protection inside? Before, he was still wondering why Zhuo Jing had been suffering from a dimensional infection for so long but nothing happened. Now it seemed that it was just pure luck that he could barely survive the past few days. The result is that if you don't pay attention, everyone will die. Forget it. Whatever. He is not here to replace Zhuo Jing. His goal is just to destroy the source of dimensional infection. Chen Ming raised his right hand, and magnificent plasma hovered in his palm. The deformed stomach seemed to feel threatened and kept squirming. The surrounding rumens gradually began to dry up, and the remaining esophagus at the top of the central distorted stomach seemed to be about to spit out something. Chen Ming's movements suddenly slowed down, because this deformed stomach is different from the deformed heart he had seen before. The aberrant heart already had self-awareness and the ability to communicate. It's just that Chen Ming had no intention of communicating with the aberrant heart and killed it directly. Today's deformed stomach seems to be unable to communicate, and it only has a basic sense of survival. So in a practical sense, this aberrant stomach should be less developed than the aberrant heart, and should also be weaker. Chen Ming suddenly stopped condensing plasma and even extinguished the originally condensed plasma. He fixed his gaze on the huge cystic stomach, bent slightly and leaned forward, assuming the most suitable posture for exerting force. The muscles all over his body were tensing, accumulating power from his own body and the psychic energy of the insect queen. The roar of the sonic boom produced heavy echoes in the experimental area. Chen Ming's body broke through the speed of sound with the help of terrifying explosive power. The air around him condensed into water droplets due to his high-speed movement, forming a cone-shaped sonic boom cloud the size of a person behind him. He raised his iron fist with all his strength and punched the center of the giant deformed stomach. The abnormal stomach was torn apart by the huge force, and Chen Ming's entire body passed through it, leaving a gap the size of a person in the center of the abnormal stomach's body. But the damage Chen Ming caused was far more than what it seemed. Starting from the location where his punch hit just now, the size of the gap continued to expand. All the flesh and blood tissue of the aberrant stomach was completely torn apart by the force and its aftermath. Only a few pieces of mincemeat were left, barely maintaining its shape, and it was desperately extracting nutrients stored in the surrounding rumen in an attempt to restore the damage caused by Chen Ming's punch. However, its flesh and blood had been killed by the power of this punch, and all the nutrients seemed to be fed to a starved corpse, without any effect. After trying in vain for a while, abnormal stomach finally realized this. It desperately released its dying and frantic spiritual energy fluctuations, desperately trying to use these spiritual energy fluctuations to influence Chen Ming. But obviously this is in vain. The psychic fluctuations belonging to the dimensional infection gradually dissipated in the experimental center. There was only a bunch of twisted flesh left here that was beginning to wither. The terrifying speed on his body had disappeared, and Chen Ming, who was standing firmly on the ground, wiped his face and wiped away all the blood and various sticky liquids. He turned back to look at the achievements he had achieved with just one punch. After confirming that the dimension-infected individuals were completely dead and the psychic fluctuations had begun to gradually dissipate, he stared at his fist silently for a long time. His heart was filled with the pleasure of unleashing his power wantonly. This oppression of the weak by the strong, this one-sided massacre of the dimensional infection, gave him a feeling of tension and excitement in his heart. He had never experienced such a feeling before, and today was the first time. Chen Ming suddenly shook his head, pulling himself out of being somewhat addicted to this feeling. He didn't want to really indulge in this feeling. He didn't want to bully and oppress the weak at will. His psychic powers are not used in this kind of place. Chen Ming readjusted his mentality and was no longer bothered by the power derived from technology and the insect queen. He still needs to wait for a while, until the psychic fluctuations of the dimensional infection completely dissipate, and then go outside to deal with the remaining troubles. It took a total of 16 minutes and 37 seconds from the time he called the Anti-Cult Bureau to the time he entered the experimental center and killed the source of the dimensional infection. There is still plenty of time. Is this the dimensional infection? This thought suddenly flashed through Chen Ming's mind. But Chen Ming, who had suppressed the destructive desire in his heart, was immediately suppressed again. This is only a small area of a space station, and the dimensional infection has just broken out not long ago. The number of infected objects can be said to be very rare, not even as high as the number of clones in the Afterglow laboratory. And if you think about it further back, the dimensional infection that infected the eyeballs that the president experienced back then could have affected the entire prosperous star field. The boss said before that the president banished all the dimensional infections in the entire galaxy. Even the president, who is suspected of having spatial abilities, can only banish them, but cannot completely eliminate them. If the dimensional infection really develops, it is still unknown whether Chen Ming can win. What's more, although he didn't feel threatened on the space station, in the laboratory on the planet below, his psychic energy definitely sensed danger. The matter is not over yet. He must not be careless. Just as Chen Ming was warning himself, a shadow that was turning from virtual to real suddenly appeared on his chest. It's the boat spirit. ?
How did you get here?
Chen Ming said, as he grabbed the thing that was coming out of his chest and pulled it out. The boat spirit's excitement, greed and desire were all conveyed the moment Chen Ming grabbed it. Just like when Chen Ming faced the abnormal heart, Shipling's behavior was exactly the same as before. It is craving the bodies of infected bodies in this dimension. Facing the ship spirit, who was staring at him pitifully, Chen Ming had no choice but to point to the entity next to him and said,
"It's right there. Go on your own."
The boat spirit conveyed the emotion of a jumping bird, circled around Chen Ming twice, and then flew towards the corpse with a deformed stomach. Soon, it flew back to Chen Ming just like before, carrying a bloody amber-like object. And inside this amber, there is a miniature version of the deformed stomach. At the top of the stomach, at the entrance to the esophagus, was the exact same dark crack that Chen Ming had seen on the crack of another micro-distorted heart in amber. Chen Ming did not risk his life to see what was in the crack, but just waited for the ship spirit's subsequent actions. Just like before, the ship spirit got into this bloody amber. The deformed stomach inside the amber was instantly affected by the phantom of the ship spirit. It lost its original realistic biological texture and melted into a pool of blood that seeped out of the amber and fell to the ground where it rotted instantly. The inherent blood color was gradually erased, and the entire amber gradually became clear, mixed with the luster of the starry sky. What is different from the last time is that this time, what appears inside the amber is not the iron or number, but the highest point. It was also the spaceship where Chen Ming stayed the longest after changing ships. This amber containing the highest point is also a source of condensed spiritual energy. After leaving this thing behind, the boat spirit got back into Chen Ming's body. In an instant, he disappeared from Chen Ming and Whooping's fake body, and then appeared next to Chen Ming's real body. The ship spirit seems to actually possess some of his psychic powers. Chen Ming shook his head and continued to focus on Whooping. Although the dimensional infection has been dealt with, he still needs to wait for the psychic fluctuations to completely dissipate before he can leave to deal with other matters. In case the dimension-infected individuals are just pretending to die, or are not completely dead. But he couldn't just wait and waste time now. This experimental center is a place independent of the outside world. It has monitoring and databases that belong here. Chen Ming spent some time and found the monitoring room covered in flesh and blood in the corner of the experimental center. The equipment here was not damaged, and Chen Ming easily retrieved the monitor data. Then he found the video of the moment when the dimensional infection completely broke out. Just a few hours ago, some researchers were observing the deformed stomach with their naked eyes near the huge cage that was still intact. It looked ordinary, as if observing this stomach was part of their daily routine. But things soon changed. There was a leftist member in a cleaning uniform who shouted,
"God! Merge into 1 inch!"
Then rushed to the cage near the prison with a bomb he didn't know where it came from, and blew himself up. A violent shock wave swept across the entire area. Although only a few of the surrounding researchers were injured, none died. But the impact of the explosion did destroy the outermost layer of psychic wave restraining material, and caused the molten silent alloy inside to flow out. Then, there is no more. Without the dual protection of silent alloy and restraint material, no matter how hard the innermost ice steel is, it cannot block the psychic energy fluctuations. In an instant, the stomachs of all the researchers in the laboratory were filled with unprecedented vitality. It formed the appearance that Chen Ming saw when he came. When he saw Zhujia's behavior, Chen Ming didn't understand it as much as he didn't understand why Zhujia didn't set up an isolation layer inside the space station. On the contrary, he understands this left path very well. Because Chen-Ming knew that Zhujiang's senior officials were creating a false god by talking to Zhujiang, the bottom class. During the promotion some time ago, God was linked to the existence of another dimension that caused the dimensional infection. Chen-Ming was sure that Zhujiang's senior officials really wanted to study dimensional infection and regarded dimensional infection as a strategic weapon to threaten the empire. At the same time, they are also studying the Psychic Beast plan as a trump card to protect themselves. But that's not what those at the bottom hear. The Zhujiang at the bottom would only hear the higher-ups saying that this was part of God. They believed it and really listened. To them, this deformed stomach was part of God. It's clear what a deranged cultist would do if given the chance to become one with a fabled god. It's just that Chen-Ming doesn't know how he can regard a deformed stomach as a god. Although Chen-Ming recalled it carefully now, he found that although the stomach was deformed and ugly in appearance, and full of disgusting flesh and blood, from a biological perspective, it did show the unique beauty of the function of a human organ. The deformed heart last time was similar. Although it was deformed and had various proliferated flesh and blood tissues, the pulsating cardiac muscle tissue was indeed full of the beauty of a vitality source of life. This beauty is so unique that ordinary people will definitely not be able to appreciate it. After all, one look at it will kill you. But Chen-Ming, who has experienced a lot, can really appreciate it. But this kind of beauty has nothing to do with Zhujiang, the cult god. Chen-Ming still can't understand how Zhujiang elements regard a stomach as a god. Forget it. It doesn't matter. If you know what the madman is thinking, then he is also a madman. Chen-Ming deleted most of the content about him in the surveillance video, leaving only some that could be released. Then he left the control room and found the experimental center's database. Files related to dimensional infection experiments are stored inside. Chen-Ming couldn't quite understand these documents. There were a lot of professional terms in them. So professional that he had definitely studied them systematically. It was hard for Chen-Ming not to doubt who was behind Zhujiang, who was supporting their cloning experiments. Of course, this problem is not something Chen-Ming needs to worry about. It is better to leave it to the empire, the government, and the army to have a headache. But there was another document that he could understand. And it also cleared up one of his doubts. Documentation of renovation plans for the interior of the space station. In the isolation layer of the space station, the structure of the experimental center was not actually like this from the beginning, but was recently transformed into this. According to the content of the file, a Zhujiang leader who had direct contact with the space station requested that a lot of things be dismantled in order to facilitate subsequent experiments on the space station. Chapter 265 Individual Strength. The experiment you want to make convenient is probably not a dimension infection leak experiment. Chen-Ming complained and saved another copy of the transformation document. Originally, he was still wondering why there seemed to be no safety measures in the experimental center. But now, he was sure that there were indeed no safety measures. Zhujiang did it himself. Is there someone inside the left path who wants the people here to die? The way of death is dimensional infection. However, Chen-Ming believes that since all of the researchers working here have the ability to research psychic technology, they are definitely not fools in terms of IQ. Even if they weren't psychic, they could definitely see the consequences of such an act of dismantling safety measures. Maybe doing this can really improve work efficiency, but it also completely loses security for them. It is impossible for all of them to have faith in Zhujiang. And there will definitely be voices of protest in private. Their lives are gone, and the benefits gained from research and the value of the research itself are meaningless to them. It is impossible to really cooperate with Zhujiang to complete the remaining research tasks. Therefore, Chen-Ming boldly guessed that it was precisely because of this situation that Zhujiang arranged for Yi Lirong to come over. Chen-Ming had seen the timing of these events before. The senior leadership of Zhujiang ordered the dismantling of the safety facilities of the experimental center just the day before he was to deal with all the Zhujiang in the colony. The time when Yi Lirong came over was the second day after the colonial affairs began. Although it can be said that Yi Lirong came here because of the connection between the colony and the space station, such speculation cannot completely deny another possibility. It was because Zhupath had dismantled the safety measures, in order to allow those Zhupath researchers to continue conducting research with confidence. They sent an official from the local Star District level government to personally come over several times to verify the safety. Give these researchers peace of mind. In other words, come and bury them with them. If you think about it carefully, Yi Lirong is actually just the Minister of Culture and Tourism at the local district level. This position is awkward and can make money. But there is absolutely no way to interfere with the government's major policies and trends. Zhujiang doesn't seem to need money, because there are definitely people behind them sponsoring it. There's nothing to say about this. Some important information at the government decision-making level is definitely not something that the Minister of Culture and Tourism can know. What's more, there may be people in the government who have connections with Zhuo Jing. And it's not necessarily just Yu Lirong, the Minister of Culture and Tourism. The combination of so many factors, and the fact that Yu Lirong died alone with those researchers did not seem to have a great impact. It wouldn't be a bad idea if we could conduct a big experiment at the end, doesn't it? Chen Ming is hard to say. In his opinion, the knowledge in the minds of these researchers is also of full value. There is no right or wrong in knowledge. Only value. If Chen Ming were a senior executive at Zhuo Jing, he would never operate on these people for some experiments. Unless there are other reasons. For example, this space station will involve some left paths in other places. If Zhuo Jing's top management believes that although there has been no trouble with the space station yet, since the Zhuo Jing elements in Chen Ming's colony have already had problems, then even if the space station can escape for a while, it will never escape forever. Those two colonies were previously regarded as the source of those captured for experiments on this space station. And it was impossible to completely separate the relationship. It's better to simply kill everyone who has anything to do with this matter to prevent more misunderstandings. If you just kill them, it will be a relatively loss. It is better to contribute a wave at the end and do a wave of experiments. Although Chen Ming's guess was purely a guess, it was still a logical guess. And he also noticed that there were communication devices inside and outside the isolation layer of the space station. And according to the part of the records he just found in the communication database, there are requirements for regular contact every hour inside and outside the isolation layer of the space station. But it was clear that something was wrong with the people responsible for maintaining internal and external communications. It's not that the person in charge of this work has no contact, but that the internal and external communication lines are blocked. But there is no reaction from the outside. Chen Ming went out of his way to confirm it at this time. What he cut off was only the space station's communication with the outside world. And he also disguised it as a very common communication system failure, to prevent the underground laboratory on the planet from discovering problems with the space station. The communication inside and outside the isolation layer was either cut off by him, or Zhuo Jing did it himself. Being able to cut off communications just when the dimensional infection was about to break out basically confirmed Chen Ming's guess that Zhuo Jing wanted to conduct a wave of space station-level dimensional infection experiments. A space station was destroyed silently, as long as they handled the follow-up work well. There was no need to worry about the news leaking. The last dimensional infection in Chen Ming's Wujia was probably caused by this. Of course, all of this is Chen Ming's speculation. But the truth of the matter shouldn't deviate too far. Along with this guess, another piece of mixed information was analyzed by Chen Ming. That is to say, Zhuo Jing definitely does not know the relationship between those who have survived the dimensional infection. After all, the president didn't know this before, so he offered to meet with him. Or when he really had this plan, he sensed the danger with his psychic ability, and then he and the president perfected the concept that those who experience dimensional infection are actually the coordinates of another dimension. Zhuo Jing was not him. Without his ability, they would have absolutely no idea that the meeting of infection experiencers from two dimensions would lead to the location of the empire in another dimension. So the good thing about this information is, Zhuo Jing does not know this. They will not take the initiative to use this to threaten the empire to obtain benefits. They will only use the spread and sequelae of the dimensional infection itself to cause trouble. But the bad thing is that if they really don't know, they might just let someone with experience dealing with dimensional infections handle it. This means that the experiencer of one dimensional infection can experience the dimensional infection again, so that the experiencer who can only serve as a single coordinate can provide more information to the existence of another dimension. Idiots are sometimes more disgusting than pure villains. Bad people do things for a purpose, but idiots don't do things logically. Once any idiot gets something he shouldn't, the consequences are absolutely unacceptable. Zhuo Jing just takes up both bad and stupid points. The bad ones are the high-level Zhuo Jing people, and the stupid ones are the bottom Zhuo Jing people who believe in this cult. If someone really directly triggers the condition for people who have experienced dimensional infection to meet, then what the empire will face next is definitely not just the problem of an increasing wave of newborn deformities. Because the meeting of infected experiencers from two dimensions undoubtedly confirm the existence of a huge species in the other dimension. The empire will be in huge trouble. Gotta hurry. Even if he can't stop Zhuo Jing from continuing to do this kind of thing in other places, Chen Ming can't at least let him. And Wuping's prosthetic who has experienced dimensional infection. Meet Zhuo Jing's people who may come to deal with the follow-up matters of the space station. He couldn't guarantee who Zhuo Jing would arrange to handle matters here. Chen Ming immediately packed all the data in the database. By the way, he finally took a look at the part that interested him, which was the data from Zhujia's ongoing experiments on the ground. However, the data here are similar to what he just investigated outside the underground laboratory. It is a project called the Mind Beast Project, which creates the kind of mind beast that can cause the appearance of deformed tissues in people's bodies that make people feel good. There is no more detailed content, so it is better to go to the laboratory to do it. Taking advantage of this little time before the aftermath of the dimensional infection, psychic fluctuations completely dissipated. Chen Ming thought about it, and simply turned back to the fork in the road that he had not taken before. He had not yet passed the accommodation area on the other side, although there may not be any living people nearby. But what if? It's never wrong to make sure. When Chen Ming came to the accommodation area, he could see nothing but the corpses of many deformed stomach monsters lying near the dormitories, which were of significantly better quality than the outer layers of the space station. The sources of dimensional infection are dead, so naturally the things derived from these dimensional infections cannot survive. After some searching, Chen Ming found Yi Lirong's room. There were also only a few corpses lying on the ground with their abdomens torn apart. Among them was a corpse wearing a suit and ties, which looked quite familiar. Chen Ming kicked him lightly, and after seeing clearly the face that was distorted by fear, he stopped caring about him. I continued to wait in the experimental center for about 10 minutes. Wait until the psychic fluctuations of the dimensional infection completely dissipate. This time the dimension infection incident ends here. Chen Ming stood up from the chair he found and sat on, and tidied up his clothes that had not been repaired deliberately, and were somewhat torn by his high-speed movement just now. Turning around, he walked towards the path he came from in the first place. Now that the dimensional infection has been dealt with, it's time to deal with the left path. Stepping back into the winding and complex isolation layer. As he gradually approached the periphery of the isolation layer, Chen Ming did not hear any sounds that should exist. As if Zhuo Dao had no intention of entering the experimental center. He had already separated the outermost layer of the space station. It was definitely not that Zhuo Jing didn't notice what was happening inside, but that he had other plans. Until Chen Ming came to the closed door of the isolation layer and the core personnel layer. Only then did he hear some noisy movement outside. The surveillance shows that the door through the door has not been closed by the left path. Most of the armed forces of the space station have gathered here. Zhuo Jing chose to guard the several gates leading to the outside of the isolation layer, as if waiting for something. Chen Ming was probably waiting for reinforcements from their senior management. However, if Chen Ming guessed correctly, the first thing this high-level reinforcement psyker would do when he arrived was probably to directly open the isolation layer and release the dimensional infection. Of course, this is no longer possible. The source of the dimensional infection has died and turned into the source of condensed spiritual energy, which was taken over by Chen Ming. Chen Ming stood still in front of the gate. He had already changed his appearance back to An Whooping's appearance just now. He took a deep breath and adjusted his condition, as if he had experienced a serious battle. He was panting. His eyes were piercing, and he was filled with murderous intent, plus a little bit of chronic rage disorder. Then he directly opened the door to the core personnel area and isolation area. In this state, Chen Ming felt that he looked like a mentally ill person who had just escaped from a mental hospital after a fight with a security guard. However, judging from the frightened expression of the densely packed leftist elements standing outside the door after the door opened, Chen Ming's appearance was quite effective. It was impossible for Zhuo Jing to be really frightened by Chen Ming's appearance. Immediately, a Zhuo Jing security captain holding an electromagnetic rifle shouted at Chen Ming, "Stop!" Others immediately pointed their guns at Chen Ming's forehead. "Hands up! Kneel down! Climb over slowly!" Chen Ming's mouth twitched. He exerted force on his feet and disappeared instantly with a breathtaking sonic boom. Because Chen Ming disappeared in an instant. The crowd that didn't react had time to say anything. Chen Ming had already rushed into the center of the crowd besieging him outside. Chen Ming didn't even take the initiative to attack at this time. He just simply ran into it. Just like this, severed limbs and blood began to fly in the crowd. Screams and gunfire broke out. But the guns of these leftist elements failed to hit Chen Ming at all, and instead hit more of their own people. Even if there is a little bit of luck, it will not have any effect. Chen Ming's terrifying speed caused the knowledgeable people among the leftist elements to immediately react and shout to the people around them, "It's a psyker!" When the word, psyker, was shouted out, Chen Ming originally thought that he could at least intimidate them. But the leftist elements still maintained their crazy momentum and frantically wanted to kill him. But they did not succeed at all. Take it seriously. And the security captain who had just spoken and was not directly killed by Chen Ming also appeared again and shouted,
Psychics are human beings too. Haunt him.
As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen people who were relatively close to Chen Ming hugged him desperately, shouting,
Lord of Light will always shine.
Then a strong smell of explosives suddenly appeared on their bodies. A real violent explosion occurred around Chen Ming. Even if the explosive killed many of Zhuo Jing's own people, these Zhuo Jing would not hesitate at all when they blew themselves up. They have almost lost the ability to judge themselves after believing in Zhuo Jing. They live purely for the concept of Zhuo Jing and die for this concept. The brainwashing techniques are evident. However, as the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dispersed, except for the broken corpse on the left path, there were no corpses inside. Standing in the center of the smoke was a tall, ferocious creature. It is the product of Chen Ming's fusion of all the technologies of himself and the Zerg Queen. It is a Zerg special combat unit. The pitch-black giant humanoid insect stood there, looking down at everything like a pitch-black king. The aura it exudes makes even leftist elements feel fear. This is not the fear emanating from their brainwashed minds, but the fear that belongs to biological instincts. After fear comes more hysterical madness. Since the explosives just now completely cleared the area around Chen Ming, this gave Zhuo Jing a chance to output again. However, Chen Ming did not evade this time, nor did he rush into the crowd of leftist elements again. The giant black insect just stayed where it was, motionlessly bearing the firepower coming from all directions. Next, these left paths saw what despair is. Any attack method belonging to them cannot cause any effective damage to this carapace. All the bullets were bounced away without leaving even a scratch. Many bullets even bounced directly back to other left-wing bodies. And the scene became chaotic again. But the giant black insect stood there calmly throughout the whole process, treating all left-wing elements as nothing. But at this moment, it's not that Chen Ming doesn't want to move, but he is getting used to this body. After adapting to Wuping's body, he had to adapt to the body of this Zerg special combat unit, whose strength was many times greater than even Chen Ming himself knew. Otherwise, Chen Ming is really worried that one of his casual actions may completely destroy the basic structure of the space station. Speaking of which, Chen Ming found that he seemed to have been calling this body an Wuping, or a special Zerg combat unit. This form has never been given a proper name. Would it be better to give it a name? The Dark Insect King? A giant black insect? These two names are a bit ugly. Or it would be better to simply call it the insect form. After all, the current body still has the possibility of progress in the future. If it changes again in the future, I might have to give it another name. The insect form is quite vivid. Just when Chen Ming was thinking about how to choose a name in front of a bunch of crazy leftist elements, all those leftist elements suddenly moved away from Chen Ming, who was standing there. The reason is that just overhead, the large weapons on the outside of the space station have been activated and turned to target the interior of the space station. Chen Ming knew that this kind of independent space station would generally have some medium and large weapons as a means of defense. Although generally speaking, the weapons on this kind of space station are castrated versions, and military versions of large weapons are not available. But large weapons are weapons that can only be loaded on cruisers anyway. At least that was the case in the past. And their power is absolutely indescribable. However, although Chen Ming could hide at this time, he had no idea of escape. He wanted to try it. Chen Ming, who was in insect form, opened his eyelids that had been closed. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Jing saw the pair of crimson eyes exuding a frenzied aura. And for a while their noisy voices dropped a lot again. But then, their voices became louder again. And they felt a little excited. It was as if the main weapon aimed at the inside of the space station could directly kill the monster in front of it. At this moment, an unexpected solid Gaussian SHL penetrated the structure of several layers of the space station directly from the outside of the space station and came straight towards Chen Ming. The cannonballs made of super heavy elemental metal materials the size of a person still carry a strong power after passing through heavy structures. Chen Ming suddenly disappeared on the spot again, disappearing into the seriousness of the leftist elements. A large number of spider web-like cracks appeared near the ground where he had just stood, which was proof of the violent impact. In a place where the reaction speed and vision of ordinary people like leftist elements were completely inferior, Chen Ming directly chose to hedge against Gaussian SHLs. The psychic energy of the Insect Queen is fully supporting Chen Ming's actions. With one punch, although the impact of the high-speed I was not stopped. The entire I was broken into hundreds or thousands of pieces from the inside. Under the interference of the surrounding space station structure, it was shattered in an instant. and the broken fragments were embedded in different parts of the space station. The jet-black carapace on Qinming's fist had slight cracks that were difficult to see with the naked eye under the impact of the large weapon. However, it was restored to its original state under the influence of his spiritual energy in an instant. The Gauss SH.LS were followed by storm needle projectiles that passed through the damaged structure of the space station. Even the castrated version can fire tens of thousands of magnetic steel needles with a diameter of 3 to 5 centimeters and a thickness of nearly half a meter in a few tens of seconds. Qinming, who had nowhere to rely on in midair, was directly shot down to the ground by the sea of steel needles. Countless steel needles continued to fall like a heavy rain. But Qinming, who had already adjusted his posture in the air and landed on the ground, directly carried the steel needle and stood up straight from a half-kneeling position on the ground. All the steel needles were either bounced away or directly hit the carapace and were shattered. He is now fully capable of resisting cruiser-level attacks with his physical body, and Whooping has been able to destroy the ship alone with pure physical strength. This is based on the premise that Qinming did not use more terrifying plasma at all. This is the product of the combination of Qinming's psychic power and the Bug Queen's psychic power. The strength of the Zerg Special Combat Unit and Whooping. The continuous steel needles gradually lost their subsequent support. Qinming jumped out of the steel needles on the ground and jumped in front of the left-wing elements, who no longer dared to say any more. He reached out and grabbed the captain who had been directing the leftist elements just now. He crushed his head in front of everyone and threw the headless body away like a rag doll. The corners of Qinming's mouth opened slightly, and the hot breath dispersed from the ferocious mouth parts of the insect form. After this breath, the crowd in Zwiju once again erupted in a bloody storm. Qinming has already tested the ability of the insect form, so there is no need to deliberately hold back. All he has to do now is kill, completely eliminate the members of these cult organizations who have long lost their humanity. Qinming started from the gate on the isolation side of the space station and started massacring all the way to the outside of the space station. Just after Qinming had killed all the core personnel, the prosthetic, who was currently with the 14th Legion, suddenly received a phone call, which was also a video call. It was a call from Shanghai.
Why are you calling me suddenly at this time?
Qinming was obviously stunned for a moment. It was midnight on Earth Standard Time now. Moreover, Shanghai seemed to have other intentions when calling at this time. He is not a fool. Nor is he a few-year-old kid who doesn't understand anything. Bai Quan continuously led Shanghai towards him, constantly hinting that everyone could see what Bai Quan meant. It's just that he has been hesitating. Chapter 266 Psychic Psyker. Qinming was very hesitant, because he has indeed considered this matter seriously. Most of the various matters derived from this matter can be considered by Bai Quan and Qinming. Of course, he knew that this matter would be of great benefit to many people, including himself. And Shanghai's conditions are indeed quite suitable. But the problem is also obvious. He doesn't have the time or energy to do things that are far away from his goals. So he agrees casually and delays others. This is a lifelong event. So he hesitates. That's why Bai Quan deliberately mentioned that he would be away for a few days and asked Shanghai to come over and help teach. And there were hints in his words, both overt and covert. Qinming still did not give Bai Quan a clear attitude, but agreed to continue contacting Shanghai, even if you don't look at it from an emotional point of view, but just from a profit point of view. This kind of thing is indeed worth spending some of his energy on it. Of course, it won't work if it's purely based on profit. If Shanghai is unwilling and inappropriate, but they are bound together purely out of interest. Not a good thing for either of them. Anyway, he had clearly seen Bai Quan's attitude, but he also wanted to find out Shanghai's attitude and whether they were compatible. Qinming stared at the terminal and thought for more than 10 seconds. After thinking about the general situation clearly, he answered the phone. Shanghai waved his hand and said H-Lo.
Hey! H-Lo! Qinming!
While Qinming controlled and whooping to break the neck of a left-winger, he used a prosthesis to pretend that everything was normal and greeted Shanghai.
Hello!
Shanghai suddenly tilted his head.
Why do I feel like you are a little absent-minded? Don't even look at the time. Yes. What time is it now? Don't you want to sleep?
Qinming conveniently recorded the workbench next to the prosthesis. The computer above displayed several pages of dense and complex data.
I am preparing for the next step of research. A catalytic core should be sent to me in a few days. And you are the one? What do you want to do when you call me at this time?
Shanghai looked a little hesitant, turned his head in another direction, and said,
Has Uncle Bai told you? He said you would come and help me with my lessons later. Well, that's it. That's what I'm here to tell you.
Chung Xinghai's own tone of voice was a bit unconfident. So naturally Chen Ming didn't believe this either. Chung Xinghai called him in the middle of the night. He must have wanted to talk to him about other things at first. But Chung Xinghai, like him, was also hesitant. Chen Ming did not expose this point. Instead, like Chung Xinghai, he tacitly avoided the topic. The two looked at each other and were quiet for a moment. Chung Xinghai suddenly took the lead to break the silent atmosphere.
Then I'm going to prepare a lesson plan. The lesson plan Uncle Bai gave me is different from what I want. I'll prepare one myself. It may take a few days. Sorry to bother you. No trouble. I'll hang up. Goodbye and thank you.
After the communication ends, Chung Xinghai threw the terminal to the bed and leaned back on the bed. She stretched out her arms to cover her eyes. Her mind filled with chaotic thoughts. She did hesitate. She had been in contact with Chen Ming for some time ago. After an in-depth simulation for more than half a month. When the captive played games every day, he basically understood Chen Ming. Because Chen Ming, for Bai Quan's sake, usually answered all her questions. Through these days of contact and understanding, she felt that she didn't have any bad feelings towards Chen Ming. But she didn't really have much affection beyond a normal friendship. Maybe a little bit. But only a little bit. Not to the point where the relationship goes further. But just before she made the call, she thought that was enough. There are not many options for her in the future. Either she will die alone or find someone to marry. Other marriage partners may not even feel this way. So her original idea was to just make it clear to Chen Ming directly. But just for a short moment before the call was connected, she thought of something else. What if Chen Ming didn't have such an idea? What if Chen Ming had a completely different idea? Chung Xinghai remembered that when she was in the simulation, she had never seen Chen Ming have particularly obvious ups and downs of emotions. Everything seemed to be nothing in Chen Ming's eyes. Even to her. Only when the simulated battle was coming to an end, with all his teammates dead and completely at a disadvantage, did Chen Ming seem to feel a little fun. No. Chung Xinghai suddenly remembered that when Chen Ming found an opportunity to assassinate her, when the simulation had just begun, Chen Ming's mood swings seemed to have been violent. When he thought of Chen Ming, who usually had a calm expression and seemed to have no influence on anything, shouting out a contrasting curse word because of her explosive kick that almost killed someone, the corners of Chung Xinghai's mouth suddenly turned up for some reason. Got some. But she was still hesitant and confused. I still plan to wait until tomorrow to find Uncle Bai, who is almost done with his work, and then ask him more about Chen Ming and Chen Ming's attitude. At this time, Chen Ming's mind was a little confused for a while after hanging up the phone. But the situation on Infiltrating's side didn't give him time to think too much. Right now, on the left path space station, a thick black mist suddenly burst out from behind him, completely covering him. This is of course not the black mist psyker who has been captured by Chen Ming, but the effect achieved by borrowing the heart-gathering spirit bead, black mist, of the glass bead psyker that Chen Ming saw once. The psykers Wujing had been waiting for finally arrived after Chen Ming had slaughtered half of the Wujing space station. After Chen Ming was shrouded in black fog. Outside the black mist, a psyker dressed no differently than an ordinary person suddenly appeared here along with the black mist. He casually threw away the broken black glass beads, stretched out his thumbs and index fingers, and made a tilted camera gesture. Psychic energy fluctuations converged on him, and a tiny ball of light flashed from the center of his gesture. When the size of the light ball instantly expanded to the size of an eyeball, the light ball suddenly emitted a slender flashing beam of light, heading straight towards Chen Ming in the black mist. Although Chen Ming's perception was blocked by the black fog at this moment, he did perceive the beam. It's just that he didn't sense any danger from the beam, so he didn't make any dodge action. This beam of light had no entity. It went straight through the black fog and was not blocked by the black fog. And this beam of light had no lethality. It exploded directly after hitting Chen Ming's body, and some remaining spots of light were suddenly absorbed by his body for some reason. However, as these light spots entered his body, Chen Ming not only did not feel that he was hurt, but he also felt that his mental power was more invigorated under the stimulation of this beam. Question mark. This beam? Chen Ming frowned slightly and took a step forward, hearing the sound of Chen Ming moving in the black mist. The newly arrived psychic looked solemn and quickly backed away. At the same time, the diameter of the beam emitted by the light ball in front of him doubled in diameter. But then, he heard Chen Ming take another step forward. His eyes widened slightly, as if in disbelief. But after confirming that he heard correctly, He gritted his teeth again, changed the posture of his hand, directly held the light ball in his palm, and threw the light ball in the direction of Qinming. After the light ball hit Qinming's body, and did not cause any damage to Qinming, Qinming finally understood the psychic effect of this psyker. This ball of light is not a real light, and the psyker's psychic energy is not a beam of light as it appears. This light ball and beam are actually the embodiment of his psychic wave nature. His psychic ability is a pure psychic ability. It's not Hu Yi's ability to control entropy and control external objects. Nor is it the Insect Queen's ability to amplify herself. Not to mention the ability to directly transform mental power into fire or water through spiritual energy, which Qinming had heard from Bai Quan. His ability has nothing to do with the outside world, and is not interfered by any other factors. It is to purely use spiritual energy to release the effect through a powerful means. Light balls and beams are only the embodiment of highly concentrated mental power. The full name of Psyker is Psychic. As for this Psyker, Qinming felt that he could just call him a Psychic Psyker. Although Qinming came up with the concept of Psychic Psykers, even he felt it was a bit abstract. So it mainly depends on the effect of psychic energy. The effect of this pure spiritual Psyker's psychic beam is to actively allow the person hit to absorb the embodied light spot of his mental power after a hit. And these light spots will contain part of his consciousness, which can directly hit the brain of the person hit and interfere from the spiritual level. The importance of the brain to a Psyker is self-evident, and doing so can definitely affect a Psyker's normal use of psychic powers. Those with slightly weaker mental strength may even die directly due to the existence of this light spot. Fortunately, he didn't die. If his brain was affected, he would be almost disabled. It looks gentle on the surface, but the actual nature of this ability is very cruel. However, Qinming's current and whooping brain is purely a decoration. He transferred his consciousness to an whooping through spiritual energy. He did not need a brain carrier like ordinary Zerg to control the Zerg's body. His consciousness exists in every corner of an whooping's body. Every movement of an whooping is a direct instruction given by his consciousness to the body's tissues and organs, without even the need for nerve conduction. No need for the brain to do anything at all. The only purpose of an whooping's brain is to maintain the instinctive activities of various organs in this body. The psychic energy of this psychic can interfere with the brain from the spiritual level. It also interferes with consciousness, rather than directly interfering with the body. Otherwise, this light spot would never be able to penetrate Qinming's carapace directly, since it does not affect the brain's ability to continue to maintain physiological functions. It also does not affect Qinming's consciousness, which is not in the brain at all. Although this kind of ability is very cruel, it has no meaning to Qinming, who is entrusted in the prosthesis. By the way, could this Psyker be the one responsible for brainwashing Zhuo Jing? This idea suddenly flashed through Qinming's mind. But after thinking about it, it didn't seem like it. The psychic power responsible for brainwashing should be gentler and more beguiling. He should be a magician instead of the person he is now. But Qinming, the Psyker, found it very interesting. After all, this was the first Psyker he had seen whose psychic powers relied purely on his own mental power and psychic abilities. After Qinming had this idea, a gap in the black mist that seemed to have trapped him suddenly appeared in the shape of a 3-meter-tall human being. At the moment when the mind of the psychic Psyker barely reacted, his body had no time to react. Qinming had already rushed out of the black mist and stopped in front of him. He clasped his neck with one hand and pinched the Psyker like a chicken. Apply a little force with your fingers to compress the carotid arteries and prevent blood from flowing to the brain. The psychic instantly fell into shock. As soon as Qinming let go, he fell directly to the ground and collapsed into a ball. After being dragged by Qinming, he found a spaceship on the space station that had not yet sailed out, stuffed it into the cryosleep cabin, and took it away when he came back. This was his third Psyker prisoner. Qinming felt that he had to go back and ask Bai Quan if he could directly apply for an artificial spiritual nerve for experimentation instead of spending his contribution points to exchange for the spiritual nerve. The arrival of the psychic Psyker was just a sideshow. After all, it was only 2 minutes from the time he appeared until he was knocked unconscious by Qinming, before Qinming even had time to have any impression of his face. He once again threw himself into the pursuit of leftist elements on the space station. In addition to giving and whooping extremely strong physical fitness, the Insect Queen's technology also gave him terrifying sensory abilities. Sense heat sources, sense heartbeats, and sense many things that cannot be sensed by human senses. Therefore, Qinming was able to easily discover the completely collapsed left pads hiding in every corner of the space station. Of course, Qinming did not kill everyone, because there were indeed some ordinary people inside the space station. Although the number is not large. Qin has slaughtered most of the space station, and there are only 3 in total. But Qin did save their lives. Even if the 3 of them chose to pick up weapons from the corpses of leftist elements to resist out of fear, Qin still did not kill them, but just unloaded their weapons. He can extract the real list of left path personnel directly from the space station's database. There is no need to worry about who has a problem, and who does not have a problem. Qin will not kill by mistake. Nor will he miss anyone. Of course, even if there is a list, it is not 100% sure that those 3 people are good people. So just now, he used local materials and removed some steel materials from the wall, twisted them into twists and fastened them. I plan to save it for those who come later to investigate. As long as there are no problems after the investigation, that person will naturally be let go. If there is a problem, someone will naturally help him deal with it. Half an hour later, Qin thoroughly scanned several areas of the space station, from the core experimental center of the space station, all the way to the outermost internal staff level of the space station. Every leftist element was killed in his hands. Qin has now turned into a monster stained red with blood. But this was Wujing's blood. So Qin didn't feel any burden at all now, and instead felt a little happy. After confirming again that there was no one he needed to kill on the space station, Qin went to the database. He left a message that would be automatically sent after the 5-hour agreement between him and the Anti-Cult Bureau expired, and deleted a lot of content about him, leaving only some traces that can give some clues to those who will investigate later. Then Qin came to the port here on the internal personnel level and boarded the spacecraft, where he placed the psychic, getting ready to do the last thing he had to do today. But before leaving, Qin took one last look at the external personnel layer that he had separated from before. The external personnel layer is automatically divided into 4 parts after separation. Each part has a separate life support system, and the number of ordinary people in each section is far more than the left path here. Zhuojie is not afraid of death. But since ordinary people have the advantage in numbers, they are indeed capable of resisting Zhuojie elements. Qin could see through the monitoring of the remote signal connection that ordinary people had the advantage in all 4 sections of the external personnel layer. The left-wing molecules have basically been controlled. However, just when Qin was about to leave with peace of mind, he suddenly discovered the section where the separated distress signal office was located. Xiao from the distress signal management department was leaning in the corner of the office. He held a knife and put it against Uncle Mao's neck. In front of Xiao were other people in the office who also reacted. They were holding a stalemate in the office with sticks and weapons they found somewhere, and it seemed that they had been in a stalemate for a long time. For other people, Qin can die casually, but Uncle Mao who helped him must not die. Qin drove the spacecraft out of the space station and set the autopilot system of the spacecraft to go near the planet's atmosphere. Then he jumped out of the spacecraft and entered the universe physically. In his insect form, the carapace and elytra on his back opened up, revealing the same model of biological clock blowholes as the Insect Queen's biological spaceship. With gray-green tail flames, it flew towards the area of the space station that had drifted some distance away. In the distress signal management office at this time, Uncle Mao reached out and pulled Xiao's arm to prevent him from being strangled. There were already several blood marks on his neck, and blood was flowing slightly. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he might collapse at any time. One of the colleagues in front of him tried to persuade him again, with a nervous look on his face. Xiao, you should know what the situation at this space station is. The structure of the space station suddenly separated. Someone is definitely targeting the left path. If you surrender now, you will be given a lighter sentence if you are caught. Xiao spat directly and cursed. Do you hacking think I'm a fool? What's the difference between being arrested as Wujing and dying? I might as well replace a few people before I die. The colleague advised again. But if you don't kill Brother Mao directly now, it means that you haven't thought about it yet. You still want to live, and don't want to die. But if you really do it to Brother Mao, you will really die. Shut up! Xiao's face turned dark, and he swung the pointed kitchen knife twice in the air in front of him. His knuckles, which were already white from too much force, looked even paler. Just before he had time to put the kitchen knife back to Uncle Mao's neck, a dark, carapace-covered hand suddenly tore out the wall behind him and clasped his face. Pulled back hard. It was accompanied by the sound of something exploding. Xiao's headless body fell directly to the ground. His head exploded, and blood and white stuff splashed all over the room. Especially Uncle Mao, who was the closest. He listened to the sound of the corpse falling behind him, and turned his head slowly and stiffly. It happened to coincide with Qin Ming's movement of looking inside from the torn hole. Looking at that ferocious face and those scarlet eyes, he smelled the smell of blood in the space station that was almost strong to the point of substance, and the stench of the incontinence of Shao, who had just died. No one dared to make any move. Qin Ming didn't make any unnecessary moves. After confirming that Uncle Mao was safe, he left here under the frightened eyes of several people in the room. Uncle Mao froze in place for a few seconds, and his fearful eyes suddenly changed. He suddenly realized something and immediately rushed to the crack in the wall and shouted outside.
"And Whooping? Is that you?"
Qin Ming heard it, but did not look back. He jumped into the universe again. He doesn't have time to take care of people. The most he can do is save people, and then it's up to them. He still had to go to the ground. Let's see what Zhu Jing is doing with another psychic beast plan. Since Zhu Jia is already causing trouble on the space station, he has proactively leaked the dimensional infection. So will a similar situation happen on the ground? Although, on the periphery of the underground laboratory, the areas covered by his surveillance currently appear to be normal. But what happened in the core of the laboratory, where Qin Ming's metallic liquid cannot penetrate for the time being, is still unknown. Chapter 267 Obsession. Qin Ming soon returned to the spacecraft, where he had set up the autopilot system in advance and headed for the orbit of the planet's atmosphere. Qin Ming had locked the location of the laboratory before, and kept the spacecraft directly above the laboratory after entering orbit. There is no rush to go near the abandoned corpse pit, which is some distance away from the laboratory, because he had previously separated a portion of the metallic liquid and left a mark there. So far nothing has happened near the pit. He just needs to go to the lab. The laboratory's peripheral main control and database systems are already under control. When he goes to the laboratory, he only needs to ensure that the peripheral database is still intact. However, the experimental data from the Mind Beast project located deep in the laboratory is also very desirable. A research that can resist the erosion of dimensional infection is impossible without interest. It's just that he hasn't been able to determine whether something happened in the deepest part of the laboratory. In fact, it would be a good thing if something happened, because then he only needs to deal with the psychic beast, and the remaining database in the laboratory should be incapable of being touched. But if nothing happens, he must directly enter the innermost part of the laboratory as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Zhu Jia chooses to directly delete the data in the database due to his subsequent intrusion, and also directly destroys the basis of data storage from the physical level, his psychic powers may not be able to repair the deleted data. Of course, this is just not certain, not necessarily impossible. Qin Ming has always been conducting strange research on his psychic powers. This also includes storing data in a storage device and then deleting the data for repair. Or, on the basis of the previous steps, destroy the device after deleting the data, and then try to repair it. The final conclusion was that as long as the modules that record data in the storage device are not overwritten by new data, he can repair it, directly restore deleted data. But if the data is overwritten, it will not work. And if the equipment has lost its basic structure, such as being completely melted into iron blocks or ground into powder, it will also become irreparable. Qin Ming was not sure if the leftists would dismantle the device if they really deleted the data. It is best to enter the deepest part of the laboratory as soon as possible. Don't think about the possibility of leftists doing this. Just assume that they will definitely do it. If you want to enter the depths of the laboratory, Qin Ming just knows the easiest way. The spacecraft that was hovering at the top of the planet's atmosphere suddenly opened its hatch. After a burst of turbulent airflow, the spacecraft entered a vacuum state. Qin Ming leaned half of his body out of the hatch. He had long wanted to try a solo entry into the atmosphere. But before Qin Ming really jumped, he suddenly thought of something else. Based on the information he has currently investigated from the databases of the space station and underground laboratories, Zhu Jing created clones on the space station, tried to cause dimensional infection, and conducted follow-up experiments. And the results he investigated on the space station were indeed the same. In the underground laboratory on the surface of the planet, Zhu Jia was conducting an experiment called the Psychic Beast Project. The two laboratories are independent of each other, but they are also connected to each other and carry out various exchanges that require mutual verification. For example, corpses that have experienced the Psychic Beast Project are sent to the space station to test whether the Psychic Beast can resist dimensional infection. So is it possible that the reverse situation exists? For example, Zhu Jia said troubles caused by dimensional infection, such as those aberrant stomach monsters, to underground laboratories for related experiments. Since Jing has verified that the contagiousness of dimensional infection can be completely blocked with the help of silent alloy and some other materials. Will there also be traces of dimensional infection underground? Although this probability is very low. After all, dimensional infection is not triggered as long as there are clones, but occurs randomly on clones. And if there was only one source of dimensional infection, then when Qin Ming dealt with the source of dimensional infection on the space station, the dimensional infection would have been completely solved. But the problem is that if there are two sources of infection in Zhujiang, then it will be a little dangerous to continue. Of course, the danger is not to himself, but to the Empire and the cosmic environment. Qin Ming is still willing to believe that Zhujiang really has the courage to carry out two-dimensional infections in the same galaxy. After all, this situation has already happened before. It just so happened that the president gave him a piece of information about the last dimensional infection that was impossible to read in a short time 2 days ago. It can be said to be absolutely comprehensive information, displayed based on data content. Although there were only 2 recorded dimension infection incidents that actually broke out. One was experienced by the president, and the other was experienced by Qin Ming. Of course, there was another incident that Qin Ming speculated but did not record, and it happened on the left side of the path. However, unrecorded dimensional infection incidents that were directly eliminated in the early stages do exist, and there are a lot of them. Qin Ming still remembered the president saying that the Empire did not directly ban cloning technology from the beginning after experiencing the dimensional infection for the first time, because the sequelae were not discovered so quickly. Therefore, these unrecorded dimensional infections basically occurred between the first dimensional infection and the ban on cloning technology. After the first dimension infection incident, cloning experiments in various laboratories are still ongoing. According to records, almost all subsequent clones had physical distortions. It's just that most of the aberrations of these clones are simply affected by another dimension, similar to the deformities of newborns, rather than actual dimensional infection. Only a small percentage of clones actually show signs of dimensional infection. Then of course people die, even with the first dimensional infection. Each laboratory has prepared follow-up treatment methods before conducting experiments, but not many of these methods are effective. In the earliest days, the most effective way to curb the spread of infection in the initial dimension was to directly drive the warship to the entrance of the laboratory, aim large or even main weapons at the laboratory, and bomb directly if there was a problem. Therefore, even if it is an initial dimensional infection, as long as it occurs, the mortality rate of all people directly involved will be 100%. After going through many experiments, various laboratories that communicated with each other really obtained some valuable data from the dimensional infection, and security measures were naturally implemented. It's similar to the silent alloy isolation layer that Zhujiang is currently working on. It is indeed effective and can stop the expansion of dimensional infection. Moreover, these silent alloy isolation layers can block the continued expansion of dimensional infections that have already occurred. But they cannot block the occurrence of dimensional infections in clones. The source of the dimensional infection outbreak can be directly sealed into the appropriate blocking equipment in a targeted manner. Many cloning laboratories in the Empire have found perfect and effective ways to deal with it at first glance, and naturally continue to increase their efforts in human cloning experiments. This situation does seem to be a good thing at first glance. Isolating the clones can still trigger the dimensional infection they want, and directly sending the people into the isolation room saves a lot of trouble. However, no experiment can guarantee that there will never be any problems. The development of science and technology itself progresses through failure. Once the experiments related to dimensional infection fail, it is likely to lead to the leakage of dimensional infection. The mortality rate of dimensional infection leaks can be said to be high. To be precise, as long as it fails, the mortality rate is 100%. Even for psychers. No psycher can survive the dimensional infection leaking, even in its infancy. So far, at the imperial level, except for the president and Qin Ming, there are no survivors who have personally experienced dimensional infection. In addition, no matter how good the protection measures are, there will always be loopholes. Over time, even if the dimensional infection has been restricted, there is still the possibility of leakage. Once the dimension infection is leaked, a large number of people will die again. Later, the wave of deformed children began to be noticed, and the president gradually discovered the connection between deformed children and dimensional infection. The emergence of sequelae caused the Empire to have a 90% malformation rate among newborns for at least the next 20 years. Even if the Empire has cryosleep technology, it can extend human life in disguise. There have been no newborns in the past 20 years, which is indeed a heavy blow to the Empire, although it is not to the point of direct collapse. If this time continues to be extended, it will be really fatal. So after half a year of testing and verification, as well as the death of a large number of top scientific researchers, the Empire finally decided to completely ban this technology and seal all relevant information. Only the president and some government officials were qualified to use it. Of course now, because Wiju is suspected to have studied dimensional infection and found survivors who survived the dimensional infection, coupled with the dimensional infection that Qin experienced some time ago. The two sequelae are suspected to occur overlappingly, in order to completely solve the trouble of left diameter and dimensional infection, and carry out targeted prevention. Some information related to dimension infection has been unblocked in some levels. Qin didn't know whether Zhu Jing learned about the method of cutting off dimensional infections from the news of being lifted from the ban, or whether he developed it himself. No matter which one it is, they are definitely now the same as those cloning laboratories in the Empire that discovered new phenomena after experiencing the first dimensional infection event and continue to invest in research. He believed that the isolation method was very safe, and invested manpower, material and financial resources into it without any scruples, expanding research on dimensional infection. These are all supported by historical data as evidence and are not just random guesses by Qin. So at this moment, he stood in front of the open door of the outer spaceship. He directly regarded the worst outcome as the most likely outcome. That is, Zhu Jing also conducted a dimensional infection experiment in the underground laboratory. Judging from this, even if Zhu Jing did not actually do this, he would not suffer much loss. Qin raised his guard, then mobilized the metallic liquid he left in the underground laboratory, and headed to the closed door at the northernmost core of the laboratory. Before, he was worried that his own spiritual energy would be exposed, so he didn't dare to break the door directly. But since he was about to break in directly now, and he also believed that he could directly control the situation and delete information that was not beneficial to him, there was no need for him to deliberately make reservations. Although the door made of silent alloy material can block the fluctuations of psychic energy, Qin psychic energy cannot act on it. But the strength of the metal itself is not top-notch. It cannot stop physical attacks. Just set the time and let the metal liquid enter a short time before he lands to confirm the internal situation. If the metal liquid really discovered the dimensional infection, Qin would delay his action slightly. If you don't find any signs of dimensional infection, just rush in. After thinking it through, Qin no longer hesitated, released his grip on the door handle, and jumped off the spacecraft. Gravity pushed him straight down. After adjusting his posture in the air, the biomass nozzle behind him sprayed out a large amount of gray-green tail flames, once again providing him with a huge amount of acceleration. Under the dual acceleration of gravity and biological engines, Qin rushed straight to the ground like a meteor. The atmosphere of this planet is relatively high and thick. At this speed, it would take about 2 minutes to reach the ground from outside the atmosphere. It happened that the metallic liquid also turned into a metal filament with a thickness of only one molecule at this moment, directly penetrating the silent alloy film at the bottom of the door. Moreover, the single molecule structure created by Qin happened to bypass the sensing line in the middle of the silent alloy film and did not trigger this alarm. This was an unexpected surprise. But it makes no sense, because the big noise he is going to make next cannot be covered up without an alarm now. As a large amount of metallic liquid entered the deepest part of the laboratory, Qin immediately saw a chaotic scene. There were corpses everywhere, and flesh and blood tissue that had completely integrated into the metal walls. Everything related to living things had the heart-shaped distortion that Qin had seen in the corpse pit before. After the shape itself was used to express love, it was expressed through distorted human tissue or unknown flesh and blood tissue. Even if he had seen it once, it still gave Qin a queasy feeling. It's not just the nausea caused by sensing the fluctuations of the psychic beast's energy, but the real nausea that makes people physically uncomfortable. It is this scene that is in sharp contrast to the peace and harmony elsewhere in the laboratory. Qin held back unnecessary feelings. The metallic liquid expanded directly underground without any scruples, and quickly found the main control room and monitoring room, which were also covered in flesh and blood. He hacked into it using equipment made of metal liquid, and instantly took control of the core area of the laboratory. And through monitoring and dispersing metallic liquid, it was confirmed that there were indeed no signs of dimensional infection in the underground laboratory. Although Qin did see the corpse of the abnormal stomach monster, it was just a corpse. When the source died, these abnormal stomach monsters would naturally die. Moreover, the corpses of these deformed stomach monsters were not affected by the surrounding heart-shaped deformed flesh and blood. It seemed that psychic beasts and dimensional infection were mutually exclusive. When this was discovered, there were still 40 seconds before Qinming landed. He even had time to take a look at the database. The content in the database can only be said to be similar to that on the space station. When something goes wrong with the Psychic Beast project, there is indeed a warning from the core of the laboratory to the outside of the laboratory. However, all these warning signals were blocked by thoughtful people. If Qinming didn't interfere, I'm afraid it would have to wait until the inner spiritual beast developed before people outside would realize something was wrong inside. Then once the door opens, it's a wonderful experimental process. This is the left path. Qinming temporarily stopped investigating the database. There were still 10 seconds left before he reached the ground. Feeling the heat caused by the friction with the atmosphere, he slowly calmed down and prepared for battle. And inside the laboratory, management in an area outside the laboratory had anxiously pulled up a communications channel. The person in charge of laboratory safety had observed Qinming while he was still flying in the atmosphere, and immediately reported that Qinming was about to fall overhead. Of course, they still thought it was just a meteorite at this time. However, when their high-precision scanners detected the ferocious creature hurtling straight into the ground, they only felt numbness in their scalps. After an exchange on the emergency communication channel, they found that they had no means to stop the creature. Even the psychers responsible for the security of the laboratory could not withstand the impact from the stars. No one can interfere with Qinming's actions. The moment when Qinming, in insect form with red tail flames, hit a flat ground on the planet at a terrifying high speed, the shockwave visible to the naked eye was accompanied by a huge amount of dust that almost reached the sky, and the roar of the violent impact eliminated all sounds within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The ground collapsed and collapsed at the core of the impact, leaving only a straight deep pit that led straight to the ground. After hitting the ground, Qinming continued to penetrate thousands of meters deep underground, directly smashing the structure of the laboratory and rushing into the core area that was already covered by the flesh and blood of the psychic beast. The jet-black carapace exuded a scorching aura, and even the impact brought by Qinming's continuous acceleration failed to cause any effective damage to him. The impact, which was incomparable even to the speed of the Gauss cannon's SH.LS, was nothing to Qinming. The scorching heat on Qinming's body gradually dissipated, and he didn't care about the possible paths coming from outside, choosing to go directly to the spiritual beast. Anyway, if Zhu Jing dares to open the door now, he will die. The influence of the psychic beast can even charm him. It is already a luxury for some ordinary people to survive even if they meet him. Even if there is a left path, there are still psychics here, and the best they can do is protect themselves. There is nothing to say. Going back to deal with the left path is just a waste of time. It is better to deal with the psychic beast. Qinming walked straight to the center of the laboratory. As soon as Qinming started to act, the surrounding environment began to convey to him a feeling of disgust that made him want to vomit. Those human tissues that clearly belonged to different people, but were adhered to each other, made him once again experience what it meant to be disgusted. Speaking of which, anything related to such extreme psychic powers seems a bit disgusting. It's all blood and flesh. Is this some kind of rule? This thought flashed through Qinming's mind. But he did not struggle with it immediately. Instead, he suppressed the thought in his heart and suppressed the nauseating feeling. Now that everything else is empty, killing the psychic beast is the most important thing. Through the monitoring system in the deepest part of the laboratory that had not been completely damaged, Qinming easily determined the location of the psychic beast. However, when Qinming came here, he found that this spiritual beast didn't look like a beast at all, just an ever-expanding lump of flesh. Through psychic perception, Qinming could clearly feel that the core of this spiritual beast was a spiritual stone that had been fused with flesh and blood, and the nature of the mind beast. According to the research data Qinming found from the database here, the psychic beast is just a byproduct of the research on the Psychic Beast project. What Zhu Jing is really researching is to use the extreme emotions of the ectoplasm stone to affect the properties of the body. It is not to directly kill people like corpses in a pit, but to coexist with people and ectoplasm stones. Somewhat similar to parasitism. It's just letting people parasitize the spirit stone. It turns people into possessing properties similar to those of ectoplasmic stones, protecting their existence and preventing them from being eroded by dimensional infection. These psychic beasts are the result of a failed experiment, which is the manifestation of the ectoplasmic stone reversely eroding the human body. And this is the origin of the name of this project. Seeing the piece of meat slowly squirming in front of him made Qinming feel nauseated to the extreme. Qinming couldn't hold it any longer. Everything he did before was based on safety. Since there is no problem with safety, there is only the simplest thing left for him to do. Qinming leaned forward slightly and made a forceful movement. The dark beast flew onto the bloated body of the spiritual beast in an instant. The spikes that popped up on his arm slid into the body of the psychic beast like a hot knife cutting through cold oil, tearing open a gap big enough for Qinming, who was now 3 meters tall, to fit in. And when Qinming used his strength again, there was a hole punched through the center of the piece of meat. Qinming appeared behind the meat block, and what he was holding in his hand was the ectoplasmic stone that adhered to flesh and blood tissue. Part of the ectoplasm stone has begun to turn into flesh, and there are also some biological reactions. Some boneless flesh and blood that was almost equivalent to growing on the spirit stone immediately wrapped around Qinming's hand after leaving the piece of flesh. Part of me wants to return to my original body, and the other part wants to occupy Qinming's body. Of course, Qinming would not let this thing realize any of his ideas. A trace amount of plasma emerged in his palm, directly charring all the flesh and blood on the ectoplasm stone. After knocking the ectoplasmic stone on the wall next to it, all the charred flesh and blood tissue was shaken off. Qinming got an ectoplasm stone again. Its psionic quality is obsession. It has a dark red heart-shaped pattern that looks like dried blood. Chapter 268 Totem Pole. While holding the obsession ectoplasm stone, Qinming was originally a little relaxed because the target was solved. But suddenly he remembered something. Just 2 hours ago, he had released the metallic liquid in advance to follow the left path spacecraft to the planet. But in the laboratory, he sensed the existence of the prosthesis that could threaten and whooping. But since he fell from the sky, the sense of danger he had felt before has not appeared again. Not even until he came to the mountain-like spiritual beast. Even after removing the spiritual beast's core and the ectoplasmic stone, there was still no sense of danger. It was as if the dangerous feeling he had sensed before had nothing to do with the psychic beast. Or maybe it's because his insect form's abilities have skyrocketed, so he can no longer sense danger from the psychic beast that originally sensed danger? Qinming felt that this should not be the case. His and whooping fake body's ability is integrated regardless of whether it is in the normal state or the insect form. It cannot be said that his perception is wrong. But the fact is that the spiritual beast he just faced did not pose any threat to him. The nausea caused by the things on this mountain of meat could not bring him anything in a practical sense. Protected by the wild word spiritual stone, this impression of another type of spiritual stone could not possibly pose a threat to him. This had been determined from the very beginning. So what is the real threat? Qinming put the ectoplasmic stone away and glanced around the body of the body that was gradually dissolving. However, there was still no discovery, and the sense of danger that I felt before just disappeared out of thin air. Qinming didn't even notice when he disappeared. Obviously, his metallic liquid has been staying in the laboratory, although it did not directly enter the innermost part of the laboratory. Since he could feel the danger before, he should also feel the danger later. But the sense of danger disappeared just like that. And the situation was very strange. The more Qinming thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He was certain that it was definitely not the psychic beast that threatened him, but something else. There must be something else in the lab. But this thing did not appear at this moment. Qinming took over all the still running monitoring systems in the laboratory through the metal liquid and found nothing wrong. The only place where there was movement was near the laboratory and the deepest door of the laboratory. Some left path elements, with the support of a psyker, worked hard to reseal the open door and clean up all the flesh and blood tissue of the psychic beast that had spread out. Zhou Jing finally discovered that something was wrong in the deepest part of the laboratory because of Qinming's falling from the sky and his direct trajectory into the deepest part of the laboratory, without any response. So they really opened the door. As a result, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the psychic beasts escaped, and the motionless flesh and blood tissue that originally covered the door suddenly began to proliferate. Although the flesh and blood tissue derived from the psychic beast does not have the extremely disgusting ability to spread, like dimensional infection, and the terrifying situation of infecting people into inhuman monsters. But the flesh and blood of the psychic beast and the spiritual energy fluctuations it spreads are also offensive. Moreover, the psychic beast is different from the dimensional infection. Even if the core of the psychic beast is destroyed, the other derivative tissues of the psychic beast will still remain active for a period of time. So even if Qinming has killed the source and taken away the source's obsession ectoplasm stone, there are still a lot of active psychic energy fluctuations in the entire laboratory, and a large amount of distorted flesh and blood tissue is still alive. As soon as the door is opened, these psychic fluctuations will act on the brains of these left-wing elements, which are just ordinary people, attracting them to rush towards the flesh and blood tissue that is twisted into a heart shape. Anyone who is affected by obsession and jumps on it will be eaten by these flesh and blood tissues to maintain the survival of flesh and blood. And in those places that haven't had time to be chewed, heart-shaped twisted and distorted tissue grows, gradually integrating with other flesh and blood. Of course, if the body had been dragged away in advance, a little bit of human form should still be preserved. And this is the source of the corpses that were dumped into the pit before. The psychic beast and the security measures in the laboratory is easy to deal with. But the leak is not so easy to deal with. With the support of a psychic, Zhu Jing could only close the door reluctantly and rest at the door. Speaking of which, the single molecule-sized hole left by Chen Ming did not affect the leakage of the psychic beast. It wasn't Chen Ming who made up for it, but the nature of the silent alloy film itself. The silent alloy film is composed of multiple layers of silent alloy molecules stacked together. There is a special link between different molecules, similar to the molecular bonds that maintain the structure of molecules, but larger. And its nature is to block the penetration of spiritual energy fluctuations, and play the role of isolating spiritual energy fluctuations. Just looking at the material properties of the silent alloy itself, it is impossible to prevent the penetration of psychic energy fluctuations. Therefore, there will still be this special link inside the molecule's loophole left by Chen Ming, blocking the penetration of psychic energy fluctuations. That's why when Chen Ming's metallic liquid came in, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the psychic beast were not leaked out. So now Zhu Jing can stand safely at the door after opening and closing the door. When seeing this scene, Chen Ming suddenly thought, since he couldn't find the source of the danger, why not just go out and deal with the left path first? If the left path is gone, he can completely explore the laboratory without worrying about being disturbed. Chen Ming thought for a while and realized that there seemed to be no problem in doing so. So he took a step towards the periphery of the laboratory. However, at the moment before he took the second step, he suddenly felt a shuddering feeling. Chen Ming immediately turned his head warily, and the shuddering feeling had turned into an extreme sense of danger in the process of turning his head. A sense of danger that could threaten Wu Bing's prosthesis. He felt an aura coming from inside the laboratory. A chaotic but not chaotic aura, but rather a dangerous aura with some unique order. Chen Ming looked accurately at the direction from which the breath came. As his eyes moved, heavy and dense footsteps slowly sounded in that direction. Even though the sense of danger was enough to threaten Wu Bing's survival, it still continued to rise. This huge sense of danger seemed to kill him easily. The sense of danger he felt with the metallic liquid was even more terrifying than before. Something is wrong. The last time Chen Ming sensed this level of danger was when the pirate space station was almost hit head-on by a tachyon spear. A direct shot from a tachyon spear might not be able to kill Wu Bing now. So why should he be a product of the Zhujiao laboratory? Chen Ming felt a little unbelievable. But his danger perception ability had protected him many times, and he could not go against what his instinct told him to feel. And the situation may not necessarily be the same as before. For example, Chen Ming's main body can actually be solved with a pistol, but his fighting ability is definitely not weak. Therefore, it is very likely that this thing is not able to directly kill Wu Bing on the physical level, but can kill Wu Bing in other ways, as long as he is alert to this method. However, in addition to the danger perception, Chen Ming also felt that the size of the movement of the thing was also wrong. The problem with the Mind Beast project occurred at about the same time as the problem with the dimensional infection on the space station. The flesh and blood tissue that spread had no time to destroy the laboratory equipment. Therefore, there are not many monitors for damage to the laboratory. And the same applies to the direction from which the noise came. With such a heavy voice and a size that is definitely not small, it is absolutely impossible to avoid his surveillance. Then why didn't he see it just now? Chen Minggang wanted to mobilize the surveillance camera to see what was going on. But the heavy footsteps suddenly started to rush, like a beast that had found its prey. He made denser and heavier footsteps that seemed to be sprinting, making people even more suspicious of what was behind the sound. Chen Ming was not affected by the urgent voice and immediately called up the monitoring system. The source of the sound at the corner some distance ahead, where there should be something, was empty on the monitor. Nothing. However, when Chen Ming really raised his head, the source of the dense and heavy footsteps came out from the corner in front. This is a creature that might be called a creature. A columnar creature supported by the arms of countless people who had lost all their fingers, leaving only their palms. Above these hundreds of arms is also a columnar body made up of layers of broken arm links. Blood and flesh are stuck together, and rolled flesh and broken bones can be seen everywhere. The body was constantly trembling and shaking, sprinkling a large amount of blood visible to the naked eye. And at the top is a head with two faces, front and back. The front is a neutral smiling face with a charming feel. On the back is an expressionless, cold face. Both faces looked like the kind of faces that would be carved on a totem pole. But it would be okay if it was really a totem pole, because the two faces Qinming saw now were made of flesh and blood, using human faces through the forced distortion method that Qinming had seen many times, to create a kind of mask face. This situation is disgusting. But it doesn't matter what this thing looks like. Qinming has seen all kinds of ugly things more than once. The important thing is that the threat and danger brought by this thing are exactly the existence that Qinming previously perceived could pose a fatal threat to Whooping. Qinming already felt that something was wrong. And after actually seeing this thing with his naked eyes, Qinming felt that something was wrong. It seems to be the product of a mixture of beings with various psychic properties. Although it is weird, there is an inexplicable harmony. Qinming glanced at the surveillance camera again. Confirmation that this totem pole-like existence can indeed only be seen with the naked eye. The blood dripping on its body also does not appear in the monitoring, and can only be seen clearly with the naked eye. Just the fact that the monitoring can't lock it down already shows that this is a troublesome thing. Although it was dangerous, Qinming felt that he had to try it. He made a vigorous movement, but before he could actually rush out, he suddenly stopped. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He was just one step away from death. Just before he dashed off, his sense of danger came to a head. If he really rushed over, he would be dead. Fighting hand-to-hand with this totem pole will definitely cause trouble, and he must not get close. Qinming casually pulled off a large piece of iron sheet from the wall next to him, twisted it into a javelin shape, secreted a little horny substance at the tip of the metal javelin, and threw it at the monster. The javelin easily penetrated the body of the totem pole monster, and the entire javelin was directly nailed into the wall behind it, and shattered under the huge impact. However, Qinming's expression became even worse, because when the javelin penetrated this monster, it did not pierce it, but passed directly through it, without hitting it at all. It seems to be a disembodied existence. Qinming made several throwing weapons again, and threw them towards the totem pole. Just like the first one, all the weapons could not hit this thing reliably. It seems like there is no way to stop it, even after Qinming continuously fired the javelin and failed to hit it. The totem pole monster seemed to be enraged and rushed towards him with its lower limbs made of a large number of broken arms. Although the speed is indeed not fast, the sense of approaching fatal danger is real. Qinming couldn't help but raise his palm, and the plasma would be released at any time. However, he suddenly stopped what he was doing, changed direction, turned around and ran towards the outside of the laboratory. When you are not sure what the enemy's abilities are, it is best not to use the trump card directly. There happened to be some resting leftist elements outside, and they could help test out what abilities this totem pole monster had. Through surveillance, Qinming found that near the door between the deepest part of the laboratory and the outside world, the psyker was not there at this time, and seemed to have gone to get something, because the situation here in the laboratory was too ordinary. He was not ready, and it might take a while before he could come. That's just right. Qinming continued to run wildly inside the laboratory. In just 10 seconds, he rushed from the deepest part of the laboratory to the door leading to the periphery of the laboratory, and slammed into the door without losing any momentum, directly smashing the door into pieces. Broken metal, and a large amount of flesh and blood tissue that had not been completely dispersed spread to the periphery of the laboratory with Qinming's collision, instantly killed a large number of Zhuijing, and also brought out the flesh and blood tissue of the spiritual beast that Zhuijing had worked so hard to block back. Behind Qinming, the totem pole that was not very fast just now was strangely maintaining a very high speed, and was hanging not far behind Qinming. You can immediately step out of the innermost area of the laboratory. Qinming noticed that the flesh and blood of these spiritual beasts seemed to have nothing to do with the totem pole monster. They simply stepped on the flesh and blood without interfering with each other. Obviously he can feel that this totem pole has psychic properties similar to those of obsession, but he doesn't know what it is. Qinming did not dwell on this situation. Only when he won the battle did he deserve to dwell on this matter. He ignored all the leftists and continued to run out of the laboratory, as if he didn't care about anything. Some Zhuiju tried to block him, but Qinming's strength was not something they could bear. Even if it was just a slight brush, Qinming could kill someone directly like a train. And in fact, More of the left path has been attracted by the presence inside the laboratory. They were confused by the flesh and blood tissue of the spiritual beast, and each of them pounced on the flesh and blood tissue that had just had a feast. However, just after these people approached the deepest part of the laboratory, the men's arms were suddenly and inexplicably broken. The incisions seemed to have been violently torn off by something. Ning looked at the location of these people's wounds, the characteristics of these violently torn wounds, and the direction of force, and came to a terrifying conclusion. It was these people's arms that used their own strength to prevent themselves from being torn off. The arms of the leftist elements fell to the ground, crawling like maggots onto the body of the totem pole that was moving towards the gate, continuing to add bricks to the body of the arm links. And the consciousness of these leftists, who lost their limbs, suddenly became clear. They were no longer charmed by the flesh and blood tissue of the psychic beast and regained consciousness. But after they woke up, they saw the huge totem pole not far away, and their hands a little ahead of them, crawling forward. This scene is even more terrifying for them. It's even better to die in infatuation. At this moment, the leftists felt the dual fear from the biological instinct and the spiritual level at the same time. No amount of brainwashing worked at this moment. The leftists who had woken up tried desperately to escape, but the rest of their body tissues suddenly had their own consciousness. As the leftist elements suddenly stopped howling, their bodies split and eroded, crawling towards the totem pole again and being sucked into their bodies. The psychic from Zhujiu finally arrived in a hurry. When he saw the two faces at the top of the totem pole, he was suddenly stunned, with a hint of panic on his expression. Faceless! Ning heard him talking to himself. This faceless shouldn't be the face that he couldn't see on the totem pole. But when he saw this face, he thought of faceless, a term that was suspected to be Zhujia's internal code name. This totem pole monster is indeed closely related to Zhuijing. I just don't know what is going on with this monster. Chen Mingming had never seen a description of this monster in any document on the space station or underground laboratory. But this thing just appeared. Moreover, Chen Ming feels that rather than saying that this thing is something developed by humans, it is better to say that this thing is actually natural. It is something that grows naturally without any human influence, although it is formed from various human tissues. Chen Ming felt this way when he saw it, and there is a familiar feeling. Chen Ming had already hid in a corner, leaving the scene to the leftist elements. At the same time, he was thinking desperately about what could be so familiar to him. If he had an impression of such a dangerous thing, he would not forget it. He had to remember it. Just when Chen Ming was thinking, the psyker on the left path suddenly turned around and ran back the way he came. He gave up on the left path of the rescue laboratory after seeing that face, and the door that was completely damaged beyond repair. He wants to run away. Although Chen Ming was thinking about something, he couldn't just let him run away. He deliberately brought the totem pole here so that the psychers from Zhuijia could help test what abilities this monster had, so that the next battle would be easier for him. How could you just let someone go? Chen Ming, who was closer to the periphery of the laboratory than the left path psyker, created a small amount of plasma directly around him and threw it everywhere in the laboratory, destroying a large number of load-bearing structures in the laboratory. In front of the left path, where the psyker escaped, ruins were created that completely blocked the passage. The left path psyker's eyes were splitting when he saw this scene, and the psychic energy in his body was stimulated. A surge of magnetic force pulled the damaged laboratory structure, forcibly tearing a passage from the collapsed passage that could barely pass through. This psyker's ability is to control electromagnetic forces. Chen Ming had already discovered it when he was handling the soul beast's flesh and blood at the door just now. It just so happens that there are many metal structures in the laboratory, which is indeed a good place for him to perform. But it was too late. Chen Ming destroyed more than one laboratory structure. He simply doesn't have the ability to clean up in a short time. And he didn't have time either. The leftist elements behind him, which were also blocked deep in the laboratory by the ruins, had all been wiped out in just a few minutes. It is impossible to survive under the dual influence of two ferocious psychic creatures, the mind beast flesh and the totem pole. And Chen Ming was constantly destroying the structure of the laboratory in front, making it impossible for him to escape. The next thing he could do was face the totem pole monster head-on. The left path psyker turned his head and saw the totem pole monster that was almost in front of him. He roared at the top of his lungs, and after being pushed to the extreme, he exploded to the extreme. Substantial electric light flashed across his body, and with the blessing of magnetism, he drove a large number of weapons made of messy metals. Under the influence of electromagnetic force, he burst out at extremely fast speeds and rushed towards the totem pole. Then, it disappeared. He swung a large number of metal-structured weapons towards the totem pole. But the weapon passed directly through the body of the totem pole. But when he was also close, he was swallowed by the totem pole. After a short moment of silence, Qin Ning saw that the two faces at the top of the totem pole were suddenly torn apart and pulled to the side, leaving an empty space, and began to pull the flesh and blood tissue, forming the appearance of the left path psyker who had just been swallowed. Suddenly a flash of lightning flashed across the entire totem pole. The psychic energy fluctuations of the dead psyker just now were strengthening it. Chapter 269 The Light of Annihilation. Broken. Qin Ning thought to himself. Why are all the psychics in Zhujiu so incompetent? And they died suddenly without trying anything out? The same thing happened to the Black Mist who assassinated him before. He seemed to have something to say. But after 2 waves of fighting, his mental power was exhausted. He tried to escape, but was captured alive by him. The doorman at the space station behind him was almost unprepared. He was suddenly attacked by him, and died suddenly. He didn't even know what psychic power was. Now, the psyker I just met who can control electromagnetic force can only control metal, and has no other performance. Using metal to make large weapons looks very impressive. But in the end, I didn't understand anything and just gave it away. The psyker on the left path really doesn't work. But think about it. Unless there is a compelling reason for a true psychic, who would go to the left path? The fact that Zhujiang's psykers are weaker than the Empire's psykers is good news for Qin Ning. But it's more troublesome at this time. This electromagnetic psyker gave it away without even trying out anything, and gave a new ability to the totem pole. This is actually considered a mistake by Qin Ning. He didn't expect that the psyker in Zhujiang couldn't even resist a confrontation and died suddenly. And the way of sudden death is very strange. It's hard to understand what this totem pole is capable of. What is it? Even the insect queen cannot directly devour a complete psyker and then recreate the psyker's psychic abilities. The capabilities of this thing are really a bit exaggerated. If it was him who just rushed over to fight in close quarters, I'm afraid the third face on the totem pole now should be in Whoopings. Wait, if you think so? So are the 2 faces on this totem pole the psykers who were eaten earlier? Does this also mean that there were originally 3 psykers in this underground laboratory? If there were other psykers who had been eaten earlier, something was wrong. Not only is the totem pole's ability so powerful that it's abnormal, it's also the fact that Zhujiang actually sent 5 psykers here. Let's not talk about whether there are so many psykers in Zhujiang. But why did Zhujiang arrange 5 psykers in this galaxy? The space station and the research content in the laboratory here do not make it necessary for the left path to reach this level, unless that totem pole is also part of the research. However, Qin Ning immediately rejected this idea, because he currently controls the entire underground laboratory. Although all databases have not been read in detail, the general contents have basically been confirmed. All research content has nothing to do with this totem pole status thing, especially on the space station. There is no clue that Zhujiang is conducting this research. Qin Ning is now more inclined to think that this is a new trap created by Zhujiang himself, rather than a leak in the laboratory that they had originally planned to take the initiative to deal with. And look at the 2 faces at the top of the totem pole. Although it is a masked face deliberately twisted out of flesh and blood, one of the faces is obviously neutral and has a clear sense of charm. This face gave Qin Ning a feeling of fascination when he first saw it, which was similar to the feeling that being obsessed with the ectoplasm stone gave him. The other face was expressionless, cold and hard, and the feeling it gave him was similar to that of a certain ectoplasmic stone. Therefore, the faces Qin Ning sees now should be the embodiment of the psychic characteristics of this totem pole. I have already experienced the ability to be infatuated when I saw it. It's just that this feeling was protected by the word of madness ectoplasm stone, turned into a feeling of vomiting, and overlapped with the psychic energy fluctuations emanating from the flesh and blood of the spiritual beasts that were also triggered by the obsession ectoplasm stone. So it didn't feel like it. It's not obvious, but it is there. And the electromagnetic field ability grew on that new face. And he felt it when the totem pole emitted electric light. It was even the most obvious ability he felt. Then that cold face should also have its own unique ability. Maybe the face cannot be observed by devices other than the naked eye, and cannot be touched from the physical level. As for Qin Ning's ability to directly eat people and transform them, it doesn't feel like the effect of those 3 faces. It is the nature of the ability of the totem pole itself. If this thing continues to be given the opportunity to devour psykers, how far this thing can grow is obviously a question that people have to think about. But they don't want to really happen. Such a thing that can directly kill even the fake body that Qin Ning spent a lot of effort to create. If it really grows up, a lot of troublesome things will happen. But things didn't turn around. Because as the totem pole eats the psychers on the left path, a third face grows at the top. Qin-Ming can clearly feel that the totem pole's mixed and chaotic feeling of multiple abilities has become more and more obvious. It is even obvious that it may collapse at any time. It becomes more fragile when absorbing new abilities, which seems to be its weakness. It doesn't seem unacceptable to Qin-Ming to give this totem pole one more ability in exchange for discovering its weaknesses. However, this chaotic state that is close to collapse has not really caused the totem pole to collapse. It is rapidly recovering from this state of unrestricted and unfettered spiritual energy. Qin-Ming no longer thought about it. He had to seize this opportunity. The plasma condensed and formed in his hand, and was restricted by the strong magnetic force into the shape of a spear. Releasing the plasma directly causes the plasma's power to be dispersed. Only by using the force of the magnetic field to restrict it into some shapes, and adding some materials that constrain the shape slightly on the outside can the power of plasma be better exerted. The Zerg muscles on Qin-Ming's body were twisted into an extremely solid block, and he used his huge body power to throw out the almost substantial plasma spear. Continuous plasma explosions extended from the trajectory of Qin-Ming's spear to the front of the totem pole. The moment the plasma spear hit, it did not pass through directly like before. The small amount of Zerg horn that Qin-Ming made to restrain the plasma spear exploded at the moment of impact. The powerful explosion directly collapsed the passage of the laboratory, completely burying the totem pole in the ruins. It can be seen that even the restrained spear-type plasma will escape a large amount and react with the surrounding environment, causing the energy used for the main attack to attenuate. However, Qin-Ming's restriction effect was not bad. At least the power of the explosion was concentrated near the totem pole. However, before he could be happy about the power of this spear, he heard another movement from inside the ruins. All the metal structures on the ruins of the collapsed laboratory were pulled by a magnetic force, which took away most of the collapsed soil. The collapsed passages were rebuilt, revealing the appearance of an almost undamaged totem pole. Only some of the arms and limbs that make up the trunk showed some signs of damage. And there were no other injuries at all. Not even a scratch was left on the charming face where the spear hit directly. Qin-Ming's heart sank, and the plasma spear in his hand condensed again. This time the glow of plasma flashing on the spear he condensed was even more dazzling than before. However, as a flash of light and a series of roars of explosions occurred, the situation was no different from before. The effect of this spear is not even as good as before. His plasma couldn't kill the monster. And at this moment, the totem pole is adapting to the new electromagnetic capabilities at an alarming rate. The chaotic fluctuations on it have disappeared, and can even interfere with Qin-Ming's release of plasma to a certain extent. Plasma is actually an effect extended by the power of a magnetic field, but it requires some additional assistance. A pure magnetic field cannot create plasma. However, as the magnetic field is a part of the plasma, interference can still be achieved using only the magnetic field. Moreover, and Whooping's plasma is not psychic energy, but plasma manually created by body organs. Such an ordinary ability is inherently at a disadvantage compared to psychic abilities. Not to mention two abilities that are relatively close in nature. Qin-Ming tried to condense the spear again, but this time, the spear was not even as bright as the first spear. After Totem Pole completely mastered the electromagnetic ability, it was difficult for Whooping's prosthetic ability to cause effective damage to this thing. A bit troublesome. At this time, Qin-Ming could still clearly feel that the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to the totem pole around him were constantly expanding, and the spiritual energy fluctuations of the spiritual beast were almost invisible. His biggest enemy now is this totem pole. How to fight? How to defeat such a monster that can be said to be a perfect counterweight to Whooping? It is known that direct melee combat is seeking death, and the ability to use plasma is also restrained to death. Even if he could blow up the entire laboratory directly, he probably wouldn't be able to restrain this monster, who also has the ability to control magnetic fields. Moreover, it was still the effect that Qin-Ming had just created, and it was still barely causing a little damage after it had just absorbed the Psyker and entered a brief period of chaos. Where could he find another Psyker? Qin-Ming had the answer in his mind when he thought about this question. But Whooping's prosthesis took him a lot of effort to make, so he couldn't just give Whooping away. I'll have to see if there are other opportunities. Qin-Ming stopped confronting the totem pole and turned around to retreat towards the periphery of the laboratory. Totem Pole followed immediately, and while constantly killing leftist elements outside the laboratory who failed to evacuate the laboratory, they continued to advance towards Qin-Ming. The Totem Pole does not even need to be seen by the left-wing elements, as long as its spiritual energy wave spreads and contacts those left-wing elements. Their limbs will break on their own, and the whole person will become part of the totem pole. As more and more left-wing molecules on the periphery of the laboratory are killed by totem poles, the diameter and length of the totem pole have more than doubled compared to when they first appeared. If the laboratory space were not large enough, the passages between the laboratories might not be able to accommodate this size. But since Chen-Ning had tried it before and physical methods were ineffective, then the totem pole should actually have the ability to ignore obstacles. I just don't know why the totem pole is still following the path he took. And as the size of the totem pole grew, Chen-Ning found that its speed became faster and faster, and the limbs under it were obviously stronger than before. Chen-Ning was forced to speed up his pace. Things were gradually developing towards a situation he didn't want to see. Unconsciously, Chen-Ning had approached the door of the laboratories and climbed passage leading to the outside world. Without thinking much, he took a different path near the gate and circled back towards the deepest part of the laboratory. This totem pole was obviously close to the gate, but it didn't take the opportunity to leave. It still followed. It looks like only one of it, and Chen-Ning can survive today. Although the totem pole can use psychic energy to interfere with Chen-Ning, it really can't kill Chen-Ning without getting close. In other words, if Chen-Ning wants to run away, he can actually leave directly and get on the spaceship, and the totem pole will no longer have the ability to track him. But Chen-Ning didn't want to think that he would have to solve the trouble himself. Just when Chen-Ning was taking the totem pole in a circle, he was thinking about what other methods he could use to deal with this monster. He circled back to where he first entered the laboratory. And here, he suddenly discovered a strange place. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the psychic beast are actually being absorbed by the totem pole. This is either a completely unrelated or even somewhat repulsive feeling to the spiritual beast and dimensional infection, or the spiritual energy fluctuations of the totem pole are absorbing and transforming the spiritual energy fluctuations of the spiritual beast. Chen-Ning was shocked and immediately sensed the remaining mental power he had left along the way. The results are horrific. The remaining psychic fluctuations during his actions, that is, the psychic fluctuations of the insect queen, are also being absorbed by the totem pole. It's no wonder that just during this period of being tracked, the totem pole had already shown some signs of increased physical strength. It will slowly absorb the psychic energy fluctuations escaping in the surrounding environment. Not just by eating psychers. In the process of any psyker fighting the totem pole, his abilities will gradually become part of the totem pole. Isn't this a little scary? The more he thought about it, the more Chen-Ning felt that the power of this totem pole made it difficult to think of a suitable solution. And just when the totem pole absorbed more and more psychic energy fluctuations, Chen-Ning saw that the top of the totem pole monster suddenly tore apart without any warning. A new face poked out from the crack and twisted, forming a mask-like face with the appearance of an whooping. The power of the insect queen was usurped by it. Chen-Ning felt horrified at this moment. At this moment, the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations on the totem pole body appeared again. Chen-Ning knew this was his only chance left. All the energy in Whooping's body was used by him to convert plasma. All the converted plasma was condensed into a small ball with a diameter of no more than 10 centimeters in the palm of Chen-Ning's hand. An extremely magnificent ball of light exuding a destructive aura. The light ball formed by excess plasma was thrown by Chen-Ning. A light of annihilation flickered beneath the laboratory floor. A light that could blind everyone filled the entire laboratory. This time the plasma did not explode, but silently annihilated all existences that came into contact with this light. Even Chen-Ning couldn't see clearly what was happening to the totem pole in front of the light. After a long time, this plasma beam finally dissipated. The laboratory did not collapse. The surrounding soil and rocks that have not been in direct contact with the light of annihilation, but have been almost burned into glass, still support the laboratory. The appearance of the totem pole appeared in front of Chen-Ning again. The plasma ball he used up almost all his energy to create did indeed have an effect. The severed arms on the totem pole's torso were broken into large pieces, revealing the bright red and obviously surviving various organs inside. A large number of organs poured to the ground as the gap in the torso appeared. It seemed that Chen-Ning's attack method had indeed caused serious damage to the totem pole. However, Chen-Ning didn't have time to rejoice yet. At the bottom of the totem pole, the arms that had worn away their fingers during movement suddenly began to twitch and move. They reluctantly picked up the internal organs on the ground and smashed themselves to fill the wounds caused by the plasma just now. Chen-Ning's face darkened, and he held his right hand empty. He was already using spiritual energy to transfer Zerg energy crystals to Whooping to replenish the energy he had just consumed. But another terrible thing happened to the totem pole. Just a few seconds after its lost internal organs were stuffed in, Its limbs had already repaired the gaps. And as the psychic energy fluctuations of the insect queen emerged on its body, those wounds healed naturally. After all, the body-strengthening spiritual energy provided by the insect queen is comprehensive, and the speed of recovery from injuries is also a part of the body's strength. It was originally a very useful psychic power for Qinming, but he didn't expect that it would be so disgusting when used on hostile beings. Qinming's heart has completely sunk, but he had no intention of retreating. The insect queen's psychic energy had been absorbed by An Whooping without being eaten, but he still had one more chance. At this time, there was no living person in the entire Zhujiao laboratory. All monitoring equipment is also under his control, and he can use his own psychic powers at will. This is the last, only chance. If he fails, he may personally cultivate an even more terrifying monster that possesses his psychic powers, the insect queen's psychic powers, and the other 3 abilities. The consequences may not be something he can bear, but Qinming no longer thought about it at this time. He didn't want to think about the consequences if this thing failed. He had to rely on instinct to fight. This is what he did when he encountered a desperate situation in the past. If he hadn't instinctively told him to use the Word of Madness ectoplasm stone to hedge against the spiritual nurse, he would have died on Zwijing's experimental table. So now he plans to ignore everything and just believe in himself and his own instincts. Just do what his instincts tell him to do. Qinming took a deep breath and released his own spiritual energy fluctuations. The totem pole that was still chasing Qinming instantly sped up its movements a lot, although there were no obvious expressions on its 4 masked faces. But Qinming could feel that it was thirsting for his spiritual energy. Qinming has completely emptied his mind. Huge amounts of psychic energy fluctuations are escaping inside the laboratory, and the entire laboratory is becoming his own country. And in this process, the totem pole is desperately trying to absorb this unique spiritual energy that cannot leave any residue of spiritual energy fluctuations. Only 2 minutes had passed before the top of the totem pole was torn apart by itself once again. But this time, the situation seemed a little different from before. The torn flesh and blood tissue has yet to condense into a new face. Instead, it continues to flow blood to the outside world and continuously loses the spiritual energy fluctuations belonging to the totem pole itself. The totem pole cannot reproduce Qinming's spiritual energy. It cannot transform Qinming's spiritual energy into its own part. The complexity of Qinming's psychic abilities cannot be replicated by any other creature or existence. Suddenly, a large amount of dark organs and blood spurted out from the cracked wound that the totem pole tore open on its own. It was vomiting, spitting out the spiritual energy fluctuations that belonged to Qinming. As it did so, it also fell into a weaker position than before. The Whispers of Madness ectoplasm is extreme in its psionic properties. Although the obsession with ectoplasmic stone is neutral in nature, it is also very extreme. The totem pole also seems to be an existence closely related to extremes. But obviously, the nature of Qinming's psychic fluctuations is the most extreme. At this moment, the dark beast, wrapped in a magnificent luster, suddenly appeared in front of the weak totem pole. Instinct told Qinming that the totem pole at this moment no longer had the ability to kill him directly. The luster on his body was due to the continuous supply of energy crystals from Qinming. The extremely concentrated plasma naturally escaped, and Qinming could no longer restrain the luster. Qinming jumped up and jumped to the top of the totem pole. His clenched right fist rushed directly into the crack at the top of the totem pole.
Like to eat?
Qinming loosened his grip on his right hand, and a ball of pure white light with an interior like a starry sky was stuffed into the body of the totem pole. At this moment, Qinming felt danger again. Not the danger from the totem pole, but the danger from the plasma he had just created. Amid the sharp stinging sensation, Qinming immediately ran away from the totem pole, relying on the top-notch digging capabilities of the Zerg unit to hide deeper underground. However, he didn't have time to hide in a position where there was no sense of danger at all. There was a sudden tinnitus in his ears, coming from An Whooping, a prosthetic body that could withstand large weapons. At this moment, An Whooping has absolutely no way to collect any effective information. It could only be confirmed that An Whooping was still alive. Although hiding in advance could not completely escape the scope of the plasma, it was still useful. Therefore, Qinming could only try to confirm the situation through monitoring around the laboratory. However, looking back now, everything in the laboratory seems to have failed. Qinming could only take a longer view and try to use the equipment of the Ecological Observation Space Station to observe the situation on the planet. But soon, Qinming realized that there was no need to use the equipment on the space station, because now, Only with the naked eye can you see the light that lights up on the surface of the planet like a star. This terrifying plasma burst can be observed on the space station. Chapter 270: The Origin of Chaos. The pictures of the ordinary external monitoring facilities of the Ecological Observation Space Station have all been attracted by the light of the miniature star on the planet. After all, this is the result of highly concentrated plasma in an underground closed environment. The violent reaction was as if Qinming had filled Yin Xiong's metal giant with explosives. The explosives at that time blasted Yin Xiong completely until he was completely disabled. And this time, the totem pole was also completely killed. Everything within the scope covered by the light of annihilation is being erased. Whether it was the spiritual beast or the spiritual energy fluctuations of the totem pole, they were all completely destroyed by this powerful explosion. Qinming could no longer feel any spiritual energy fluctuations at this time. Psychic energy looks and sounds very metaphysical. But even the most metaphysical things can also be destroyed by physical means. If it can't be destroyed, it means the caliber is not enough, and the power is not enough. If the plasma created by Qinming this time is not strong enough, then of course Qinming can use it again with a higher intensity. But there is no need for it now. I have to say, this totem pole is a hacking monster. Without taking the initiative to feed this guy psychic energy, it might take some effort for Qinming to come over and deal with it himself. No. If he had come in person, he would have just washed the ground with stardust meteors. Or even worse, he would have had to wash the ground with tachyon spears. And he would not have had any direct contact with the totem pole. That is to say, and Whooping was designed from the beginning as a special combat unit specifically for ground combat. When encountering the same special ground unit, which can be said to be able to restrain and Whooping in all aspects of ability, it is normal for them to be evenly matched. Different environments and different situations cannot be generalized. But at least Qinming won. And he won without leaving any trace of himself. At this point, Zuijia's troubles have been completely eliminated. And around him, the dazzling white light finally dissipated after lasting for nearly half a minute. Qinming finally managed to see the surrounding environment clearly. He was currently lying at the bottom of an area that was no longer a pit, but could be considered a small-scale basin. The laboratory had been completely wiped out. All the surrounding soil and rocks have formed a large amount of silica under the action of a huge amount of plasma, making the entire small basin look crystallized. Although Qinming could not see all the surroundings further away because of the smoke from the explosion and the smoke produced by various high temperatures, he was not clear about the specific size of this small basin. But judging from the plasma explosion that was just observed on the space station, the environmental damage caused by this will definitely not be that small. It was also thanks to Qinming that he controlled and Whooping to run underground quickly. Otherwise he would definitely have suffered a lot of his own blows. But at least now, he doesn't have any. And the problem is solved. Qinming suddenly let out a long sigh of relief and sat up from his lying position. However, the moment he just did this, he suddenly felt subtle chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations from nearby. Qinming's expression tensed up, and the gradually recovering energy once again acted on the plasma-producing organs, ready to launch another powerful attack at any time. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad. It is not the totem pole that is emitting psychic fluctuations. The totem pole is really dead. What is really emitting psychic energy fluctuations is an object about the size of a human hand that is not far away from Qinming's current position. And its specific appearance cannot be seen clearly in the high-temperature smoke. Qinming got up from the ground and slowly walked towards the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations. When he got closer, he also saw clearly the source of the psychic energy fluctuations. At the moment when the plasma originally exploded, where the totem pole was, or where the corpse was, there was something similarly crystalline. Its shape happens to be that of an orthodox totem pole. What the hell? Qinming picked up the miniature crystal totem pole out of curiosity and held it in his hand. This thing gave him a somewhat special feeling. Although it looked similar to the ectoplasmic stone in appearance, its properties are completely different from the ectoplasmic stone. The spiritual nature of the spiritual stone will directly affect the outside world and those who come into contact with it. And the spiritual energy fluctuations of this thing are very restrained. Even if Qinming is holding it directly now, he can only feel the spiritual energy fluctuations inside the rest. And he can also feel that there are many abilities possessed by the totem pole monster itself gathered inside this crystal totem pole, waiting for someone to trigger it. The method of triggering is also very simple. You only need to use psychic energy fluctuations to dispatch. This is what Qinming analyzed through simple contact. Regarding the properties of this miniature crystalline totem pole, he is willing to try this thing, even if it is dangerous. But since the danger in the danger perception is not fatal, and he has even killed the totem pole, the remaining items on the totem pole can no longer pose any threat to him. Then there is no way he can get something without giving it a try. Qinming's spiritual energy fluctuated. A variety of different spiritual energy fluctuations originating from the crystalline totem pole were entangled in his hands at the same time. It was slightly chaotic, but intertwined with some unique order in the chaos. The four most obvious of these psychic fluctuations are the psychic fluctuations that represent the four faces of the totem pole. And among these four kinds of psychic energy fluctuations, the one with the highest intensity is naturally the psychic effect of obsession represented by that charming face. Qinming felt that this should be a manifestation of the obsession with the ectoplasm stone. It was probably that the psychic energy fluctuations of the spiritual beast created by the ectoplasm stone were extracted from the totem pole and turned into a type of psychic effect. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is the fluctuation obtained directly from the spiritual stone. The second one with high intensity is represented by the other cold face at the tip of the totem pole. A quality that Qinming feels is similar to ruthless. The effect of this ruthless nature is quite special. It allows the specially made user of ruthlessness to not be disturbed by most emotions. At the same time, it causes direct psychological damage to the enemy when it hurts the enemy. The source of such an effect should not be a psyker, but an ectoplasm stone similar to the obsession ectoplasm stone, or a psionic weapon with the same properties. Then, there are the psychic waves of psychers with the psychic ability to control electromagnetic forces, who are absorbed into the totem pole. Finally, there is the spiritual energy wave belonging to the insect queen that was just absorbed. As for Qinming's own psychic energy fluctuation, after it was absorbed by the totem pole, because it could not imitate it, it was reversely damaged by the psychic energy fluctuation, causing it to spit it out because it could not bear it. So it was not reflected on the crystal totem pole. Come out. So the four psychic energy fluctuations that are prominent on this totem pole are the four abilities that have already taken shape on the totem pole. Other less obvious psychic fluctuations do exist, namely the two abilities of virtualization and devouring. However, the first four obvious abilities of psychic fluctuations have nothing to do with the virtualization and devouring abilities of the totem pole that Qinming observed. To put it in a more appropriate way, these four abilities have a feeling of being mixed in and mixed together. The only abilities that really belong to this crystal are virtualization and devouring. Qinming can clearly feel that the virtualization ability is the most basic spiritual energy fluctuation of this totem pole crystal that maintains its existence. Although this psychic energy fluctuation is very basic, very weak, and inconspicuous in the external manifestations of various other abilities, it is indeed a real virtualization ability, which has the effect of blurring individuals from the real world. This should be derived from the ability of a psyker. It's just that this psyker's ability seems to be not very good. He can only blur the image from the records of various devices, but cannot blur it with the naked eye or directly from the real world. And judging from the properties of this psychic energy on the totem pole crystal, it should be that the virtual psyker transformed into the totem pole monster for some reason. The psyker is a physical body, and his psionic energy has become the basis for a mixture of multiple ectoplasmic traits. That's why this monster has the ability to become virtual. The ability to swallow psychic energy fluctuations and convert them into one's own psychic energy should be the ability possessed by this totem pole after the psyker transforms. This idea is logically the most consistent. As for why the totem pole has such ability, where did this ability come from? Qinming didn't know either. However, he had some guesses as to why the psyker transformed into a totem pole. Anyway, it must have something to do with the originally mixed psychic energy fluctuations. At this time, Qinming also remembered what his boss said some time ago. It was the passage that warned him not to use weapons and equipment made of materials with different psychic properties at the same time. The boss didn't make it clear before, but now Qinming has seen the consequences of this with his own eyes. No wonder he said at the time that the consequences would be worse, and that it would be involved in more in-depth knowledge of psychic powers. They are indeed involved. And if he encounters this situation himself and becomes such a monster, it will be troublesome to deal with it. Qinming didn't dare to think further. You can ask your boss later to confirm more specific information that he cannot analyze. Anyway, he has experienced it personally and understands the nature of this kind of thing. It will not be a problem to ask for some standardized terminology. This kind of thing is really troublesome in every sense of the word, at least from the perspective of Qinming's personal experience. It is more troublesome than dimensional infection. This kind of thing should be replicable like dimensional infection and psychic beast. He didn't want to have a black eye if he met him again in the future. Just ask, and you won't miss a piece of meat. Speaking of which, since not all the faces on the totem pole are psychers. That means there are a total of 4 psychers arranged by Zhuijing here. A psychic, who was looking at the door of the space station, was knocked out by Qinming with a fist. Qinming didn't know what his abilities were. A psychic, who came to confirm the infection status of the dimension here in the space station, was knocked unconscious by Qinming. There is an electromagnetic psyker, who guards the gate of the underground laboratory. And there is also an ethereal psyker, who accompanies the core area of the underground laboratory to carry out the Psychic Beast project. Exactly 4. Which is a ridiculous number. Although there was one less than Qinming had guessed before. The fact that a bunch of psychers were deployed was certain. Qinming himself has actually never seen too many psychers. At most, they are the boss, president, Hui, Yanxiong, Xiaoyang, and Higu. He has no impression of other non-Zhuijing psychers. On the other hand, the number of left path psychers is already comparable to that of these other forces. Which is very wrong. How many psychers are hidden in Zhui path? Why do they have so many psychers? Of course, it is also possible that Zhuijing gathered the psychers, who were under their influence, and distributed throughout the empire together under the arrangement of Zhuijing's senior officials. They happened to be killed by Qinming in one place. So Qinming, I think it's a lot. After all, Qinming has never heard of the dimensional infection incident related to Zhuijia, and the information related to the Mind Beast project. In fact, there has never been any information about it. This galaxy is probably also a relatively important galaxy to the left path, with important plans in place. Under this premise, there will be so many psychics to protect us. It is also possible that it is precisely because the plan here is more important, and involves some equally important people related to Zhuijia. That's why when something goes wrong, the top management of Zhuijia will immediately think of solving this problem. Qinming's guess is also supported by evidence. What he found in the database was not only the clues leading to Kamo Star territory, but also many other clues belonging to people related to Zhuijing. There should be some big fish in here. Although the content related to people is not explicitly recorded directly in the database. But as long as you look for it, you can still find a lot of evidence that is enough to completely clarify the person's identity. But Qinming doesn't have that much time to find these people one by one. So he chose a method that would do the most damage to the left path, and was also the simplest. Give this information to the Empire. Naturally, the Empire will try its best to maintain stability, and not touch the nerves of the left path, and clear out all of the left path with lightning speed. The Empire is about to break out into war with the machine race again, and any internal instability will be eliminated before the war officially begins. Qinming doesn't need to worry about anything going wrong along the way. After all, the dimensional infection here in the space station will definitely attract important people. And such people don't have to worry about being infiltrated by the left path. If Zhuijing could really infiltrate people of this level, the Empire should have collapsed long ago. At the same time, Qinming does not need to worry about merit. He still has some confidence in the Empire. At least the Empire will not be harsh on those who contribute to the Empire. And the various restrictions on psychers are also very loose. Even if he used Infiltrating's identity to give away this information, part of the achievements brought by this information would definitely be recorded on Infiltrating's head. In the future, if Infiltrating has a chance to escape unharmed after dealing with another dimensional infection caused by Zhuijing, then these achievements will still be of some use. In addition, Qinming does not need to worry about his identity being exposed if he obtains too much information. Now that the underground laboratory has been blown up, all the contents of the database have been transferred to the database of the space station. The space station has been fully controlled by his spiritual power. So whether the space station exchanges data with the underground laboratory is no longer something that anyone except Qinming can determine. Under this premise, no trace of Qinming himself was left. Even Zhuijing would at best think that Infiltrating had stolen the data from the database. And it had absolutely nothing to do with Qinming. After confirming that he did not leave any traces or clues, Qinming returned his attention to the totem pole crystal in his hand. The various spiritual energy fluctuations that this thing emits after being guided by spiritual energy are not just for people to see. With the help of crystals, he can completely regulate the spiritual energy fluctuations in them, and let these spiritual energy fluctuations generate the effects they should have. Just like the Zerg core made by Qinming himself to solidify the psychic energy of the Insect Queen. At the same time, it is similar to those relics such as the Purgatory core left by another civilization. Qinming even suspected that the structure of another civilization was actually modeled after the death of such a creature with mixed psychic qualities. As long as there is a supply of spiritual energy, the crystal can continuously convert spiritual energy fluctuations into spiritual energy fluctuations in the crystal. Obsession, ruthlessness, electromagnetic force, even the psionic energy of the insect queen, and the ethereal psionic energy can all be directly invoked. Only the ability of swallowing and transformation belongs to the totem pole. Even if it becomes a crystal, only the totem pole crystal can use it, integrating more spiritual energies of different properties into this small crystal body. Chen-Ning can feel that this thing is very tolerant. He can continue to swallow more spiritual energy fluctuations, restrain them, and become part of the spiritual energy of this totem pole crystal for Chen-Ning to drive. To be honest, Chen-Ning even wanted to try stuffing his own psychic energy waves into this thing. But Chen-Ning felt that it might explode, so he decided against it. In short, although the obsession, ruthlessness and psychic power of the insect queen of this totem pole crystal are of little significance to Chen-Ning, the effect is single, and it may only be useful sometimes. But the ability to control virtual blur and electromagnetic force is very talkative. The effect of virtualization can ignore many levels of attacks. If it weren't for the totem pole becoming fragile when absorbing new spiritual energy fluctuations, Chen-Ning wouldn't know how to attack it. The ability of electromagnetic force is even more convincing, because of the existence of magnetic field. The magnetic field is not a big concept, but a concept that can be put into a very small level. For example, every cell of every living thing generates a magnetic field due to bioelectric movement. Although the magnetic field placed on living things is only a manifestation of the biological survival activities. But if there is spiritual blessing, the situation is different. Chen-Ning can use the spiritual energy of this electromagnetic force to use the magnetic field to in turn affect the bioelectric movement, thereby affecting every cell in the body, allowing the body tissues to exert greater power. If the magnetic field ability is to be developed, the intensity will definitely not be low. It is only used to control a wide range of electromagnetic force. Using electromagnetic force to control metal is indeed a development direction. But for Chen-Ning's fake body, developing the power of biomagnetic field is the most correct choice. Moreover, plasma is also an effect extended by the power of magnetic field. This ability is obviously very suitable for Enwupiing. It can only be said that this Wujiao Psyker is not very effective in developing psychic powers. Chen-Ning only saw from him the control of metals, other micro-level control of biomagnetic fields, and macro-level control of large-scale magnetic fields. Chen-Ning didn't see any environmental interference. It feels like none of the Psykers in Zhujiao are very good at developing psychic abilities. What a pity for such a good ability. No need to regret it. If someone doesn't cherish this power, he will help collect it. Of course, this totem pole crystal obviously has its shortcomings. The ultimate fate of the Psyker with virtual abilities is his biggest flaw. Chen-Ning can clearly feel from the crystal that the spiritual energy fluctuations inside it are a very chaotic existence after they are gathered together. This thing is most likely a time bomb, the kind that kills everyone who comes in contact with it. A bit like walking a tightrope. But it's just right for Chen-Ning, who can use prosthesis. You don't have to worry about something going wrong when you use the prosthetic body. And the prosthetic body also has danger perception, and can predict the time when the thing will explode in advance. But if it's a time bomb, you still can't really invest too much. Just treat it as a consumable product. You can try to use it, research it, and develop it. But you can never put all your eggs in this basket. After Chen-Ning confirmed his idea, he put away the totem pole crystal. Walking all the way, he came to the edge of the miniature basin he had made with his own hands. The spacecraft containing the psychic Psyker from the left path had already arrived here. But before boarding the spacecraft, Chen-Ning actually didn't understand one thing. He stood at the hatch of the spacecraft and dug out the records in the database. According to the information he learned from the database, Zhuijing actually did not intend to leak both the psychic beast and the dimensional infection at the beginning. They also have a plan. It is to use the byproduct of the Psychic Beast project, the Psychic Beast with the obsession trait, to create some people who are infected by the obsession trait. But it will not cause death, nor will it lead to the discovery of Lin's traits. Rely on them to attract a large number of outsiders to arrive on this planet and conduct large-scale human experiments. Yi Lirong from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism is one of the promoters of this plan. The plans in the database can be said to be organized, but Yi Lirong died in the hands of his own people. Chen-Ning thought about it carefully at this time, and it seemed that this was not too difficult to understand. Anyway, for Zhuijia, those experimental data must have been transmitted to other places, and the Mind Beast project should have entered the final stage. It is perfectly fine to conduct large-scale human experiments elsewhere. Instead, we have to wait for tourism to develop here. Isn't this a waste of time? Using the tourist planet to attract a large number of people takes a lot of time. Although it is more difficult to directly find a planet with a large population, it is obviously faster in terms of efficiency. Perhaps, in the near future, Zhujiao will put the byproducts of the Mind Beast project somewhere within the Empire. And this should not be possible, but certain. Qinming thought for a while, marked this document in the database, and wrote down his own opinions. Then he boarded the spacecraft and prepared to leave. When he boarded the spacecraft, he also officially learned the name of the totem pole crystal, origin of chaos. Next, what Qinming has to do is follow the clues and head to the Kamo star territory. If we go to hyperspace honestly, it will take 2 weeks to cover the bag, which is still quite far. Qinming can just find opportunities on the road to adapt to the ability to use the source of chaos. By the way, use a prosthesis to experience the prosperity of the prosperous star field. Chapter 271 Government Psychers. Not long after Qinming left the galaxy, in a space in the universe some distance away from the space station, a spacecraft that had been docked here and stalled for a long time finally started its engine. In the captain's cabin of this ship, the captain and a man dressed in ordinary clothes were staring at the direction of Qinming's spaceship leaving the galaxy with lingering fear. His hands are still shaking slightly even now, and even the black mist beads in his hands can't make him feel at ease. He was another psyker assigned by Left Path's higher-ups to handle the finishing touches on the space station and underground laboratory. It's just that his teammates were one step faster than him, crushing the black fog glass beads first and entering the space station. Then he saw on the spaceship the scene of his teammates being knocked unconscious by Qinming like he was pinching chickens, as well as a brief microcosm of most of what happened on the space station. From Qinming's performance of instantly killing his teammates, the Left Path Psyker could tell that he was definitely no match for this 3-meter-tall dark creature. Therefore, he did not go to support his teammates, nor did he perform any revealing behavior. He even immediately asked the captain to shut down the spacecraft engine and most of the equipment that might expose the spacecraft's location. This allowed him on the spacecraft to only see part of what Qinming was doing on the space station. But from the chaos on the space station that lasted for nearly an hour, and the visible signs of terror that erupted on the surface of the planet, he no longer dared to think about what happened. He just squatted here, waiting quietly, praying that Qinming didn't notice him. Qinming did not notice it. After all, he did not have the highest detection equipment. The equipment of the space station is indeed not easy to detect the completely stalled Left Path spacecraft. Therefore, there is this only fish that has slipped through the net in this galaxy. But even if the Left Path Psyker was sure that Qinming had really gone to the edge of the galaxy and hadn't found him, he was still panicking. He didn't dare to confirm whether there were still people alive, so he could only wait. When Qinming finally entered the hyperspace station and left, he finally had the courage to let the captain sail the ship, and quickly asked the captain to prepare to leave. He is a psyker after all, and no matter how weak a psyker is, he is still a psyker. Even if he does nothing and sees his teammates being caught, he will not be directly regarded as an outcast by the higher-ups. As long as he reports the matter truthfully, he will be fine. Leave quickly! The psyker from the Left Path urged the captain again, but his heartbeat was still too fast to stop. A scene that happened a few days ago suddenly flashed through his mind. In fact, originally, they did come to deal with a problem of dimensional infection, but they were originally called to verify the experimental results on the space station before they arrive at the space station and actually start dealing with the dimensional infection. They will actively trigger the dimensional infection leak and make the entire space station fall, so that they can officially start dealing with the dimensional infection. And none of the leftists on this space station know this, except for the 3 psychers. But the 3 psychics only knew that something like this would happen, and were not sure of the specific time, because it takes time for the spacecraft to arrive. The journey in hyperspace is not smooth sailing. Anything that happens on the way may cause errors in time, leading to unnecessary losses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is necessary to have a communication some time before the plan is actually implemented to prevent unexpected situations. The senior officials of Zhujiao, who arranged for them to do this, also clearly explained this. It is necessary for them to contact the psychers on the space station in advance before they actually arrive and implement the plan, so that people can leave in advance on the spacecraft. When the dimensional infection is almost leaked, come back and cooperate to complete the cleanup of the dimensional infection. However, just 2 days ago, when he was about to contact him in advance, the psychic who was with him stopped him. He didn't react at that time, so he asked stupidly, "What's wrong?" The psycher's answer was just one sentence. He had conflicts with the psyker on the space station before, and he wanted people to die. The first reaction of the psyker in Zwijl was, of course, rejection. But the psychic took out a piece of psychic material that he needed very much, and made it clear that he had investigated him in advance to understand what he needed. This material can just be used to make up for the gap that he has never had a suitable psychic weapon. And the psychic said at that time,
"It's just a matter of sending a message. Anyone can do it. I am responsible for sending the message. I told you that I have already sent this matter. You will not be responsible. Do you understand? I take full responsibility for this matter. You just need to pretend that you don't see anything and it's fine."
Originally, Zwijl's psychic wanted to refuse, but the psychic's last words completely overwhelmed him.
"Wouldn't it be a good thing for you to have fewer competitors?"
Zwijl, the number of psychers is indeed not that many compared to the Empire, but it is not too few either. At least there are enough psychers to support a cult throughout the Empire. Therefore, there must be more than one psyker in each left path stronghold of the star field. It is really common for quarrels and conflicts to occur in order to compete for the few resources. So it's normal for psychics to have conflicts with the psychers on the space station. Therefore, he acquiesced to the psycher's approach and did not communicate with the psyker on the space station in advance. In addition, they also cooperated to bypass the left-wing elements, who were supposed to let the psychers on the space station, who had received the notification of the arrival of the spaceship board the spacecraft before issuing orders to destroy the experimental containment facility, choosing to use others for dimensional infection and leaks of the Underground Lab's Mind Beast program. Originally, there was no enmity between the two psychers in the planet's underground laboratory, but there must have been a connection between the underground and the space station. Once one party knows, the other party will naturally know that they are coming and will definitely notify each other. The psycher finally found an opportunity to trick the psyker stationed on the space station. How could he let it go so easily? And in order to prevent the two psychics on the planet from later leaking evidence that the two people on the spacecraft had not contacted each other, they must also die. Things happened under the influence of these circumstances. Everything was going according to the psychic's plan. As long as the two troubles in the deepest parts of the space station experimental center and underground laboratory develop for a period of time, both the space station and the underground laboratory will fall, without the assistance of some extra things provided to them by the higher-ups. Even psychers would have a hard time surviving the overspread of dimensional infection and psychic beasts. The psycher will arrive at the space station after confirming that the psychers in these two places are dead to complete the subsequent finishing work. But what neither of the two psychers on the spacecraft expected was that an unknown alien psycher suddenly arrived on the space station. This resulted in a distress signal being sent out from the space station, saying that the station psycher had lost contact and was suspected of death. The dimensional infection has already been caused. They were already nearby. They would definitely go to the experimental center to investigate within 24 hours of waiting at the space station. And the dimensional infection would naturally break out. But in the current situation, 24 hours is enough for outsiders to tour the space station twice. In order to ensure that there were no problems with their plan, they were forced to go to the space station. Their original intention was just to take the opportunity to kill those with vengeance. But if the space station was captured and more important data was leaked, it would be a big problem. They can take care of their own people, but they cannot let outsiders interfere. As for the result of their coming to support, what the Zwijl psycher saw was that the psycher who came to support was knocked unconscious. He pinched the beads a step too slowly and was lucky enough not to be noticed. Instead, through the optical detection equipment on the spacecraft, I almost watched the entire process of Chenming's violent means of wiping out the space station. Of course, he also saw the situation where the large weapons used by the space station were of no use at all, and the terrifying movement that occurred where the laboratory was supposed to be after Chenming left the space station and went to the surface of the planet. When he thought of this, the left path psycher swallowed again, and was once again glad that he did not go directly to the space station. At his urging, the spacecraft he was on finally started its engine and disappeared into the galaxy. 2 hours later. At this time, 5 hours had passed since Chenming contacted the Anti-Cult Bureau. At the edge of the galaxy, a fleet of over 100 spaceships, led by a cruiser, finally arrived. According to the logo of the fleet spacecraft, this fleet belongs to the government. The fleet quickly approached the space station. In the captain's cabin of the fleet flagship, there were two people wearing local government uniforms. One is slightly chubby and has a kind face. The other one was wearing sunglasses and a mask, making his face unclear. Both of them had a work card hanging on their chests. The positions are all in the Special Incident Handling Department of the local star field. Obviously, this is a department that is definitely related to psychers. The name on the fat one's work badge says Liang Fei. The one wearing sunglasses and a mask says Li Weiqi. One look at it, and you knew it wasn't your real name. The two of them were looking at the various equipment in the command room. Observing the situation of the space station, Liang Fei suddenly pointed at the sensor image of the space station in the distance and said,
"So this is it? It seems a little different from what I know."
Li Weiqi pushed up his sunglasses and asked,
"Are you sure it looks like that?"
Seeing that the outer perimeter was torn apart in front of them. It was obviously a specially modified space station. Both of them knew that there must be something wrong here. The flesh on Liang Fei's face trembled. He smiled, and then he clicked a few times on the operation screen in front of him and said,
"The self-guided signal light at the internal personnel level port seems to be running automatically. Don't rush up there. Let people prepare the shuttle first."
After issuing the order through the terminal, he picked up the phone in the captain's room, connected to the communication in the command room, and said,
"Captain, is the newly installed equipment starting up? After startup, the data will be uploaded to you immediately." "Understood."
Liang Fei hung up the phone, looked at Li Weiqi next to him and said,
"Let's see if the equipment for detecting dimensional infections provided by the president of the Psionic Society is effective."
At this time, in the center of the flagship, a device emitting weak psychic fluctuations was activated at the captain's command. The supporting detection equipment has detection efficiency close to the highest point, and the detection content of this detection equipment is more 10 inches. All data related to the dimensional infection on the space station were immediately recorded and returned to the hands of the two people in the captain's room. Liang Fei immediately asked,
"How's it going?"
Li Weiqi stretched out his finger and pointed at the screen in front of him, and made a slightly muffled voice through the mask.
"Look at this data. This is the detection of physical traces of dimensional infection. It can be confirmed that dimensional infection has occurred on the space station. But dimensional infection, the source has been eliminated. I just saw traces of internal bombardment by large weapons on the space station. The traces are located very close to the core area of the space station. The space station said it was from Zhujiang. Right. It should have been Zhujiang that fired the fire. Is it possible that they are dealing with a dimensional infection on their own?"
Liang Fei shook his head.
"Who knows? Anyway, I will send 2 small ships over first. Turn off the anti-invisibility signal and send a communication to see if there is no response. The other ships will be ready first. If there is a problem, I will blow up the space station directly."
Li Weiqi said nothing, acquiescing to Liang Fei's attitude. A few minutes later, the two spacecraft that were the first to approach the space station sent communication requests. This communication request was answered automatically immediately. However, the response was not from the people on the space station, but from a program designed by Chen Ming. Whenever there was an external communication request for access or other means of accessing the space station were used to access the space station database, it would be automatically triggered. This program will send out a backdoor program written by Chen Ming. The program written by Chen Ming can be used to access encrypted areas of the space station. The government's two psychics obviously didn't know anything about psychic abilities. After receiving the sample of the program, Liang Fei directly cracked the completely unencrypted program. He also gave his opinion.
"This is a very rigid military hacking technology, which is very consistent with the habits of military bosses. Did someone from the military do it? Hard to say."
After confirming that there was no problem with the program, Liang Fei directly used communications to connect to the space station's network, and he used the new version of the backdoor program he made to hack into the most important database of the space station immediately. Liang Fei suddenly said,
"The database has also been tampered with. Someone used an inner loop to lock the writing function of the database. It can only be read. This can be regarded as a means to protect the data. Can it be cracked? Okay. It just takes time. But it's not necessary. There is no need to bypass this restriction to read the data. We are the first here anyway, and the information will have to be shared by then. There is no point in deleting the data now and living alone." 2.
Liang Fei quickly read some data from the database. After a brief look, the two people in the captain's room were silenced by the shocking experimental record data and those who died tragically. Even if they have seen many similar things before, they will be shocked by the number of human experiments on Zhujiang when they first look at it. However, they are also professionals, and after the initial emotional ups and downs, they did not forget the business of why they came. Li Weiqi suddenly answered the phone. After saying a few words and hanging up, he said to Liang Fei,
"The 2 ships sent out are still sending communications. But there is no response from the space station. Something should have happened above. Can the monitoring of the space station still be used? Able.
After the database is compromised. The main control system and monitoring system are of course the secondary and tertiary systems that need to be occupied. The main control system was already under Liang Fei's control at this time. And the monitoring system was occupied by him as soon as he finished speaking. Broken corpses all over the ground immediately caught their eyes, constantly switching between monitors. However, almost all the places that can be seen are occupied by blood and debris.
It's interesting. Everyone on the space station should be dead. Only a few structures outside are still alive.
Li Weiqi felt something was wrong and asked.
Death without evidence. Is this really not a massacre? No.
Liang Fei said as he took out a document he had just found in the database and placed it in an obvious position. This is a document proving the identity of a leftist. It records the time when the leftist elements joined, the work they were responsible for, and where exactly they were involved with the leftist elements. If he looked around casually, he could see the corpses of many people related to the left path in the main structure of the space station where corpses were piled up. If the person who caused the massacre was really killing people at will, then there is no way this document would be left in the database.
Besides, it seems like death is not over on the space station.
In one corner of a surveillance screen, there were 4 living people whose hands and feet were bound by twisted metal shackles, shivering in a corner that was barely covered in blood.
We have 3 missions here. The most important thing is to confirm whether there is really a dimensional infection, and to find a way to control it if there is a dimensional infection. The second is to confirm whether the space station is connected to the left path. If the space station is indeed occupied by the left path, then be prepared to control the space station in the future. Third, it is to confirm the identity of the person who reported the space station problem to us, the Psyker.
Liang Fei said, stretched out 3 fingers, then withdrew one and said,
the dimensional infection does exist and has been controlled. The space station is confirmed to be related to the left path, and basically all the left path elements have died. Only a small number of them are in areas that have broken away from the space station, and they have been controlled by people suspected of being civilians.
Liang Fei shook his hand with only 1 finger still raised.
Now we only have one last task left.
Li Weiqi responded.
Confirm the identity of the psychic who reported the situation here to us. That's right. Although many of the monitors on the space station have been manually deleted, and new content has been overwritten and cannot be restored, but the person carelessly missed some backup monitors, such as this paragraph.
Liang Fei played the previous video of Chen Ming coming out of the experimental center after solving the dimensional infection. At this time, Chen Ming looked extremely manic. His eyes were slightly dull, bloodshot, with a hint of madness.
He is recorded in the database of the space station. He is one of the few outsiders in the past 2 days. He should be the whistleblower.
Li Weiqi did not casually guess Chen Ming's identity, but stared at Wu Ping's face on the video for a while and said,
it's obvious that there was a fight just now, and it seems that he has a mania disorder?
As he spoke, he also cut out the photos from the video and put them in the database for retrieval. Then he saw Chen Ming suddenly burst into the crowd outside the left path. Before Li Weiqi made any movement, Liang Fei suddenly said excitedly,
good guy. How fast is this? I'll replay it and do the math. The sonic boom clouds are coming out.
At least at supersonic speeds. Of course, I know about supersonic speeds. How much faster? There's always 3 times.
Liang Fei calculated the data on the terminal, and finally erased the data and looked at the screen.
Physically enhanced psychers. This type of psychers are usually a little behind in the training of mental power. It should be madness. Mild. Such speed, level 4 psychers should have it. Right? I feel like, wait. Look at him.
The footage from the surveillance video continues to play. After Chen Ming rushed in, a group of Zhuo Jing immediately surrounded him, hoping to kill Chen Ming with the power of self-destruction. In the smoke and dust of the self-explosion, Chen Ming entered the insect form. Liang Fei moved slightly closer to the screen and said,
it's not a physical enhancement, but a physical mutation type of psyker. The speed, power and physique have increased dramatically in all directions. It should be the top level 4. Right? Level 5 is too difficult for physical type psychers. This guy has it covered.
Liang Fei praised Chen Ming. But as the video continued to play, his expression became a little cold. After all, Chen Ming is now carrying out massacres wantonly. Although he knew that these leftist elements deserved their death, such violent acts still made him frown. even if you saw the corpses. Actually seeing the process of massacre still made people feel a little uncomfortable.
This guy is a bit violent.
Li Weiqi, who was also watching videos from other time periods and recording at the same time, suddenly patted Liang Fei on the shoulder and said,
"Wait a minute. There is still footage of him here. From earlier. It is the monitoring of a section of the separated space station."
Liang Fei immediately turned his head. And then he saw Shi Shao threatening people with a knife in the distress signal management office. And the scene where the big black hands covered with carapace directly crushed Shi Shao's head to explode.
Oh!
Because of this scene of rescuing people, Liang Fei slightly changed his view of Chen Ming's previous violence.
He has just finished slaughtering the space station at this time. How did he get here? What does this kidnapped person have to do with him?
He asked 2 questions in a row. But these 2 questions obviously had to be answered by himself.
Got to find that person.
As he spoke, he looked at Li Weiqi and asked,
"Is there any video?" "There's still one more section." "Which section?"
Li Weiqi took the terminal and played a video of 7 or 8 employees playing cards in the distress signal management office during the day. And Chen Ming was also among them.
This is really leisurely. So who is this person? What is his identity? How did he come here? How did one person mess up the space station like this? Did you just go check it out? Are there any results?
Li Weiqi pushed up his sunglasses and said,
"I found it. He is from the Edge Star field next door."
Chapter 272, The Government's Attitude. Li Weiqi got a piece of information that could be found in the government archives from his subordinates. And read the contents to Liang Fei.
And Whooping, a bounty hunter who recently appeared in the Fringe Star territory. I used to be a security guard for a security company. He disappeared during a mission a few years ago, and only reappeared recently. Just after I came back, I already had the records of 2 pirate fleets. They were all obtained by one person. However, the information circulating seems to say that he relied on a set of obsolete military power armor.
Liang Fei confirmed.
For military use? Yes. Military model. Locust-powered armor. But the model is older. And he does have a military background.
Liang Fei nodded and said,
"Be more detailed." "Okay. Let me start from the beginning. This Whooping was born in the Oga 2-star region of the Oga Star region, which is close to our Adon Star region. He had a happy family before he was 5 years old. But when he was 5 years old, his parents were brainwashed by the Zwijia missionary and disappeared. It can basically be considered dead. He was orphaned at the age of 5 and sent to an orphanage by the local women's and children's protection organization. Left path.
Liang Fei muttered subconsciously, and then waved his hand to indicate to Li Weiqi to continue.
He lived in the orphanage until he was 16, which happened to be a period when the mechanical tribe was active. He had a left-wing background and could not join the army. However, at that time, the standards for military recruitment were relaxed. He was also on the relaxed list because he had cut off contact with his parents since he was a child. He successfully participated in the local compulsory recruitment and joined the army. Entered the army. He stayed in the army for almost 10 years before retiring. He must have served as a low-level officer. After retiring, he joined a militarized security company with a military background. After working for a few years, he became the field team leader of this security company and was sent out. Went to an independent planet colony outside the Empire's territory. And then all the expatriates, including him, disappeared. There is no information that can be found on this kind of independent colony planet. That's all the information he had before his disappearance.
Liang Fei touched the stubble on his chin and said thoughtfully,
"Independent colony. A name I haven't heard for a long time. So, what is the need for the existence of this kind of colony that receives imperial dividends, but is not under the control of the Empire? It is more troublesome than the pirate space station. The pirate space station can at least put some garbage in it to prevent them from running around. This kind of place is simply it's the perfect place to breed rebellion and chaos. No one dares to rebel,"
Li Weiqi said with certainty.
"It's just that the laws on development were set many years ago, and there are always loopholes in them. But the laws have been patched over the years. At least now in independent colonies, like this the number has become less and less." "Well, I know that too. Just keep talking. The information from the time he disappeared to the time he reappeared is no longer testable. What about the period after that?"
Li Weiqi looked at the terminal again and summarized what his men had investigated.
"He appeared the earliest at a pirate space station in the Oga Star field next door, and captured a small pirate fleet, according to the information that the surviving pirates sold to local intelligence dealers. And Whooping was hiding in a frozen dormant warehouse, and used a distress signal to attract them. After they salvaged the dormant warehouse. And whooping, a soldier wearing power armor, broke in and killed the boss, seizing the flagship and command. One man commanded the flagship and beat the other ships until they surrendered. I have no problem that he can seize a ship by himself. The power armor is just a cover. He has the ability to directly blow up those pirate ships. But he can command a group of pirates, who were just captured by him to defeat another group of pirates. I don't understand this.
Liang Fei did not have the same idea as Li Weiqi, and said,
a person who can stay in the army for 10 years, and continue to work in related work for so many years after coming out should have this ability. Besides, pirates are just a bunch of idiots, who will sacrifice their lives for whoever pays them more. It's really just a waste of time to rebel, and beat their own people when their lives are about to be lost. You'll know when you see more of them in the future.
Li Weiqi lowered his head, and continued to talk about and whooping subsequent actions.
After he took the captured fleet to the nearest pirate space station, he sold all the pirate ships, and bought a heavily modified spaceship that could be piloted by a single person. Leave the space station with a large number of pirate corpses. And then another pirate fleet immediately focused on him. Mainly the pirate corpses on his ship, which can collect bounties, and the power armor.
Liang Fei suddenly waved his hand to Li Weiqi and said,
I have already guessed the result. Don't talk about the useless parts. Pick the important ones. Good.
Li Weiqi agreed and continued.
After killing the pirates, and whooping continued to stay on the space station for half a day, and then went directly back to his hometown.
Hometown?
Yes. When and whooping's parents disappeared. They had real estate left behind. When he entered the orphanage, the house and property left by his parents were also in his name. There are dedicated people who are responsible for safekeeping when he joins the army or retires. After and whooping started working, he traded his old house for a new one and has been living there ever since. However, after he disappeared, the place where he lived happened to be demolished in the past few years. Of course, the developer wouldn't care about a missing person, so he didn't get anything.
When Liang Fei heard this, his expression changed in a gloomy direction.
This is not a good thing.
Li Weiqi understood what Liang Fei meant. If someone robs a psyker's property while the person is missing, someone will definitely be unlucky in the end. And it will definitely not be the psyker. But,
and whooping didn't do anything impulsive. He just stayed in his hometown for 2 days, went to the government to apply for a new identity card, and then went to collect the bounty. After some supplies, he went straight to our space station in the Outon Star territory.
Liang Fei immediately compared this situation with Chen Ning's wanton massacre of the Zwijing space station that he had just seen, and said somewhat unacceptable.
So kind? Yes. He came directly here with a very strong purpose. It seems that I have changed my view on him whooping. He should be a pretty good person. But his madness makes him behave like that.
Liang Fei mentally corrected his view of him whooping, and then said,
the security here is much better than in the Fringe Star territory. There seems to be no piracy activity recently, and whooping definitely has no reason to come here. Unless his original intention is Wujiao. I just checked the records on the space station, and whooping's spacecraft was towed into the port by the rescue team. The reason is that the spacecraft crashed. The autopilot system malfunctioned in hyperspace, and it drove into the hyperspace channel cloud. If it's an ordinary spaceship, it's indeed possible for ordinary people. But if it's him, it's not like it. I don't believe that someone from the military doesn't know that even if it's autonomous in hyperspace, someone has to keep an eye on it at all times. Let alone a human-piloted spaceship. I feel that he deliberately found an excuse to board the space station. Even the spacecraft log may be forged. His identity and background can prove that he absolutely hates Zhujiu. I feel that he may have grasped some clues about Zhujiu when he was missing outside for a few years. After he came back, he immediately came over to cause trouble for Zhujiu. By the way, I remember he seemed to have said that he liked the Anti-Cult Bureau.
Liang Fei turned to Li Weiqi next to him and said,
check to see if our Anti-Cult Bureau has anything to do with him in the past.
Li Weiqi said, well prepared.
Yes, I just checked. About 20 years ago, our Anti-Cult Bureau did indeed uncover several local dens in an operation. At that time, in addition to arresting Zwijing elements, we also rescued many missing people from Zwijing strongholds, and their families were called to claim them. He may have been there at that time, but his parents should not have been in those dens. He must have been a child at that time, but he can actually remember it for so many years.
After Liang Fei heard Li Weiqi's words, his perception of an whooping had basically completely reversed.
It's interesting. So that's all he did before arriving at the space station. Right. Right. Well, although a lot of what happened on the space station after that has been deleted in the database, the full picture can probably be pieced together. After Whooping came to the space station, he came into contact with the people here, infiltrated the distress signal management department, got to know the environment here, and took the opportunity to modify the equipment here to block the signal. This technique of using power generation equipment to generate electromagnetic interference and block communication is quite good. And Whooping used this method to block the space station's external communications, buying him time to control the space station, and playing cards with others for a long time. At night, I sneaked directly into the interior of the space station. After getting rid of the dimensional infection, I came out intact. I killed all the left-wing elements, and almost no one was accidentally injured. He also hacked into the space station system in the middle of doing these things, and learned what Zhujiao was doing. Finally, he went to the laboratory on the ground, intending to solve the thing called the Mind Beast Project. The follow-up situation is unknown, but he has solved the dimensional infection. So other problems should not be a problem. I noticed that he obviously deleted some information related to the left path in the database. Judging from his previous performance, he is definitely not helping Zhujiao cover up. But he wants to personally deal with these left-wing elements related to the information he deleted. This is the information that Whooping can investigate.
Liang Fei suddenly knocked on the table in front of him and asked,
Did the president of the Psychic Association say that people who have experienced dimensional infection must be marked? Right. Then it looks like this is our next mission.
Liang Fei didn't say much about what might happen next, and continued to bring up the topic of Whooping, saying,
That's all the information that can be obtained from him and Zhujiao. Other aspects, such as where he stayed, can the security company get some clues from there?
Li Weiqi shook his head and said,
No. The company has already closed down. It closed down right after he disappeared, because the boss of the company also went out to carry out the mission. But as of today, only Whooping came back alive. The company is falling apart, and the people below are all over the place. It is impossible to find his colleagues, who have worked with him before.
Liang Fei said with some pity,
There is really nothing we can do. But it's not a big problem. It's basically certain that Whooping awakened his psychic powers and became a psychic during his disappearance. As long as we continue to investigate, we can always find more clues. Although Whooping looks like a very cruel person, he actually looks pretty good. People should not be judged by their appearance. I think it is very suitable to get in touch with someone.
Liang Fei suddenly stopped mid-sentence, pointed at the image of the planet scanned by the sensor on the screen and said,
Hey, look here, what is this?
As the planet rotated, the location of the original left path laboratory, which had been in the blind spot of the fleet's field of vision, finally appeared in front of the two of them. In one corner of the planet, there is an area with a large area of glass-like material that can be seen with the naked eye from space.
What is going on in this place? If I remember correctly, this should be the laboratory that is closely related to the space station.
Liang Fei muttered to himself, and immediately called up the video recorded on the planet in the external surveillance camera of the space station. Immediately, he saw the light spots that lit up on the planet dozens of minutes after Whooping left the space station. The two people in the captain's room subconsciously moved closer to the screen, wanting to observe more information from the video.
Is he really just a physical mutant psyker? This destructive power can reach the edge of a 5th level psyker. If it can continue to work, it will definitely be available at the 5th level.
Li Weiqi said immediately.
I will immediately notify people to aim the high-precision sensor there. Well, let them record the data here first. And let's go on an on-site inspection to see what the situation is. Now? Of course not now. What I mean is that we go to the space station first to confirm that there is no dimensional infection left on the space station, and then hand over the space station to others to handle. And then the two of us go to the ground, and there are people on the space station waiting for us to meet.
Liang Fei and Li Weiqi arrived at the space station in a prepared shuttle boat. After patrolling the space station full of broken corpses and flesh and blood, he sent a signal to the fleet behind him after thoroughly confirming that there were no traces of dimensional infection. People began to land on the space station, and the 4 outer areas dispersed by the space station to control the scene. 10 minutes later, just as the two were analyzing Qinming's battle based on the corpses and various traces left on the space station, someone brought Uncle Mao, who had been rescued by Qinming, to the two psychics.
Sir, what you asked for has been brought here. Okay, you go about your business first.
Liang Fei picked up the work badge on his chest and gave Uncle Mao a look.
Mao Xingwang. Right? Can you cooperate with our work?
Shortly after, Liang Fei returned to the flagship and walked into a room alone. This is a conference room.
And there is a holographic projection of a person sitting here at the main seat of the conference room. Liang Fei saluted him and waited quietly. The person with the holographic projection put down the document in his hand and asked Liang Fei,
"What do you think of this in whooping? Don't look at his ability. Just look at this person."
Liang Fei thought for a moment and said,
"He is very friendly. He provided us with information about the Left Path space station as soon as possible, and personally spent a lot of time and energy to solve almost all the troubles, leaving the easy things for us. He's crazy. He went on a rampage killing leftist elements in the space station and underground laboratory. Not a single corpse of the leftist elements he killed on the space station was intact, and not even a single corpse was left in the laboratory. He's calm. He investigated the situation of the entire Left Path space station from the beginning to the end without anyone noticing anything unusual. He sorted out the situation and compiled it into a brief introduction text for anyone close to here to obtain. I still don't express my anger casually when I encounter things that harm my own interests. Even for ordinary people who resisted him out of instinctive self-defense due to fear or other reasons. The most he could do was remove their weapons and not directly kill them. All the deceased persons related to him were all people on the Left Path list he investigated. I think he's a guy worth trying to win over."
The holographic projection did not comment on Liang Fei's answer, but continued to ask,
"So how do you think we should win over him?" "I think there are 3 directions to start. One is to help him accomplish his goal, which is to clear the Left Path. His goal is the same as ours. We can start from here. The other is to help him cure his violent disorder. Patients with violent disorder must forcefully suppress the violent emotions in their hearts, which is very painful. Our research on violent disorder has been very in-depth. It is also a good win to help him relieve the pain. Chance. Another one is to start with the losses he has suffered over the years since he has been missing. Although in whooping has not shown any performance, he will definitely have some complaints in his heart. This is also a good opportunity for us. A 3-pronged approach is best. But the first prerequisite for us to do this is to find him first."
The holographic projection seemed to be very satisfied with Liang Fei's answer.
"You and Li Weiqi will still be responsible for this task from now on. You must use a friendly attitude to interact with people. His current situation is actually very dangerous. Even the initial symptoms of mania will become increasingly serious as he immerses himself in extreme emotions. The wanton killing is actually a situation where he is venting his symptoms. Although killing can relieve the temporary pain, it will plunge him into extreme emotions and aggravate his symptoms. His original intention is definitely not like this. He has been very restrained and only attacks Wu Jing. So don't directly provoke him from this aspect. If you have a violent disorder that reaches the advanced stages of the disease, you will gradually lose your ability to judge. You can easily be guided by someone with good intentions, leading to situations that we don't want to see happen. And I'm also worried that someone will find him before we can."
Liang Fei's face darkened. It is obvious what kind of person will target a psyker who is affected by berserk disorder and whose consciousness is slightly weak, even if there was a conflict between them just now. A few minutes later, when Liang Fei came out of his office, he could only see a gentle smile on his fat face. He patted Li Weiqi, who was in the corridor outside, and asked,
"What are you doing?"
Li Weiqi shook the terminal in his hand and said,
"Talking to my former colleagues about Whooping. They are confirming Whooping's ability strength based on the video we obtained. Now it has been analyzed that under normal conditions, his speed can directly exceed 3.2 times the speed of sound. This should not be his limit. And he also has a mutant state, and the upper limit of this state is unknown. From the video, it seems that at least it has the ability to withstand large weapons. Level 4 psychers can basically be 100% sure."
Liang Fei had some questions.
"Is it still only level 4? The laboratories on the planet have been burned out and crystallized. Is it almost enough to destroy a star by one person? My colleague said it's hard to say whether the glass burner is in Whooping, so I won't calculate that for now. However, they still believe that Whooping did it. And Whooping does have a level 5 level, so they have worked overtime to start researching Whooping. The current conclusion is that Whooping is a comprehensive physical psychic, or a relatively omnipotent one. Strength, speed, endurance, and physical strength are all at level 4 under normal conditions, and the psychic effects are both active and passive. In addition to the terrifying increase in physical abilities, the mutation state also has the ability to cause crystallization in a huge range. which is suspected of being high-intensity plasma. Level 5 is definitely not a problem.
Liang Fei thought for a while about what other data he could refer to for physical psychers, and then asked,
Is there any realistic reference for the direction of his mutated state? Yes. First of all, it is definitely a crustacean creature. So the current suspects in the laboratory are the Thorn Zerg and Aurora Wind Spirit. Isn't the Aurora Wind Spirit a giant butterfly? It is indeed a butterfly, but only one creature, Aurora Wind Spirit, can produce plasma. So they suspected this creature. And according to previous records, it is true that some Thorn Zerg have exhibited the current situation of jet black carapace. The strength of such carapace is higher than that of other groups of Thorn Zerg. This is just speculation at the moment. It will take some time to understand more details. Didn't we find some body tissue samples that Whooping dropped after entering a mutated state on the space station? The genetic test results should be available in 2 days, and a more detailed report will be released.
Liang Fei suddenly thought of something and said,
Then if Whooping is really a mutation of 2 organisms, he should have high potential. Right. I remember that there seemed to be a physical mutation type psyker whose 2 creatures mutated together. Yes, I have an impression too,
Li Weiqi responded.
The level 6 psychers of the 14th Legion, Behemoth and Galateros, are terrifying to think about.
Liang Fei suddenly waved his hand and said,
Not to mention the big boss in the army. Let me know when your results come out. It's almost time for us to leave. The next mission has been assigned. We have to find this Whooping and make contact with him.
Li Weiqi asked.
How can we find him? He has already run away.
Liang Fei gave him a reassuring look and said,
The traces of the deleted data in the space station's database can help us find him. And he has only been gone for 5 or 6 hours at most. We still have a chance to catch up.
Chapter 273 Wuen's Movements. Mental Rampage Entity. 2 days have passed since the government started tracking Shenming. At noon 2 days later, there was a colony in the Red Ink 1-star area in the Red Ink star area, which was only 1-star area away from the Color Ink star area. Wuen and Hui were in the backstage box of a local bar. Hui suddenly put down his wine glass and said with some displeasure,
I had clearly felt that someone was paying attention to me in the past 2 days. But just yesterday they suddenly disappeared again, leaving me with no chance to continue tracking them.
Wuen, who was leaning on the sofa next to him, explained,
Because there was news that a space station on the left path was destroyed by a passing psyker 2 days ago, which also attracted the attention of the local government, causing the left path to suffer a big blow. Deficit. That psyker attracted a lot of Zhujia's attention. So of course Zhujia ignored you. But this also further supports the idea that we discussed before, that the people who mess with you and those who mess with you in the Kamo Star territory are from the same group. Zhuji pretended to be you because he really wanted to drag you into Kamo, in the muddy water. Then I will get into this muddy water even more,
Hui said with a bored look.
If I carry this Zhuji identity for a few more months, I will never be able to get rid of it. If they use my psychic power to appear a few more times, I will become a fake.
I definitely have to get involved in this matter. This is Wujing's conspiracy.
No, it's a conspiracy. Wuen and Hui knew his attitude after spending so many days together, so they didn't say much and just warned.
Then you have to be mentally prepared. Although we have always paid attention to the confidentiality of information, in order to deal with a dimensional infection, our actions cannot be small, and it is impossible to avoid being detected by some guys with a keen sense of smell. Many forces have discovered the abnormal situation here in Kamo Star territory, and they are currently in a state of suspicion. But as long as one person takes a step, Kamo Star territory will immediately become chaotic. And some people are spreading the news that the next destination of the psyker who destroyed Zhujiang space station is the Kamo Star territory, trying to muddy the water even more. I don't know what they think, but it's not a good thing for our purposes.
Hui didn't want to dwell on such a mental matter at all, and simply said,
When I called you before, I was already ready to start the film with Zhujiang. If you hadn't stopped me and insisted on finding the big fish in Zhujiang, I would have followed the news from the government and gone to Zhujiang to cause trouble.
Wuen comforted him again.
We clearly want to catch a fish with purpose, but others obviously want to fish in troubled waters. So, I still say the same thing. Do you think it's better to kill a few minions to relieve your anger, or to kill all the people who planned this kind of thing, including the psyker who pretended to be you? To relieve your anger? Kill them all. Of course. Then you have to take the initiative next time. If Zhujiang doesn't look for you, you have to take the initiative to find Zhujiang.
Hui took a sip of wine and asked, Where should I start? Wu did not answer directly, but brought up another matter in advance.
There is a key point in what I just said about the left path and the psyker. That is, there is a dimension on the left path space station that the psyker dismantled. Traces of infection. The psyker dealt with the dimensional infection. But now, he is heading towards the place where the dimensional infection occurred.
Hui didn't understand what Wu meant and asked.
Isn't that very troublesome? Neither the president nor Chen Ming came over. If no one pays special attention to it, letting this psyker pass will cause problems.
Wu also agreed.
That's true. Even if there is no problem. The current movements of this psyker have made the water even muddier. Then do you want to prepare some measures to deal with this psyker? The president can't come in person. So someone has to stop him. Right? The Odin government seems to have a good opinion of this psychic. They seem to have started tracking that person. Why should I prepare any means?
Wu asked back, and then said,
Besides, I don't plan to dip into the muddy water of Kamo Star territory myself for the time being.
Huh? Hui was a little confused and asked.
We all know that you ran to the Edge Star field before to be a show-off. But now you run back. And then you run back and say you are in trouble?
What do you mean?
The reason why I came here is because Xiao Ming is the person I chose to train. He has already been involved in this matter. Even if I can't go there in person, I can't escape. I have to be where I should be. I don't understand. Are you training him as your heir or something? Didn't I say it several times? I have no power. Why should I cultivate a successor? You said it a few times in a vague way. Why exactly?
Wu explained with an expression of looking at a fool.
Because he really has potential. And he has a good temperament. And he will not suffer any disadvantages in cultivating him. You can just say that I spent time and energy to guide Xiao Ming and finally earn Xiao Ming a psychic.
Is it bad if you sit on the same chair as me? It's really not a loss. Then it's over. And there's another reason. That is, someone dares to step on my face directly.
Hui turned his head guiltily after hearing this.
Why are you turning your head? I really don't know how much Wu Jing spent to hire you. Don't tell me. They gave you quite a lot. They seem to have a unique way of producing psychic materials. I still have some left, ahem.
Wu didn't bother to say anything about Hu Yi's loud mouth on some unimportant things. Anyway, he had already received enough compensation from Hu Yi's apology. The rest of the reward Hui received from Wu Jing would be used as compensation to Chen Ming later.
There is a third reason, but I won't tell you about it. In short, if Xiao Ming is involved in this matter, I have to make a statement. But I can't really interfere, because there are already several important people involved in this matter. It would not be a good thing for everyone if I got in for no reason. Wouldn't it be better for one more person to help? Then if there are already enough people involved, would it be a good thing for you to have one more person share the final result?
Hui shrugged and did not continue speaking. Wu was also used to Hu Yi's appearance, which showed little regard for the overall situation. Otherwise, Hui wouldn't have gone to Wu Jing's side to help Wu Jing do things for a little profit.
So at least there must be something that the Empire can't handle that is suitable for me to deal with before I can get involved. If I go there in advance, it will only have the opposite effect. But you can go and have a look and see who this psyker is who is drawing the attention that Swipath should have given you. Anyway, you are a missing person now, and you are still wanted. It doesn't matter if you are regarded as a suspect,
Hui said in embarrassment.
But I may also be beaten to death as a bastard. And I feel that you are talking about me in both words. If you want real food, you won't sit at the same table with me. Since Wu Jing has focused his attention on the new psyker, you should go over and take advantage of Wu Jing's attraction to him. Anyway, you can't pull off the left-hand skin you're wearing now. You have to do something to make others believe you. Right. You just asked where to start actively looking for the left path, then start here.
While Wu and Hui were discussing their plans, Chen Ming finally entered the prosperous star field. Because the spacecraft picked up from the space station was in poor condition, and the fuel supplies were already somewhat insufficient, he temporarily docked at the port of a colony belonging to the prosperous star field to rest. And after he actually arrived, he finally discovered that the prosperous star field was so different from what he had imagined. Colonies in a prosperous star field are not necessarily highly urbanized colonies and urbanized hurried life. This prosperous star field is often just a general term, representing the overall economic level. True prosperity is more about the prosperity that goes deep into everyone. Just like now, the colony where Chen Ming is currently located is a comprehensive colony. Its main characteristic industry is the large number of unique flowers and flower cultivation techniques that belong to this livable planet. And there are seas of flowers all over the planet that have different characteristics in all seasons of the year. This planet is also called the Garden Planet. After entering the port, Jinming arranged maintenance and supplies for the spacecraft, paid a deposit, and rented a sightseeing shuttle boat that could sail freely over the city. So when he came out now, he could see the sea of flowers outside the city from the air. And he could also see the artificially planted flowers that almost covered the entire city. The feeling brought by such an environment is completely different from the crowded and barbaric feeling of the pirate space station where Jinming stayed. This is prosperity at the level of life, comfort, enjoyment, peace. Jinming, who had just watched the bloody scene not long ago, soothed his tense nerves, even a little too much. Even though his life has gradually stabilized, he is still a little unaccustomed to this kind of environment. However, in a place like the prosperous star field, what Jinming is most interested in is scientific research-related content. Even this kind of research on flowers can actually be said to be of interest to Jinming. It's just that high-end research institutes are not accessible to an Whooping's prosthetic level. Therefore, Jinming just took a stroll on this colonial planet and was ready to leave soon. Not only is he going to the Kamo Star territory next, but also because his identity information must have become sensitive information in the nearby star territory after 2 days. And someone should be keeping an eye on him soon. Although the government of the Odin Star territory may not be able to share his identity information with other star territories in the next 2 days, he must be a little wary. After seeing enough of the Sea of Flowers, Jinming ordered the sightseeing shuttle boat to prepare for landing. A small screen on the shuttle was playing a news item. He was talking about the news about the Zhujiang space station that Jinming killed 2 days ago. Jinming changed the channel with some interest and found that it was not just the space station he had killed. There are also many arrests being reported on the left path in the nearby star field. These news reports actually existed before, but in the past 2 days after Jinming took down the space station, the news appeared more frequently. After all, there are so many messages related to left paths in the database of the space station. As long as they can be processed cleanly, the Odin Star region can definitely be called the area with the least left paths for at least a period of time. It can also be seen from this that the Empire has made great efforts to punish Zhujiang, and has put sufficient pressure on Zhujiang from public opinion. After this crazy campaign, the Empire should make a big move soon. The sightseeing shuttle boat quickly landed back at the port. Jinming's spaceship has been maintained and supplies are sufficient, although there is no time to transform it into a single pilot. If it is just a frigate-level spacecraft, it will not be a problem for Jinming to fly it alone. After paying the balance with the people at the port repair shop, Jinming suddenly paused, then turned and walked towards the spacecraft. Just now, he felt someone was watching him, but it was not dangerous. Maybe someone from the government. Jinming is not sure. This efficiency is a bit exaggerated, although he did leave traces on purpose. He was a little surprised that the government caught up with him so quickly. He had to go. If he was really stopped by government officials, there would be too much to argue with. Jinming boarded the spacecraft and soon disappeared from the colony. After observing through the sensors for a while, it was confirmed that no spacecraft was tracking. Jinming set up the spacecraft's automatic cruise, picked up the terminal, found the boss's communication code, and dialed it. In the past 2 days, he has been digesting the ability from the origin of chaos. The problem from 2 days ago has not been resolved to this day. That totem pole is most likely what the boss said before, a result of a psyker using weapons and armor made of multiple psionic materials of different properties at the same time. It would be most appropriate to ask this question to your boss. Wuan, who was just processing the information sent by his subordinates, was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. Hui, who was preparing a plan according to Wuan's arrangement, immediately came over and asked, "Who hit me?" "Xiaoming." Wuan ignored Hui and answered the phone. "Hello." Jinming's voice rang from the terminal. "Boss, I recently picked up another ectoplasmic stone, which is obsessed with it. I would like to ask if there will be any problems if these 2 ectoplasm stones with completely different properties are put together. You said before that something will happen if psionic materials of different properties are used together. What about the ectoplasm stones?" The boss's face changed slightly and he said, "You were right to ask me the first time. This may indeed cause problems. The characteristics of ectoplasmic stones are very extreme, even more extreme than various ectoplasmic materials. When extreme emotions come together, they will definitely be more dangerous. The ectoplasm stone you originally had is at least 2 levels higher than the obsession. If it is not necessary, just continue to use the old ectoplasm stone. The new ectoplasm stone can be isolated with silence alloy,
or it can be resold. Understood,
Chinming responded and continued to ask.
Then what will happen if these psychic materials of different properties are brought together?
The boss did not answer, but said,
I remember you asked about it last time. This involves some special properties of psychic energy. You don't have much contact with it now. There is no need to tell you in advance. Will it turn into a special psychic creature?
The boss sat up straight on the sofa and asked,
Have you already encountered it? Well, that's right.
Chinming's words made the boss subconsciously guess that Chinming encountered this special creature in the afterglow outside the Empire's territory. After all, Chinming is currently staying in the branch of the 14th Army Corps in everyone's eyes. It is definitely impossible for such a thing to happen in such a place. In this case, the boss will no longer hide it.
Then I'll tell you directly. As long as a variety of psychic materials of different properties, including ectoplasm stones, are mixed in the same person at the same time, the different properties will actively compete for the psychic energy fluctuations of their users, using the bodies of psychers as a battlefield to attack each other. The most important target to be attacked is the brain. The psycher's brain is destroyed, but the spiritual nerve will not die directly. It will also join in the fight for the right to speak. Intertwined with each other, different spiritual energy fluctuations and properties will gradually merge, and finally become a monster. This kind of monster is collectively called a mind rage entity. Each psychic rage entity is different, possessing properties based on the psychic material that caused the psychic rage. But every mind-robbing entity also has the same ability, which is the ability to continue to devour more psychic qualities and transform them into its own abilities.
Hearing this, Chinming has completely cleared up the situation on the space station. The Void Psyker, who was originally responsible for helping with research on the space station, possesses a kind of psionic weapon or equipment with ruthless qualities. The properties of these two psionic qualities happen to be relatively close. However, there are also those psychic beasts in the laboratory that are caused by their obsession with ectoplasmic stones. The Psyker had been in contact with the psychic beast for a long time, and many different psychic qualities collided in his mind, killing him. His three psychic qualities, spiritual nerve, ruthlessness, and obsession, fused together to form that totem pole-shaped mental entity. Chinming digested it for a while and asked,
Is there any special way to deal with this kind of thing? The method to target it? The best way is to directly cover it with weapons with sufficient power. The characteristic of the psychic rampage entity that absorbs psychic energy fluctuations is so disgusting. It is best not to use psychers to fight it. But what I can tell you is generally based on my experience. You can at most refer to it. You have to ask more professional people for systematic methods of restraining mentally violent entities. To put it simply, suppress it in the early stage and don't give him a chance to absorb the psychic energy fluctuations.
I see. Chinming did not hang up the phone after thanking him, but asked about another matter.
Boss, have you heard any news about Hui recently? There has been no movement since the last time he took action.
The boss glanced at Hui next to him and said,
Not yet. I will tell you when I get it.
Good. Communication ended. Chinming took the terminal and rummaged through the address book. I found Higu, whom I had chatted with before. As a member of the Psychic Research Institute, Higu has recently been cooperating with the Psychic Association to deal with dimensional infections and left paths. Although there is a connection between the president and Higu, there is still some information that needs to be notified to Chinming. In order to avoid wasting their own time, Higu will directly inform Chinming of the information. So after the affairs in the colony were over, Chinming still occasionally chatted with Higu for a while, and he probably wouldn't mind asking such questions. Chinming from Higu didn't bother calling and chose to directly send a series of messages asking questions. Higu responded quickly and asked if it was okay for Chinming to get the information from him. After confirming that it didn't matter, he let Chinming ask casually. Chinming's question was very simple. Just one sentence.
What is the use of the things dropped by the mind rage entity when it is killed?
Chinming didn't wait for an answer, but he waited for a call from Higu.
Have you encountered a mentally violent entity?
After getting a positive answer from Chinming, Higu was silent for a while and said,
After the death of the mentally violent entity, a substance containing the mentally violent entity will indeed be left behind. This substance is also a source of chaos and is dangerous to psychers. As psychers, we have to avoid having too many things with different psychic properties. Holding this is like holding a bomb. Generally, they are disposed of directly. So if you can handle it, dispose of it. Don't carry it with you. However, if the residue can be preserved with silent alloy, then I can buy this thing from you specifically. We still have a research laboratory on mentally violent entities. Of course, the most important thing is to ensure your safety. If this kind of thing is triggered, it doesn't care what kind of psyker you are. Understood.
After Chen-Ming expressed his sincere thanks, he asked a question that his boss had not fully explained before.
So is there any way to restrain this mentally violent entity? The best way to deal with it is actually to do a good job of publicity, and not let psychers take psionic materials of different properties at will. But if something has already happened, and an initial mental rampage entity has emerged, then the best response is to cover it with firepower.
Higu gave the same answer as his boss. It seemed that directly bombing with large weapons was indeed the best way. However, Chen-Ming also noticed a key word in Higu's words.
Initial stage?
Higu explained.
At least 3 kinds of spiritual energy fluctuations possessed by the early mental rampage entities are distinct from each other. However, once the mental rampage entity is given time, these distinct spiritual energy fluctuations will be completely intertwined and enter the middle stage. The midterm mental rampage entity can use only one kind of spiritual energy fluctuation to dispatch different spiritual energy effects. But other spiritual energy fluctuations still exist. In the later stage, these spiritual energy fluctuations will be completely integrated and will no longer express the original spiritual energy effects. Instead, they will generate some spiritual energy fluctuations that humans cannot understand. Can't humans understand?
Higu immediately thought of a suitable metaphor and said,
for example, infrared light and ultraviolet light in the spectrum, infrasound waves and ultrasonic waves in the sound waves. These places all have areas that humans cannot observe directly. The effect of this chaotic spiritual energy fluctuation is similar to this kind of existence outside observation. But it is more terrifying. Chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations are composed of a variety of spiritual energy fluctuations that are randomly superimposed and compounded. No one can predict the effects of different spiritual energy fluctuations that are completely superimposed together. If you can't understand it, you won't be able to counteract it. You may die without knowing how.
Chapter 274 Unkind Visitor. Higu spoke in a serious tone. In his opinion, Chen-Ming is a member of the Psychic Society. The psychers who come out under the education model of the Psionics Association are different from those who come out through the Empire's normal education methods. In some matters, psychers in psionic societies especially like to try it out for themselves, experience matters related to psionic energy themselves, and then sum up their experiences. Only those who have tried it themselves can draw a conclusion. Although the psychers cultivated in this way do have some abilities that exceed those of psychers who received ordinary education. Even when these psychers reach a bottleneck in their ability development and begin to learn systematic psionic knowledge, it is easier for them to surpass psychers who studied systematically from the beginning in all aspects. After all, those who can find their own way in such an environment are people with certain talents, and their own growth path can often be modified to suit them best. But, when such psychers encounter some unknown things, they will often have some suicidal thoughts of,
let me see what happens.
Although these people are all smart people, they will prepare some backup plans before preparing to commit suicide. But not all backup tactics work, and not all troubles can be easily dealt with. The mind rage entity is one of them. So although Chen-Ming said that he had already encountered it, Higu felt that he still had to give a serious warning. If something happened to Chen-Ming, it would be a heavy loss to the 14th Army. But when he thought of this, Higu suddenly realized something. Chen-Ming should be at the branch of the 14th Legion now. Where did he encounter the mentally violent entity? After thinking about it, he couldn't think of an answer. He felt that even if he asked Chen-Ming, he wouldn't tell it, and it would be a lie. So he simply didn't ask it. He just repeated what he just said, hoping that Chen-Ming would listen and not make seeking death a habit. After he finished speaking, Chen-Ming of course responded. Anyway, he had warnings from psychic powers before doing anything. He would definitely not do anything that was truly dangerous. Not to mention that he still had a fake body. Why would he do it himself if he could let the fake body do it? Chen-Ming simply did not show any suspicion of seeking death, and asked casually,
is there anything else that can be said about this mentally violent entity?
Higu thought for a moment and said,
yes, there are 2 trivia facts that many people don't know. It is this mentally violent entity that can only be transformed into a human being. Ordinary creatures will not be affected even if they carry several psychic materials of different properties, because psionic creatures do not have spiritual enlightenment nerves. Their own psionic nature is the nature that occupies the most important part of their body. External existence cannot affect it at all. So there will be no active fighting between different psionic qualities in the body. Another piece of knowledge is that by the time a psyker has multiple psychic qualities competing against each other, the psyker is basically dead. However, the remaining active psychic properties will still derive the appearance of different mind-robbing entities based on the original psyker's condition. According to the records we have, the appearance of a mentally violent entity will show different manifestations depending on a person's long-term obsession, the major harm he has experienced, or related to the subconscious self-awareness.
Chen Ming's mind immediately started spinning. According to Yigu, the style of the totem pole may represent the psyker's simple belief in Zhujiang. Might those arms be related to the psyker's obsession or the injuries he suffered? But the void psyker is dead, and there's no way to be sure about it now. So there's nothing more to say. Even Chen Ming suddenly thought of a question. Does the boss know these two pieces of trivia? If the boss knew that psychic rampant entities can only be transformed into human beings, even if the boss knows that his afterglow is distributed in various places, there seems to be no way to explain to him where the psyker came from outside the empire and turned into a psychotic entity. He happened to encounter it. It happened that Chen Ming also had armed forces there. While destroying the mental rampage entity, he also sent the ectoplasmic stone back. Forget it. It's okay. If the boss is exposed, it will be exposed. It's not a big problem. Ended the conversation with Yigu on the mental rampage entity. Chen Ming immediately reviewed all the relevant points in his mind and wrote them all down. They might be useful in the future. However, he was not in a hurry to hang up the phone, and planned to take this opportunity to communicate with Yigu to ask some questions within the 14th Army. For example, one thing he had been paying close attention to before. Can the psyker's contribution points be traded? As a member of the Psionics Research Institute, Yigu knew a lot about the psychics of the 14th Legion, and he immediately gave Chen Ming a definite answer. Yes. Actually, it was originally not allowed. But not being able to trade is nothing more than adding an extra step of exchanging items for things when psykers conduct private transactions. So this later rule was deleted. Anyway, contribution points are basically earned by doing things. It is the psyker's own business to be willing to share the contribution points earned by doing things. After Chen Ming confirmed that the contribution points could be traded, he immediately asked, does the Legion Psionics Research Institute purely rely on Legion support? Or is it an independent department? Who determines the contribution points of psykers? As someone who really wanted to invite Chen Ming to join the Psionics Research Institute, Yigu would not be stingy with his time when Chen Ming wanted to learn more about the rules of the psykers of the 14th Legion. He continued to explain. Each organization's Psychic Research Institute is an independent department, but it usually gets the most support from the organization. The reason should be clear to you. Then the contribution points will all be distributed by the Legion. The people below, even the research institutes, can only help report the achievements that can get the contribution points. For example, we helped you report the 2 studies you did before, and the rewards that will come down soon. However, most of the things that can be exchanged for contribution points are materials stored in the warehouse of our Psychic Research Institute, and they have to be exchanged with us. These things belong to the Legion, not just to the Research Institute. If the Research Institute wants to use them, they must be approved and cannot be taken casually. Chen Ming roughly understood the working principle of the Psyker's contribution point mechanism. Basically, it can be said that it is a method used by the Legion to control the Psykers under its command. Of course, the premise is that it cannot be traded. Now that contribution points can be traded, it is a win-win situation that is acceptable to both the Psykers and the Legion. I see. Will the Legion collect some extra things from other places? Yigu responded. Yes. The military supply warehouse often does not have everything, and many things have to be found by people. Acquisition is an easy way. As I just told you, our laboratory needs the things left over from the mentally rampaging entities. If we want to buy them from you, it depends on whether you need to exchange them for things or directly choose to contribute points. So do you want to trade contribution points or buy something? Chen Ming responded and said in detail. I have something that should be fairly valuable that I want to sell in exchange for something I need. What do you want to sell? A set of power armor made of pure ectoplasmic metal. Materials of the same nature. Yigu was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and asked with some uncertainty. What did you say you wanted to sell? A set of power armor. Most of the metals on it are psychic metals, and their properties are the same. Yigu, who was on the other end of the phone, did not take Chen Ming's words as a lie. Instead, he seriously considered the sizes of common power armors and how much metal material was needed to make such a lifetime of power armor. Then he said to Qinming,
"Wait a moment.
"Put down the terminal for now. You should probably consult with someone. After all, the value of such a set of power armor is really not low. And many psychers may not be able to afford even a handy, or even an used psionic weapon. Therefore, such a set of powered armor should only be able to afford it if it has the official funding background of the 14th Legion for Psychic Research." A few minutes later, Higu picked up the terminal again and asked Qinming,
Are you sure they are the same material?
"Right. After all, they were all dug out from Yan Xiong's body. Could they not be of the same nature?"
To be honest, we are quite interested in that thing of yours.
However, Higu's intention was not for the power armor, but for the large piece of psychic material of the same nature that was used to make the power armor. Psychic materials have never been common things, and their properties are also varied. Even though the properties of many materials appear to be similar, there are only subtle differences. But as the overall number increases, this difference will become obvious and cannot be directly applied to some large equipment for single use. Therefore, large volume psychic materials of the same nature that can be used to make a set of power armor can be said to be very rare. It's surprising that Qinming could actually get such a thing. Higu casually guessed that it should be a product of another civilization's relics obtained by Qinming's Afterglow fleet that opened up to the outside world. Perhaps it could also be found by Qinming in the Afterglow star field. Of course, it is also possible that Qinming really dug a vein and then directly made the psychic or into power armor. If you think about it this way, the mentally rampaging entity may also be caused by those psychers, who have a very small probability of existing in the territory of Afterglow. Higu thought of a reasonable explanation and stopped worrying about this aspect. Instead, he asked the question he needed to know most.
Has that psychic material been made into powered armor? Yes.
After Qinming's boss reminded him of Yan Xiong's purpose, he asked Xiaofan to help him make a set, intending to wear it for his body. However, Qinming's true form is now following brilliant Xiaofan and the others on their pioneering journey, and has been strictly protected and has never encountered any danger. In addition, the boss warned me not to wear multiple psychic equipment of different properties at the same time. And, although the effect of power armor is indeed very good, the increase in mental power and psychic energy far exceeds that of ectoplasm stones and psychic weapons. But wearing power armor every day is also very uncomfortable. Qinming would rather get a lower bonus from the psychic equipment. So the power armor is currently at a point where it is of little use. Wait a moment. Qinming suddenly hammered the table subconsciously and rolled back his previous thoughts to the previous sentence. Something seems a little wrong. What he was referring to was not that the power armor was uncomfortable to wear, but the increase that he had obtained as a foreign object. Qinming now has 4 ectoplasm stones on hand. Whisper, Fear, Fascination, and the mad words ectoplasm stone he carried for the fake body in the 14th Legion. As for the crazy ectoplasm stone on the fake body, it was embedded in a psychic revolver with a neutral nature. As for his psychic nature, although he himself is not sure about it, since the totem pole absorbed his psychic energy fluctuations before and caused him to vomit blood, it does not seem to be a very neutral psychic nature. These 3 kinds of spiritual energy of different natures are mixed together, but nothing happens like the void psychic. Even if this is because of the prosthetic body, Qinming could always carry these things himself earlier. Moreover, Qinming embedded the ectoplasm stone on the weapon in a way that his boss had specifically told him before. Inlaying an extremely negative ectoplasm stone into a neutral weapon doesn't conflict with psychers not to carry too many psionic equipment of different properties. Qinming was used to this before, so he didn't pay attention. But now I suddenly think of looking back. Isn't this nonsense? The boss will definitely not harm him. Is there something he doesn't understand? Did he himself resist the influence of the psychic qualities from the 3 natures? Or is it still the specialness of the resonance ectoplasm stone? Or maybe the weapon has special properties. Or, is he special? On the other side, Higu heard Qinming suddenly banging the table and asked,
What's wrong? It's nothing. It's just that I just thought of something. Can spiritual weapons inlaid with spiritual stones improve the effectiveness of the weapons?
Higu understood what Qinming meant and said,
That's right. You probably want to ask if this violates the principle of not bringing a variety of psychic equipment with different properties? You don't have to worry about this, because when spiritual weapons are inlaid with spiritual stones, the usual choice is to use spiritual stones that are compatible with psychers or have properties similar to those of spiritual weapons. even if psychic weapons are not compatible with psychics for some reason. In the end, there will be two different psychic qualities in one person with a relatively large gap. I just told you before that a mentally violent entity needs to have at least 3 different properties. So this situation does not quite meet the conditions for the emergence of mentally violent entities. Although subtle deviations in properties may cause psychics to run into a certain risk of mental rage, it is much better to have different properties in all 3 places. However, the probability that the psyker, the psionic weapon, and the ectoplasmic stone embedded in the psionic weapon have different properties is too low. And generally no one does this. If someone really does this, we will remind. So don't worry.
In Chenming's silence, Higu continued.
Under normal circumstances, the spiritual energy fluctuations of the spiritual stone will not conflict with the things in the body of the psychic. The most common triggers for mental rampage entities are psychic equipment of different properties rather than ectoplasm stones. Ectoplasm stones are very special existences,
and the probability can be so small that they are negligible.
Although Higu said this, Chenming had just met a guy who turned into a mentally violent entity due to the spiritual stone. Oh no! It seems that it really isn't because of the ectoplasm stone. The Void Psyker was most likely because he was cooperating with the Psychic Beast project being researched in the Left Path laboratory, which led to him having too much contact with the Psychic Beast, who was obsessed with traits. The desire for expansion of the Psychic Beast is still very powerful, and it does affect the people around it. So the psychic fluctuations on the totem pole are not the psychic fluctuations of the ectoplasm stone, but the psychic fluctuations of the Psychic Beast. This just explains why Chenming found the obsession ectoplasm stone on the Psychic Beast instead of on the totem pole. But this still fails to answer why the existence of 3 spiritual energy fluctuations with different absolute properties did not cause his mind to go berserk when Chenming himself was there. Is it luck? This kind of issue related to the nature of psychic energy is not easy to discuss with Higu, who has not known him for too long. So he still couldn't let go. So he immediately sent a message to his boss to ask. The boss's reply was to reassure Chenming. According to the boss, it is because the psychic material used in the Ming given by Bai Quan has a very neutral quality, neutralizing it. Although this ectoplasm material with neutralizing characteristics is not very strong, it is the most adaptable material among almost all ectoplasm materials. This was not written on the certificate given by Bai Quan. Chenming only knew that it was a neutral material before, and he always thought it was relatively unpalatable. But think about it. How could Bai Quan really give him a piece of garbage? Previously, the boss only knew that Chenming had 2 ectoplasm stones with similar properties on hand, and the ectoplasm stones were not easy to obtain. So he only asked Chenming to try inlaying them. In addition, the Whisper of Madness happens to be an ectoplasm stone that has evolved all the way from Whisper. It can be said that it is an ectoplasm stone of the same origin, and there will be no conflict at all. So he didn't say anything about the later mentally violent entities. That should be fine. Chenming felt that it was because of the special material properties of the weapon and its ability to tolerate that it did not cause the mind to go berserk. If it really causes the mind to go berserk, a warning of danger should be given when he acquires the next new psychic trait. Thinking of this, Chenming finally felt relieved. However, he still felt vaguely that something was wrong, and he seemed to have overlooked something. But what he ignored seemed to have no impact, and he had no sense of danger. Chenming didn't think about it for a while, so he just let it go and didn't think about it further. He continued to bring up the previous topic with Higu, the matter of selling power armor. The set of power armor in his hand is temporarily useless, and Yen Xiong can continue to produce psychic metal, so he plans to sell the set first and make new ones if needed in the future. Therefore, after Chenming brought the topic back, he continued to promote.
If you need it, I can directly dismantle the power armor and make it look like you need. My psychic effects can be restored directly to ensure that there will be no problems.
The impact is just like a pile of psychic metal that just came out of the smelting furnace.
Higu was obviously very interested in this thing. Chenming offered to help with the materials. He did not pretend to be pretentious and said directly,
"That would be best. In this case, what do you want?"
Chenming decisively gave his request.
"Ling Nerve. Are you interested in this thing? Is it for your own use? I heard that you have absorbed several of them. Try to be careful. Many cases have proven that rashly absorbing spiritual nerves may cause mental problems. I know. That's why I need it."
Higu had heard rumors about Chen Mingxing's deeds of chewing nerves from others before, so he didn't say more.
"It's okay if you have confidence. How many do you need?" Then it depends on how many pieces of power armor I can replace. Good.
He said something, looked at the message from the director on the terminal, and then said to Qinming,
We can give you 2 spiritual nerves.
Qinming bargained and said,
2. I feel like it's a bit less. Then we can give you some additional items with less than 5,000 contribution points. Think about it. What else do you need?
Giving an additional 5,000 contribution points was almost the bottom line in Qinming's heart. He accepted it as soon as it was good. After thinking about what he had seen on the website before, he said,
I have seen something that seems to detect the spirit of psychers before.
Something functional. Right? That thing doesn't seem cheap. The disposable testers sold externally are not cheap. But if you come to the Institute for a physical examination, it is free. Forget about the physical examination.
Qinming declined the idea of a physical examination. It would be great fun if the physical examination revealed that the prosthetic brain did not have spiritual nerves.
Just this one-time device, and the remaining 3,000 contribution points will be enough.
Okay. He didn't waste any time and agreed immediately.
I will go to the branch to find you in person with chilling nerve and equipment later.
With the end of the communication, 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Qinming once again arrived at the next scheduled supply point. Although the supplies have not been exhausted yet, it is certainly impossible to wait until the supplies are exhausted before replenishing things. Moreover, by doing so, he could also disrupt to a certain extent the possibility of those who were following him guessing his whereabouts based on the amount of materials he purchased. This time, Qinming also arrived at a comprehensive colony. But the scale is smaller than before, and it doesn't have the characteristics of a garden planet like that. It's just an ordinary colony in a prosperous star field. After arriving at the port this time, Qinming asked the repair shop to repair the spacecraft and replenish supplies as he did last time. After paying the deposit and walking out of the port, Qinming suddenly discovered from the billboard on the roadside that this colony seemed to have some characteristics. In the ocean of this planet, there lives an extremely delicious, large, starfish-shaped creature with multiple irregular tentacles. Since the meat of this kind of starfish is extremely perishable and difficult to preserve, canned starfish are generally sold to the outside world. Only locals can enjoy the freshest starfish. Qinming had seen it in some advertisements before, and now he happened to see it again. So he simply ran to a local restaurant, opened a private room, and ordered food. Just like an ordinary person, he browses the terminal and waits for the food to be served. But while waiting, Qinming suddenly stood up, raised his fist, and swung it behind him with wind pressure strong enough to cut his skin. But this punch only dispersed a little of the black fog. A familiar voice from Qinming suddenly came from the black mist floating next to him.
Do you really want to fight in a place like this? It's a downtown area outside.
Chapter 275 Induction. What the person in the black mist said was clearly threatening Qinming. But Qinming didn't do this. Without saying a word, he used his maximum power in the small room without causing damage to the environment, trying to catch the psyker who was using the black mist. However, the black mist moved deftly in the box, constantly turning into phantoms and sneaking into the shadows of the room. It gave Qinming the feeling that the effect of this psyker's use of black mist psionic energy was even stronger than that of the previous black mist psyker. This spiritual power is going to be played out in his hands. Qinming couldn't catch him at all. At least, he had to use all his strength to deal with it. It's really hard to do anything in this restricted environment now. And although Qinming did not take this threat in his actions, the downtown area still restricted his movements to a certain extent. At least before this obviously left-wing person broke out first. Qinming couldn't have exploded with power that could threaten the surrounding environment. Because once he takes the lead in doing this, Zhuijing will definitely try his best to throw dirty water on him and push him headfirst into Zhuijing's camp. Unless Zhuijing makes the first move,
Qinming will then counterattack. But Zhuijing is not a fool either. The psychers in the Black Mist also knew why Qinming was limiting his power now. Therefore, Black Mist just dodged and did not launch any attack at all. Gradually, Qinming stopped moving. Doing so was a pure waste of time. And judging from the performance of this Black Mist, Zhuijing did not come to fight with him, but had something to say to him. After Qinming stopped moving, the black mist that had just been scurrying around in the box suddenly rolled through Qinming's body, and a human figure condensed behind Qinming. A very handsome man turned around, straightened his neat suit, and asked Qinming,
"Have you had enough fun?"
Although Qinming has never seen this face, the person's movement habits and the voice he just spoke have already told Qinming. This guy was the glass bead psyker who ran to the planet and was recorded by his surveillance system when the Black Mist Psyker was captured by him. He had another face. Seeing that Shinming didn't respond, the Glass Bead Psychic asked sarcastically,
"Do you still want to try?"
In an environment as small as the private room, and in a really busy urban area outside, Shinming really had no good way to take down this guy if he didn't use all his abilities. So he simply gave up on his plan to continue fighting with the Glass Bead Psyker under the constraints of the environment, and sat back on his chair, intending to see why Zhuo Jing came to the door earlier than the government. However, his bloodshot scarlet eyes continued to scan the Glass Bead Psyker's body, filled with murderous intent.
"What do you want to do?"
The Glass Bead Psyker did not answer Shinming's question, but stared into Shinming's eyes and said,
"You should be suffering from berserk disease now." "Right. This is a disease that many psychers will suffer from. And the physical spirit those who are able are more likely to suffer from it."
Shinming was silent and did not respond. But the violent aura and murderous intent on his body began to become more and more obvious. The Glass Bead Psychic was not angry when he saw the scene, but was secretly happy.
"Rage disorder will bring the desire to destroy and kill to the patient. You should be very aware of the pain caused by these two desires." "Right. You wanted to release it, but you were restricted by the rules of the Empire. So you chose a compromise and killed Zhuo Jing. Only by killing Zhuo Jing and the criminals can you vent your desires without being hunted down by the Empire. Zhuo Jing was meant to die."
Shinming's words made the Glass Bead Psychic seem to have heard something funny.
"Even if Zhuo Jing deserves to die, he will be judged by the laws of the Empire, not some people venting their anger to satisfy their own selfish desires. You should admit it directly. There is no need to use Zhuo Jing as an excuse. Massacre is massacre. You are just following your own desire to kill. If you really just want to kill Zhuo Jing, then as a psyker like you can use efficient means to kill those people as quickly as possible, instead of killing them like some wild beast."
Shinming stared fiercely at the Glass Bead Psychic, who revealed his identity during the words and said,
"Is there a possibility that I am letting you people on the left to experience the final consequences of the ordinary people who were used as experimental subjects by you? Despair?"
But the Glass Bead Psychic didn't accept this.
"Plain excuses cannot beautify your violent behavior. You are enjoying the feeling of killing. You are an evil person from the bottom of your heart. Ha ha. I didn't expect that one day someone from Zhuo Jing, the #1 cult in the Empire, would be able to educate me."
The Glass Bead Psychic shook his head and said,
"I'm not educating you. I just want to say, since you are pursuing this kind of pleasure of killing that is completely inconsistent with the world, wandering on the edge of the gray area of the law, and one foot has stepped into the black area, then why don't you join us?"
Before Shinming was on the space station, it was indeed his idea to kill Zhuo Jing, but he just wanted to maintain his personality and vent his dissatisfaction with leftist elements. So when he entered the insect state, he was a little rough and did not leave a whole body. Shinming also recognized the name of violence. But how could his approach be understood by Zhuo Jing to mean this, and invite him to join? Shinming didn't understand it for a while, but he immediately realized that this was a good opportunity. His eyes became more ferocious, and he growled in a low voice.
"What do you mean?"
Shinming's tone became more and more fierce, as if he had been stabbed in a sore spot. A smile appeared on the face of the Glass Bead Psyker, and he quietly crushed one in his pocket. Inside, there was a vortex-shaped entity that made people feel uneasy, as if he would sink completely into it if he looked straight at it for too long. "Glass Bead?" An inducing sentence came out of his mouth.
"You actually don't care about the life and death of ordinary people on the space station. You just want to satisfy your own desires. You call people directly and don't care about the follow-up. The status of those ordinary people in your heart is not important at all. What is important is yourself. I agree with you on this point. You really shouldn't care about ordinary people. They are just a weak group. Psychers are the future."
Shinming was silent for a moment, because to be honest, the first two sentences were indeed true for him. But this is not a thought restricted to psychers, but is a thought that any normal person might have. Be wise and protect yourself. Don't take the initiative to do things that should not be done by yourself. Under this premise, Shinming also believes that there are indeed some people who are willing to sacrifice for others, and he respects these people. But he himself is not such a person. So he did just pass the information to the Anti-Cult Bureau and did some simple protection work within his ability, only because Uncle Mao had helped him. He went to save him personally. As for the third sentence, Shinming completely disagrees. Psychers are a rare group born based on the huge number of people in the Empire. If there are no ordinary people, there will not be so many Psychers. In addition, There are many ordinary scholars in the Empire who have conducted more in-depth research on psychic powers than psychers. It is absolutely wrong to say that psychers don't need to care about ordinary people. This is what Chen-Ming has always believed. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Zhuo Jing seems to have misunderstood him a little bit. It was obvious that Chen-Ming was using An Wuping's leather sheath to vent his dissatisfaction with Zhuo Jing. But Zhuo Jing seemed to have a completely new understanding of his behavior and interpreted his behavior in a completely different direction. However, this shows in disguise that Zhuo Jing does not have many informants in the Anti-Cult Bureau of the Auden Star territory. Otherwise, they should know the video he left of rescuing Uncle Mao, and they would not have such misunderstandings about him. But the enemy's misunderstanding may still be a good thing. This glass bead psychic must have come here with some bad thoughts, because Chen-Ming noticed the small movements of his hands in his pockets. The glass bead psychic didn't know that his identity had been seen through by Chen-Ming. But he continued to say to Chen-Ming, as if he knew very well that he was an experienced person.
None of your problems are problems to us. We can help you. Help you kill people at will.
The words of the glass bead psychic were very inductive, guiding Chen-Ming in the direction of venting his anger when he was suffering from a violent disorder. Chen-Ming simply followed this inducement and showed a little irritability.
Left path? Why? Are you worthy?
He said 3 sentences in a hurry, as if his blood was rising when he was thinking. The glass bead psyker said confidently,
It's surprising that we haven't been completely killed after so many years. Zhuo Jing is a cult. Everyone in the cult is a criminal. It doesn't matter if I, a psychic, kill these people casually. What have ordinary people done? Why should I kill ordinary people? This is good for me. Let me ask you a question.
The glass bead psychic said.
If one day, your violent disorder is severe, and there are no left paths and no illegal people nearby, what can you do? Wait to die. Wait until the madness completely spreads to your brain. Turn you into a complete monster? Or kill some civilians to calm down your anger? You killed Zhuo Jing just because Zhuo Jing happened to be within the range you could go to. And Zhuo Jing's identity gave him some psychological comfort. If there is really no other way,
would you really not kill those ordinary people?
Chen-Ming actually didn't have a violent disorder. But if such a situation really happened, he was really not sure what he would do. This reaction happened to be very suitable for An Wuping's current situation. So Chen-Ming fell silent and said nothing.
It seems that you also know what a sick person would do.
The glass bead psychic crushed another glass bead similar to the one before in his pocket and said,
This is not a problem of your own thoughts, but a problem of physiological level. You can never control it, even if you can still find some left-hand ways to kill. What about the future? You can only point your claws and fangs at ordinary people who you pretended to be sanctimonious and did not kill when you are experiencing a violent attack. And then you are killed. The Empire is on the lookout. Instead of having to face 2 enemies in the future, why not turn an enemy into a friend now?
Chen-Ming saw another small movement of the glass bead psyker, as well as the extremely weak and somewhat familiar psychic fluctuations wrapped around his body that could not be detected without any effort. He already knew what this guy wanted to do. The glass bead psyker obviously wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was suffering from berserk disorder and his mental power was relatively fragile, so that he could use this psychic energy fluctuation to induce him. That is, to brainwash him. Knowing this, Chen-Ming's next performance was simple.
I have killed so many of you. How can you still let me join?
The glass bead psychic immediately said,
You should have checked the contents of the space station database.
Right? Chen-Ming sneered and said,
Backstab your own people and kill your own people. You really don't mind if I, an outsider, kill a little bit. So how can I safely think that you won't backstab me?
When the glass bead psyker heard this, instead of feeling annoyed at being exposed, he actually thought that his guidance just now was effective, because An Wuping's words already showed a little heartbeat. Although there is resistance both inside and outside the words, this also takes into account what will happen after joining Zhuo Jing. So he continued to persuade.
Compared to weak people, we obviously prefer capable people. Competent people are always guests here. And psychics like you are capable people. You mean the 4 psychers who died on the station were all incompetent? That's hilarious.
As soon as Chen-Ming said this, it was the glass bead psychic's turn not to understand. What does An Wuping mean? Is that all the psychics on the space station were tricked to death by their own people? But weren't these people killed by An Wuping himself? Is the manic disorder so violent that the mind is not clear? Wrong. The glass bead psyker doesn't think that An Wuping is really stupid because of the violent disorder. At most, it is just because of the violent disorder that he is a little irritable. It was the psyker who came back alive who hid some information. He could probably guess what the situation was. After all, the Psychers who did not join the official empire and some forces belonging to the empire, but instead joined them. Many came here because they had committed some crime that could not be blocked by their status as Psychers. There is no way to stop such people from gathering together to fight in private. So their later policy was to directly implement a more cruel training plan for these scattered Psychers who joined later. Let them fight among themselves. And only the one who survives to the end will get support from them. Unless it's those Psychers who really put their faith in left path. So on that space station, I'm afraid someone fell down because of a stab in the back before a whooping broke out. Otherwise, a total of 5 psychics from the space station, and the ground would not be able to resist it all in front of an Wu plane. The glass bead psychic was slapped in the face as soon as he said these words. But he didn't say anything and continued to say shamelessly, "We respect the strong within us, and the competition is fierce. It is true that occasionally some people do some inappropriate behavior. But we have always been very fair in terms of rules. Whoever is stronger will get support." Chen Ming questioned. Relying on the machinations of foreign enemies to kill one's own people, can one be considered strong? The glass bead psychic replied decisively. Some people are alive, and some are dead. Those who are alive are the strong ones. But that space station and laboratory should be very important to you. Right. I also know a little bit about dimensional infections. In places like this, there are people who stab their own people in the back. Are you yet only able to recruit these people under the siege of the Empire? Waste. Can you believe that there are no moths within a force? I only believe what I see. They are all rubbish. Rubbish that cannot even develop psychic powers. Chen Ming's continuous insults made the glass bead psychic feel a little unhappy. But he really had nothing to refute. At this time, he is the only higher-level psyker in the nearby star field who can run out to perform other tasks. Most of the important psychers are gathered in the Kamo star territory. And the psychers in other places are indeed a bit unbearable. But this is not the reason for whooping a psyker of at least level 4. To bully those level 2 and 3 psychers. Just as the glass bead psychic was about to say something, Chen Ming suddenly raised his hand and said, taking a step back, "What are the benefits of joining you? Killing people at will? If I really want to solve my berserk disorder, I will go directly to the Empire and ask them to provide me with death row prisoners and a left path for me to kill. Will they refuse? It was reasonable and legal for me to kill Zhu Jing, and no one would hunt me down. People who knew what I had done would even applaud me. Are there more capable people in Zhu Jing or in the Empire? I'm not stupid." The glass bead psychic crushed the glass bead for the 3rd time and said, "We can provide you with what you need. Whether it is psychic materials, psychic resources, or psychic medicines. As long as you can join, we can give you these. You don't need to work hard and contribute in the Empire to get such a small profit. Your abilities are very suitable for us to cultivate. As long as you can join, everything is yours." This time, the effect of the glass beads did not seem to be ideal. The glass bead psychic only saw an whooping in front of him and directly stretched out his hand and said, "Giving me something is not just a matter of words. Is there anything more? Something more substantial?" He frowned and said, "If you want something substantive, you have to come up with a substantive letter of nomination." Chen Ming looked like he had completely lost his patience and didn't want to say anything more. "You want to vote for me just for nothing? Have you taken advantage of all the good things?" The expression of the glass bead psyker also turned cold. It was obvious that the whooping in front of him had calmed down after the emotions he had just aroused. A psyker who could reach level 4 calmed down and was not easy to deceive or induce. Moreover, the psychic effects of the 3 glass beads he had just crushed were each worse than the last. If they continued, it would only give an whooping more unnecessary pressure and disgust for Zhu Jing for no reason. In addition, it was impossible for him to really give anything to an whooping. Then it's time to leave. Anyway, he has done what he needs to do, and it will depend on whether the situation develops to their liking. That's it. It seems like we can't come up with a result from our discussion today. Farewell. The glass bead psychic turned around decisively and pushed open the door of the box. He smiled at the waiter who just came to deliver the food and walked out. Chen Ming was left half leaning on the table, holding his head with one hand and staring in the direction of departure with a gloomy expression. Shortly after the glass bead psyker left, he transformed into black mist again in a dark alley, and in an instant he arrived at the local stronghold some distance away from where he disappeared. He picked up the terminal and made a video call. Not long after, a gentle, honest, and somewhat honest-looking face appeared on the terminal, and a questioning voice came. "Qianyan, How are you? The glass bead psychic known as Thousand Faces responded.
The progress is not ideal. He has been suffering from berserk syndrome for a long time. Although he is not aware of some mental attacks. His resistance is real, and it is not easy to trick him directly. But the seeds have been planted. The brain of a physical psyker is almost defenseless. As long as you slow down your rhythm, you can still influence him. Then I plan to find an opportunity to stimulate his berserk disorder and make him go berserk at a critical moment. As long as he goes berserk in a similar environment, the damage he can cause may be even more exaggerated than our carefully planned attack. As long as he can't control his rage, he will be forced to follow our path.
The person on the other end of the phone was quite satisfied with Qian Mian's approach. But he still had a question.
Are you sure the seeds can affect him? Yes. He is just a physical psyker. But I still doubt it. Because the out-on-star field cleared us too quickly. And there was no time to investigate what happened on the space station and laboratory. The space station itself is the barrier of the underground laboratory. Isn't it normal that the barrier collapsed? The laboratory lost contact. And all the information was leaked? What happened in the underground laboratory must have nothing to do with him.
How are you sure?
This will make you sure,
Qian Mian said, flipping his palm. A gray-green glass bead filled with a sense of power and life was condensed in his palm. When Qian Mian and Zhou Jing's other senior executives reported the news, Chen Ning finally confirmed that no one was monitoring him. His pretended grumpiness and gloomy expression suddenly relaxed, and he continued to enjoy the local delicacies delivered to him like a normal person. After an hour, Chen Ning returned to the spaceship and immediately approached the mirror in the bathroom of the spaceship. The psyker on the left path seemed to really think he was a fool. Even if the words mixed with spiritual energy fluctuations were deliberately concealed, there was no way to hide them under his vigilant defense. Not to mention that this thing directly invaded in Whooping's mind. However, and Whooping's brain was useless. And the psychic energy wave was acting in the wrong place. Only the moment when these psychic energy fluctuations happened to act on the body's surface during the invasion did they really affect him slightly. But only slightly. Chen Ning reacted immediately and resisted this influence. He also followed the direction of the influence and adjusted the way he answered so that the glass bead psychic did not notice anything strange. However, this kind of psychic fluctuation still left something in Whooping's mind.
Chapter 276 Backhand. Chen Ning looked at the mirror in front of him. There's nothing wrong with Whooping's prosthesis. But the real strange feeling in his mind is definitely there. Chen Ning knew about the existence of this thing. But he couldn't analyze what was left behind in Zhujiao and what effect this thing had. But the Insect Queen can analyze it. As a technical support for making prosthesis. And as a psychic creature, the Insect Queen can analyze valuable information from the things left behind. As Chen Ning's request was conveyed to the Insect Queen, the Insect Queen's consciousness immediately appeared on Whooping's body. After a while, the Insect Queen transmitted the content it analyzed through memory. The psychic residue left behind by the glass bead psyker will take root in the human brain like a seed and can be reactivated under the control of psychic energy. When triggered, these seeds can stimulate people's nerves and cause violent desires, and affect people's consciousness to a certain extent. Of course, it only has a slight impact on psychers, and the effect on ordinary people may be stronger. This should be the psychic power of the psyker in Zhujiao who can perform brainwashing. It was recorded by the glass bead psyker with his psychic power. Although the effect of this thing is close to nothing for ordinary psychers. For a psyker suffering from berserk disease, a little stimulation may be fatal. Zhou Jing's thoughts are evident. But since Chen Ning has noticed this in advance, this thing has completely lost its threat to him. Chen Ning stretched out his hand to his side, and the Insect Queen immediately cooperated with Chen Ning to derive some body tissue. Then, using these body tissues, a brand new prosthesis that was exactly the same as in Whooping was made on the spot. Chen Ning's consciousness also transferred immediately, and in Whooping's body was temporarily handed over to the Queen of Insects for disposal. Then Chen Ning controlled the new prosthesis to move for a while. After getting used to the new prosthesis, he stretched out his right hand again and let the special organs and tissues used by the Insect Queen to cover his right hand. Immediately, he opened in Whooping's skull. With the cooperation of the Worm Queen, he took out the brain that was parasitized by the seed and was actually useless, and then put in a new brain that the Worm Queen made on the spot. Although Chen Ning still feels a little nervous about this scene. He has done this kind of thing before when he cooperated with the Queen of Insects to conduct prosthetic experiments. And he has done it quite a lot. So that's it. It's not a big problem. It has to be said that prostheses are sometimes very convenient. If you are missing an arm, a leg, or even a brain, you can easily replace it with a prosthesis. Although Chinming can actually directly remove the psychic residue that invades the brain, it is obvious that replacing the brain with a new one is a better choice under the premise that the brain can be replaced at will. As for the old brain left behind, Chinming was not in a hurry to get rid of it. Instead, the insect queen made a small hatching capsule to maintain the vitality of this brain. The seeds left behind by the left path in his brain cannot really threaten him. So in that case, he has to use the topic to his advantage. In addition, Chinming used the prosthesis he had just made to take out a box from Whooping's pocket. This is a box made of silent alloy materials collected on the space station. It is specially used to store 2 ectoplasm stones of fear and fascination obtained on the space station, in case what happened to the Void Psyker suddenly happens to him. Now, Chinming directly opened the box containing the fear ectoplasm stone. The dark fear instantly infected the surrounding environment. However, he was immediately crushed by Chinming's own mental power and retracted into the box. And when he used the newly made prosthesis to hold the ectoplasm stone, in addition to the lingering fear, only Whooping's appearance was clearly visible, and the rest was a blurry illusion that appeared in front of Chinming. In the illusion, Whooping's head suddenly exploded. Blood and filthy blood spread all over the floor, and the illusion disappeared immediately. It was the same as the illusion brought about by the whispering ectoplasm stone that Chinming had received some mental influence from the dead pirate leader and turned into a lies ectoplasm stone. In other words, as long as the newly created prosthetic body needs to be controlled, it will be reproduced 1-to-1 according to the illusion. Then the consciousness of the psyker in this fear ectoplasm stone, who only has the instinct of revenge and cannot even clearly identify Chinming's disguise, will completely dissipate. And this ectoplasmic stone produced by the fear of his death will resonate with an enemy who actually killed him. Chinming couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. It just so happened that he had given Whooping a temporary change of mind. Either 1 or 2. Would you like to take the opportunity to do this? Without thinking too much, the answer is already determined. You can do this. But there's no rush. The existence of resonance ectoplasm stones should be considered knowledge that some people know. The emergence of a new resonance ectoplasm stone should be used to prove Whooping's death in disguise, making everyone think it was a real death. Since Wu Jing came once and tried to turn him into Wu Jing and left things in his mind, he would definitely come a second time and use the things in his mind to guide him to do some evil things. Even if the left path fails to guide successfully, there will definitely be a steady stream of dirty water thrown in it. A well-placed death can completely erase a lot of dirt from a person. As for who should kill Whooping with the fear ectoplasm stone, Chinming already had a suitable idea in his mind. And it was an idea that was in his interests and could help him solve all the problems. Chinming closed the box of the fear ectoplasm stone and put the ectoplasm stone away. The brain must be kept for a while, so that the disappearance of the seeds will not be noticed by Wu Jing. However, Whooping's body can be replaced in advance. After all, dimensional infection marks from another dimension exist on the body. It is also certain that the marked brain has been removed and can be discarded at any time. And it is time for the body to be replaced with a new one. Chinming was originally thinking about finding an opportunity to change it. But the opportunity has come. It would do him no good to continue to have the mark of a dimensional infection. Even if it is used to prove identity, it will not work. Because the president has clearly told Chinming that there is currently no stable method of testing people who have experienced dimensional infection. There are only 2 samples in the Empire that have experienced dimensional infection. They have not been able to meet each other and cannot summarize the rules at all. How can they possibly research such a device? Therefore, there is no harm in cleaning out the markers of dimensional infection. Only benefits. In this way, Chinming no longer has to worry about problems such as accidentally encountering dimensional infection and triggering marks after entering the Kamo Star territory. Although it is unlikely that the Kamo Star territory will experience a dimensional infection that could endanger the entire star territory, it is generally untouchable. But it's hard for Chinming to say. It's better to play it safe. With the help of the new prosthesis that was just made, and the tentacles extending from the insect queen, Chinming quickly transferred all non-biological components on Whooping's body that would not be marked by dimensional infection. The rest of the biological components were discarded directly for safety reasons, and only the queen's ability was used to recreate them, cutting off any possibility of interaction with dimensional infection. The new prosthesis that Chinming had just created quickly transformed into the new Whooping in just a few minutes. And Whooping, who originally had only the basic structure left, was not in a hurry to deal with it. He could save a little before entering the color ink. Maybe it would be of other use. After settling this matter, Qin-Ming did not want to stay any longer. He controlled the spacecraft to leave the port and set off again. A few hours after Qin-Ming left, in the private room where Qin-Ming had stayed before, two figures, one fat and one thin, pushed the door and entered the private room. The two people were Liang Fei and Li Weiqi. After seeing the clean box, Liang Fei said with a somewhat unhappy face,
"It's a step too late. Still 4 or 5 hours behind."
Li Weiqi also looked distressed and said,
"And Whooping suddenly changed his rhythm and came here to resupply,
which caused our reaction to be a beat slower. This guy really has anti-tracking awareness. Let the people in front continue to track first. We also have work to do here. And Whooping is not the only one who has the psychic fluctuations here,"
Liang Fei said as he picked up the terminal and called up the surveillance at the door of the hotel's private room, and immediately locked on Qian Mian, who had never entered the private room, but walked out of the private room.
Someone got in touch with Whooping faster than us. We must speed up.
4 days later, Qin-Ming arrived at another colony in a prosperous star field that was still 6 days away from the Kamo star field on the hyperspace route. The development level of this colony was more advanced than the 2 colonies where Qin-Ming had stayed before. However, when Qin-Ming first arrived here, he felt that some places here gave him a lifeless feeling. It's as if everyone here has no future. But he figured it out immediately, as he went deeper into the Empire and closer to the Kamo star territory. The sequelae of the dimensional infection became more serious. What is the difference between a place with no newborn and no future? Fortunately, there are only some places where he feels this way. There are still many places in this colony that have maintained a normal development trend due to the efforts of the Empire these days. At least there shouldn't be any problems in a short period of time. As long as the work goes smoothly later, everything will be fine. However, Qin-Ming had just signed a maintenance order with the maintenance factory at the port and planned to go to the colony to spend an hour or half an hour experiencing the local customs. He suddenly noticed that there was a sudden movement in the head of Whooping, who had been placed in a miniature incubation capsule and carried around in his backpack. The psychic residue left in the brain really secreted irritating substances at this moment. That is to say, Zhou Jing knew his location and took action directly. And if Whooping really went completely berserk in a place like this, the casualties of ordinary people would be enough to knock Whooping down to the lowest level of the most vicious criminals. And Whooping's face instantly darkened, and he quickly returned to the port. The order for spacecraft maintenance was cancelled. No deposit was required, and the supplies were not even replenished before they set sail and left the space station. On the space station, a few people who had been lurking in the crowd and observing quietly communicated with each other, then integrated the information they collected and reported it to their superiors. Qian Mian, who was based in this colony, felt a little relieved after receiving the report. He confirmed the information, then picked up the terminal and contacted others and said,
"And Whooping still can't let go of the hypocrisy in his heart. He should do as we predicted and make preparations."
After Qin-Ming started the spacecraft and set sail, he immediately entered hyperspace very purposefully and flew towards a nearby galaxy. He had investigated nearby galaxies before, and one of them happened to be related to the left path on the space station that he slaughtered. There is also a space station there, but the left path above was not evacuated. Perhaps it was because Qin-Ming had not handed over all the data in the database to the Auden government before, leaving some left paths that he was too bold to withdraw. Or maybe it's because this space station has other arrangements for Zhuijia. But no matter which one it is, what he will do next will not change. Qin-Ming picked up the terminal and found the phone number of the Anti-Cult Bureau in the local star field. He planned to use the same method as in the Auden star field to ensure that someone would do the follow-up work. But this time, it was slightly different from the previous one. This time, in order to prevent some accidents from happening. For example, Zhou Jing might have predicted that he would go to the space station, so he prepared a backup plan. So Qin-Ming had to roughly estimate the time before calling the Anti-Cult Bureau here called Benia Star Territory. Time it so that the government fleet arrives just after his massacre of the space station is over, and he safely retreats. Deal with the remnants of the left path on the space station, as well as the ordinary people who may have been abducted by the left path.
Qin-Ming once again encountered the same problem as on the previous space station. But as before, it was impossible for him to actively expose his psychic powers to save people. The most he can do is promise not to take the initiative to harm others. At the same time, try to identify the target accurately and leave the task of protecting civilians to the local government. This is the situation that best meets his needs. At the same time, he also took out a second level of insurance. Qin Ming dialed the number of the Anti-Cult Bureau in the Out on Star territory.
Hello. This is the Anti-Cult Bureau. What help do you need?
Qin Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this voice, because the person who answered the phone this time happened to be the operator who answered his call last time.
Do you still remember my voice? Although I have changed my voice, it shouldn't have changed much. Right. I will notify the deputy director for you. Thanks.
Soon, the call was picked up by the deputy director, who said straight to the point.
Mr. Nwupiang? It's me.
Qin Ming also restored the original voice of Nwupiang's prosthesis and said,
I'm not calling you this time to communicate with you or anything else. I won't communicate with anyone until I achieve my goal. Don't ask me what my purpose is. My purpose is, as you can see, to kill Zhu Jing. I just want to destroy Zhu Jing's most important plan at the moment. I am only calling you now to inform you of something. I say, listen.
The deputy director was not angry because of Qin Ming's attitude. Rather, for a psyker suffering from berserk disorder, such an attitude was quite acceptable.
You say, well, my mental state is very bad right now. So I found another Zeward space station nearby that I had previous contact with in the Zeward space station. I will send you the coordinates soon.
Qin Ming's words were telling him, the deputy director of the Anti-Cult Bureau, that he was going to kill someone again. But the deputy director just listened silently and did not stop him in any way.
I don't know if your governments in different star regions can enforce laws across star regions, but I have informed you of the news. It will be up to you how to deal with it later. I understand. Please.
When the deputy director had just finished speaking and was about to say something else, Qin Ming immediately interrupted him and said,
I guess you still want to ask me about what happened at the supply place before. So I'll just tell you. Zhu Jing's people found me before your people did. But my attitude is very clear. Zhu Jing must die. Well, I don't have time. That's it. Goodbye. Wait a minute. We can help you treat.
Before the deputy director finished speaking, Qin Ming had already hung up the phone. He readjusted his body and adapted to the spiritual energy originating from the source of chaos. Qin Ming arrived at the destination of his trip in silence. This is also a galaxy located in a prosperous star field, but with few resources. Only one mining space station responsible for collecting minerals from the asteroid belt exists in this galaxy. So this area was also targeted by the left path, and it completed the penetration and became a left path stronghold. So Qin Ming's goal of coming here this time is very clear. At this moment, Qian Mian, who was on the space station, also used the space station sensors to observe the ship belonging to Nwupiang that had just come out of hyperspace. Of course, he knew what Nwupiang was going to do next, but he obviously wouldn't stop it because that's what he wanted to see. When something happened to their space station and laboratory in the Auden Star territory, he knew that many places would definitely be implicated. In his opinion, those places that were not attacked immediately by government departments and the military either had their protective umbrellas to help cover it up, or they were lucky enough not to be discovered. But it was only a matter of time before they were eventually attacked. Therefore, the really important places would have been evacuated long ago as long as they were not surrounded and suppressed. And only such unimportant places would continue to exist, acting as human shields to attract firepower. By the way, use the last remaining heat when necessary. After thoroughly confirming the identity of the arriving spaceship, Qian Mian picked up the terminal and made a call.
How are the preparations going?
The voice of the person whom Qian Mian had talked to many times came over the phone.
We have already set off, but doing so will lead to the liquidation of at least a group of people in our government. Is it worth it? It's okay. As long as Nwupiang can be brought in, the people being liquidated will have their value. You're out there on a mission, and your judgment is the most important judgment. Don't let all of us down. I know.
Qian Mian hung up the communication and continued to wait for Qin Ming's arrival. At this moment, Qin Ming was already very close to this crescent-shaped flat space station. After the spacecraft entered the galaxy, Qin Ming left it in a dark corner of the galaxy early, and he himself entered the insect form and flew all the way to the vicinity of the space station. This mining space station looks very similar to the mining space station he once stayed in, so you can probably guess where the core area is. It hit the core of the space station like a meteorite. When the left-wing molecules come around, Qin Ming also officially started the massacre. Splattered blood and broken flesh and blood are becoming the mainstream of this space station. A small amount of metallic liquid that could completely suppress psychic fluctuations penetrated into the space station with his arrival. Secretly searching for the control hub of the space station, Qian Mian looked at the massacre going on like a crazy Chen Ming. Not only was he not angry, but there was also a slightly proud look on his face. He stood up and left the main control room of the space station, boarded a small shuttle boat, and quietly left the space station as soon as Chen Ming started the massacre. Time passed by minute by minute. The blood on the left path has gradually dyed every corner of the space station red. Chen Ming deliberately slowed down the killing speed in the middle of the massacre, and took the time to run through the database here in order to find excuses for his subsequent actions of only killing Zhu Jing, and not ordinary people. At the same time, he is also always paying attention to the interior of the galaxy, and the external observation signals of the space station. Prevent other additions to the left path. It is valuable for Chen Ming to devote his energy to paying attention to the situation of the galaxy. Just as his massacre of the space station was coming to an end, a cruiser entered the normal universe from hyperspace at the edge of the galaxy. It was a lone cruiser with government markings on it. But instead of feeling relieved that someone came to help him deal with Zhu Jing's affairs, Chen Ming suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This isn't right. His estimate of time will be fine. The local government will only arrive later, not earlier. Let alone such a lonely cruiser that does not even have a fleet. Chen Ming immediately came to the outer area of the space station, ignoring all the people who came to attack him. Just stand in the area that has been shrouded in vacuum, staring at the incoming government spacecraft. After entering the normal universe, the spacecraft restarted its acceleration and flew towards the space station with a clear goal. However, just as it had flown into the range of a large weapon from the space station, its shields have begun to deploy, and the muzzles of the large weapons are charging. This cruiser wants to destroy the space station directly. The government paint is just a disguise. It is a spacecraft belonging to the left path, and it wants to bury all evidence in this galaxy. In this way, the protective measures taken by Chen Ming for the civilians on the space station will be completely useless, and Wu Bing's actions and thoughts will be willfully twisted by others into weapons to attack him, leading him to the left path. As expected, Zhu Jing still had a backup plan left, and he arrived a little earlier than Chen Ming thought. But this is just a cruiser, so it's not like it can't be handled. Chen Ming was standing at the edge of the space station that had been cleaned and confirmed to have no other living people. In his insect form, he half crouched on the ground and made a gesture of exerting force. The muscles all over his body suddenly swelled. The elytra on the back are open. Biomass vents are ready to go. A terrifying force suddenly acted on the space station beneath him. Under the law of conservation of momentum, the space station was directly shattered by nearly a quarter of this force in the opposite direction. With the blessing of this power, Chen Ming rushed towards the cruiser at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 277 Psychic Vulnerability. This ship, painted in government livery, is actually the model of a cruiser controlled by the left radius. It is a mass-produced cruiser sold by Sindar Company in large quantities. The Defender. The charging speed of the Defender's large weapons is always faster than Chen Ming's movement speed. Before he got close, 3 large weapons had already fired a large number of restraint energy bombs. However, Chen Ming had already chosen a path of action before rushing out of the space station, and it happened to be on the shooting path of one of the large weapons. Without making any dodges at all, he directly resisted a series of restraint energy bombs that were nearly half the size of a man and rushed towards the Defender. Although the restraint energy bombs of the remaining 2 large weapons passed over Chen Ming and bombarded the outer armor of the space station, but it also gave the weapons operators on the Defiant a little psychic shock. And in the command room of this Defender, the captain in charge quickly received reports from several subordinates. The energy restraint bullet of the automatic pulse laser cannon on the top was bounced off by an unknown thing. However, the captain, who was aware of the possible troubles he might encounter during this trip in advance, and had just seen the scene of the energy restraint bomb being deflected, was not shocked by the crew's shock, because it was not something unknown. The captain issued an order to redirect a high-precision sensor from scanning the space station to next to their ship. At the edge where the shield has not fully opened, close to the ship's hull, he saw a dark monster rushing into it with a muzzle full of energy. An automatic pulse laser cannon that was still intact was instantly smashed into pieces by the pitch-black monster. A large number of mechanized structures and metal materials exploded toward the rear of the spacecraft under the impact. The energy accumulated to the extreme has no effect on the object, and can only overflow from the damaged and fractured energy guide tube section. For a moment, A violent arc erupted from the gap in the cruiser that Qin Ming smashed, and the bearing point, where the large weapon was damaged. A large number of circuits were damaged. The captain immediately issued an order to the people in the wartime maintenance department of the spacecraft.
Cut off the power supply. Prevent the battery from exploding.
In addition to the response from the maintenance department, the communication channel was filled with only some shouts of fear.
What should we do? How do I know when I'm riding a horse?
The communication channel quarrel gave the captain a huge headache. It would be useless even if he knew in advance the enemy they might face this time. And no one told him that the psyker he would face this time was a hacking psyker who could withstand the attack of the cruiser's most important large weapon. Why let them deal with this kind of person who they can't even hurt? The captain felt a little depressed. But he was already on the battlefield. So he had no choice but to do it. It was impossible to fight hard. And it would be absolutely fatal for them to be targeted and close to a psyker who could physically move through space. The current situation cannot be delayed. And there is only one solution. Run. The captain calmly thought of a solution and immediately issued the order.
Don't try to attack the guy with close-range weapons. The driver idles the engine first, prepares for explosive acceleration, and tries to see if he can get rid of him. If you can get away, start the jump and make a close jump. Don't give him a chance to get closer.
The order issued by the captain was quickly passed on to the relevant departments. At the same time, it was also passed to Qin Ming's ears. Although Qin Ming is currently operating the prosthesis of Infiltrating, he is using the psychic power of the Insect Queen. But as long as his own psychic powers are not exposed, he will definitely be able to use them. Controlling a cruiser is not difficult for him now. And it won't expose anything at all. Just don't directly control the cruiser and mess around. So at this moment, Qin Ming could see all the movements on the defender clearly. Then he couldn't give the defender a chance to escape. He clenched his hands into fists and raised them to the side of his head. And raised his right leg high. The muscles of the Zerg were accumulating the power from the Queen. When this power was accumulated to the extreme, Qin Ming trampled hard on the top of the defender against the armor below. A violent kick. The defenders flying in the universe were briefly displaced as if they were hit by a meteorite. The ship itself also underwent drastic deformation, from being straight to a V-shape with an angle of 30 degrees on each side, and the position at Qin Ming's feet. The defender's cruiser-level armor has been completely shattered, and all systems directly below have been destroyed by the impact. Almost all the left radius crew members in the middle section of the spacecraft were crushed into pulp due to the violent impact and the deformation of the spacecraft. The hull has suffered structural damage, and the front and back of the entire spacecraft have completely lost connection. Only the armor can barely maintain the general appearance of the spacecraft. Under this impact, the people in the command room also lay in confusion. Many of them can no longer get up. Only the captain just managed to maintain his posture with the console in front of him. But he also knocked his head on the console. His forehead and right eye were covered with blood. The severe pain caused him to suddenly regain some consciousness. But his eyes were instantly covered with confusion and fear, because the dark monster on the sensor raised its right leg again and trampled on the defender. Less than half a minute had passed since the defender reached the range of its automatic pulse laser. The defender was cut into two sections under Qin Ming's attack. The radiation system and energy transportation system were completely destroyed. Escaped energy leaks and accumulates where the wiring within the hull is damaged. In just 10 seconds, the ship that had been broken into two sections exploded violently, releasing a cloud of fireworks in space. Only a small number of escape capsules managed to escape the spacecraft before exploding. There were very few survivors. Qin Ming was rushed back to the direction of the space station by the impact of the explosion. He did not look back to take care of the blown-up leftist elements. It was too troublesome to deal with those scattered leftist elements. Moreover, there are still some concentrated leftist elements waiting for him on the space station. So he must choose a place that is easy to deal with. However, Qin Ming had just begun to adjust his posture and accelerate in the direction of the space station. At the edge of this galaxy, another wave of activation of the hyperspace channel system appeared there. Another cruiser arrived in this system. The same forged government markings. The same number of ships per ship. The same left diameter.
This is the second ship.
Qin Ming remembered that in the past, it was impossible for the army in a sector to mobilize a second cruiser in a short period of time in order to pursue him. Zhuojing, why? Fortunately, he discovered it quickly, and the cruiser had just arrived at the edge of the galaxy, so he still had time. Qin Ming turned the direction of the biomass nozzle on his back and aimed it at the new cruiser. After dealing with this cruiser, he had to leave. He was originally stuck with the local government. No matter how slow the local government responded, it was time to come, and the rest could be left to the government. At this time, the second left radius cruiser, which was heading towards the space station, learned the lesson of the previous cruiser. The shield had been fully deployed early, and live ammunition began to be fired towards the space station in advance. With the size and revolution speed of this space station, it is impossible to avoid attacks from any direction. Qinming also knows this and must not continue to delay. Although live ammunition weapons, unless they are Gauss cannons, are not ideal for structural damage, if the number of live ammunition weapons increases, it cannot be underestimated. So he simply approached the cruiser at high speed, and when it passed by the space station, he took advantage of the situation and stepped on the space station to gain strength, after shattering a quarter of the space station itself into another large piece. His speed increased to a higher level. It is better to actively destroy a part of the space station that is free of civilians than to shoot indiscriminately from the left. The newly arrived defender also observed what was happening near the space station. However, they seemed to have no reaction and still maintained their original advancing speed, until Qinming, supported by that exaggerated speed, was almost in front of it. The ship finally made new noises. It suddenly entered a short jump, jumped behind Qinming in an instant, and came to the vicinity of the space station. This is the most troublesome part of the cruiser. The ability to make short-distance jumps can help avoid damage and launch surprise attacks to a certain extent. Fortunately, Qinming also thought of this possibility just now. It immediately changed its posture, and the biomass nozzle turned and began to slow down. Although it would take time to slow down and turn around, he still had a method. Qinming held his right hand empty and raised it behind his back. A ball of light with various brilliance suddenly condensed in his palm. Based on the experience last time, this time almost all the lethal plasma was confined within the light ball. Only the light that had to be emitted due to the high-density energy aggregation was wrapped around the light ball. This ball of light, with dangerous and colorful colors, was thrown by Qinming at high speed and flew towards the rear of the cruiser that had just finished its jump and had not yet had time to pick up the speed. Qianmian, who had been paying attention to him, saw this scene and his eyes widened subconsciously. He didn't know what the thing that appeared in the palm of a physical psyker was, but he immediately thought of the destruction of their underground laboratory that he had barely investigated. He had previously vowed to tell people that in Whooping's heart-gathering pearl only had physical effects and had no additional psychic effects for controlling large-scale energy. Unexpectedly, the boomerang came so quickly and hit him in the face. Without much thought, Qianmian took out the gray-green glass bead extracted from an Whooping psychic energy fluctuations from his pocket. At this time, he could still clearly feel that this was a purely physical type of psychic energy fluctuation, without any trace of energy manipulation type psychers. He hesitated a little before crushing the glass bead, surrounded by an Whooping spiritual energy fluctuations that he was already familiar with. His physical fitness was increasing in all aspects, and the effect was very obvious. Qianmian silently sensed it and stimulated the mutation ability in this spiritual energy fluctuation. I saw that his body began to mutate slightly, and some gray-green carapace grew on his heart, neck and other fatal parts, making his body think that some kind of giant insect creature was approaching. This situation was similar to what he had seen when an Whooping entered a mutated state. But there were still some differences. No, it's a very obvious difference, because it can be clearly felt from the front that compared with the intensity of the mutation that occurred in an Whooping, it seems that he is not even an ant on the roadside. Ants can bite people after all. And the mutation that has occurred in his body is really like taking a bath with microorganisms to an Whooping. The strength of the spikes formed by these carapace is not to mention the penetration of the cruiser armor. A slightly thicker steel plate may block such spikes. There is really a very obvious gap within Whooping's mutation. But this psychic energy seems to have another ability. It was noticed earlier that his shoulder also produced a new organ under the influence of the mutation, which seemed to be accompanied by a new set of organs for storing something. It took him a little while to get used to it and mobilize this new organ. I saw some glowing plasma suddenly appearing near his shoulders, and these plasmas were reacting with the surrounding air. At this moment, Qianmian's heartbeat was close to stopping. However, he still reacted, crushed the black mist heart-gathering bead he had kept in his pocket, transformed into black mist, and escaped the terrifying explosion. But when he turned around, he could only see that the spacecraft he was riding on and the left path above had completely turned into fireworks, while the black mist spiritual energy was still working. He immediately returned to the space station and hid in a place that had been cleaned by Chen Ming. The black mist transformed into a human being. Qian Mian, who had just transformed, suddenly knelt on the ground, coughed several times, and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Fortunately, because of his psychic properties, he usually does not carry anything with independent psychic properties, so that he can crush multiple glass beads at the same time for use at critical moments without triggering a mental rampage. However, the impact of the plasma explosion still hurt him before he was completely transformed into black mist. But fortunately, the injury was not enough to kill him completely, and the injuries on his body were still recovering rapidly due to Whooping's spiritual energy fluctuations. Qian Mian quickly got up from the ground and took out the broken gray-green glass beads in his pocket, confusion flashing in his eyes. The spiritual energy fluctuations in his body were weakening, and the appearance of the insect man form was gradually returning to that of an ordinary person. Obviously, he had personally experienced Whooping's spiritual power, but he still had a lot of confusion at the moment, because the spiritual energy he extracted from other people is definitely spiritual energy that can be used at his level. The difference between it and the original deity will not be too big. Even if he develops it well, it will not be better than what the original deity can use. Didn't happen. It's not like he has never come into contact with psychers with physical mutation types, nor has he ever obtained their heart-gathering spirit beads. As for the psychic fluctuations of those psychers with physical mutation types, they mutate and change back after the mutation is completed, which can also slightly improve their physical fitness. Why did Whooping's psychic power almost kill him when it was his turn? Qian Mian was still a little scared when he thought about what happened just now, and his eyes were fixed on where Chen Ning was at this moment. Although I can't figure out what's going on with Whooping's spiritual energy, but just now, he can at least prove something by using it. And Whooping was definitely involved in the destruction of their underground laboratory and the burning of the glass. In fact, if what just happened to Qian Mian was seen by Chen Ming, then Chen Ming would be more interested, because according to Chen Ming's understanding, the psychic ability of the Insect Queen is purely physical enhancement. It should not involve the Insect Queen's genes and Aurora Wind Spirit's genes, and it should not be allowed to show this ability. However, Xianyan obviously would not use this spiritual power until he had some understanding of Whooping's spiritual power, and he really didn't have a second heart-gathering pearl belonging to Whooping. Qian Mian was suddenly awakened from his thoughts by the sound of the space station being attacked. He immediately found a protective suit nearby and put it on, then transformed into black mist and disappeared on the space station again, appearing inside a shuttle boat that was still docked on the space station, and no one had time to board it. He started the shuttle boat and left the space station again, and in his heart, he raised the threat displayed by Whooping to a higher level. After leaving the space station for a while, Xianyan used the terminal to contact another person. This time he only said one word. Come! After Qianyan ended the contact, the plasma light ball that Chen Ming had thrown before finally approached the tail of the second defender, which had already carried out 2 rounds of bombing on the space station. The shield that originally only protected the front had been closed after the jump, and reopened at this turn, blocking the light ball. But at the moment when the light ball came into contact with the shield that had just spread out to only a few hundred square meters, the small ball of light burst out with a breathtaking light. The shield that was being activated and deployed was suddenly disrupted by plasma and disappeared. Plasma in a vacuum would only react with the spacecraft, and the raging and violent plasma would submerge the entire cruiser almost instantly. All signals on the ship were disconnected at this moment, and destruction was just around the corner. However, before Chen Ming saw the scene, he was overjoyed. Another wave of spiritual energy jumped to the vicinity of the space station again, accurately finding the power generation area of the space station and finding the location to store fuel. The space station and the evidence of protection that Chen Ming had been taking great pains to protect were completely burned to the ground. But this time, Qian Mian, who was driving the shuttle boat, looked at the explosion of the second cruiser and the firepower of the bombing of the third cruiser, and finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's over! His eyes turned to Chen Ming's direction again. Although invisible to the naked eye, the turbulent spiritual energy fluctuations cannot be deceived. He looked in that direction and took out a glass bead with the same swirling shape as before from his pocket. However, the spiral arms of the vortex in this glass bead are obviously denser. The overall color is darker, and the intensity of the psychic energy fluctuations contained is also higher. Qian Mian crushed it without hesitation, and said to himself the moment he crushed it, "And Whooping, you probably didn't expect that we would prepare so much for you. Right.
Now you can only watch helplessly as the civilians protected by your hypocrisy die. This should be the most vulnerable moment for you. And the effect of my psychic power is not just induction.
Chen Ming, who was turning around and flying back, looked at the space station that was gradually collapsing, and absolutely no one survived. He didn't feel pity or regret. Nor was he angry. But his thoughts were a little troubling for some reason. Zhuo Jing's cruiser came too fast and too scattered, and he had no time to stop it. When the army in the Gallo 2 sector wanted to hunt him down, a major general brought a ruler to hunt him down personally. The result at that time was the death of a major general and the complete destruction of a sectoral army. But now that 3 cruisers have been taken out so casually, what does this mean? Chen Ming is hard to say. In fact, he had been prepared to be slandered by Zhuo Jing before, and he was also prepared to join Zhuo Jing temporarily. He even wanted to take the initiative to cooperate with Zhuo Jia. However, the reason why Zhuo Jing wanted to vote was too much. It was impossible for Chen Ming to attack ordinary people. So he chose to attack ordinary people. In this way, Zhuo Jia can throw dirty water on them. As long as the relevant evidence of Zhuo Jia is thoroughly handled in terms of publicity, and the identities of Zhuo Jia, who have been shown to be fools, can be transformed into ordinary people. At this time, Chen Ming might even try to push things along. But he didn't expect that Zhuo Jing would directly kill everyone who could speak out, overestimating their bottom line. Wrong. Chen Ming suddenly denied his own thoughts, because he knew that what he was thinking just now was to excuse himself. He should be able to think of what Zhuo Jia might do in the end if he attacks the Zhuo Jia space station. That is to exaggerate the harm he caused and affect civilians. They don't even need to use any exaggeration, because judging from the previous ecological observation space station, at least a few hundred civilians were lured to such a mining space station. Chen Ming's thoughts sounded good, but in reality, they were just trying to justify the idea that he might, certainly accidentally injure civilians. He wanted to convince himself that he was causing a large number of civilian casualties in order to solve the Zhuo Jia, not to achieve his own goals. It's purely about satisfying your own inner needs. But in fact, he is a person who only cares about his own thoughts. Chen Ming was in a low mood and suddenly thought of what the psychic in Zhuo Jing said 2 days ago. His heart was suddenly filled with self-blame. He seemed to be a bit hypocritical. Chen Ming suddenly felt a little confused, because he had always been more willing to protect civilians before. But his subconscious actions actually killed a large number of civilians, both on Zhuo Jing and on his battlefield. Chen Ming also suddenly felt that he was a little tired, and he seemed to be a little bored with everything. He could sense that something was wrong with the situation. But when he wanted to think, he couldn't get rid of the vicious cycle of thinking about how bad his behavior was. Chen Ming felt that he was depressed, but he had nowhere to vent or talk. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. Just when Chen Ming was struggling in his heart, he suddenly thought of something, stopped all his movements, and stopped controlling and whooping. Instead, he used the prosthesis in the 14th Army Corps to make a call to Bai Quan. Chapter 278: The Loopholes Made Up. Psychological problems, especially those involving Zhuo Jia and civilians. The first person Chen Ming thought of who could help him solve the problem was naturally Bai Quan. Bai Quan quickly answered Chen Ming's call as usual. Before Bai Quan asked Chen Ming, he spoke first.
Let me ask you something. If you need to sacrifice a group of people to achieve your own goals, would you sacrifice them?
Bai Quan's head was full of questions because of Chen Ming's sudden and incomprehensible question. But he still replied seriously.
Of course, it will be if it's a battlefield. Why do you ask this? Just asking. What if it's not a battlefield? It depends on the situation if it's not a battlefield. It depends on whether what I do is in line with my values when sacrificing a group of people.
Chen Ming gave an example.
For example, if a Zhuo Jia space station kidnaps civilians, and you dare to self-destruct if you dare to get close to them, would you sacrifice these civilians to kill these Zhuo Jia? Meeting.
Bai Quan replied without hesitation.
As long as the goal I want to achieve is not for myself, I will not hesitate. Did something happen to you? Or did your president, Kai Mo, encounter some problem? It's just that something suddenly occurred to me, so I wanted to ask. Real or fake?
Bai Quan didn't believe that Chen Ming would come up with such a problem out of nowhere, while just staying in the branch. He could guess with a casual guess that Chen Ming must be secretly using his spiritual power to do something. And then he happened to encounter a similar situation, and came over to ask. Nowadays, bionic technology is so advanced that it is not difficult to put some effort into making a robot that looks exactly like a human. As far as he knows, there are indeed people in the Empire who specialize in manufacturing and producing such bionic robots to accompany themselves, especially in the prosperous star field. Such robots are not too rare. Therefore, if Qinming's psychic power is controlling such a bionic robot and driving the spaceship by himself, it is generally impossible to tell the difference. Even if it weren't for the fact that when Qinming came to the branch, he secretly had someone get an exact body scan and obtain hair samples for DNA testing, he would have even suspected that the branch's Qinming was fake. Qinming was a little embarrassed for a while when he heard Bai Quan's suspicion. The psychic effects he displayed have been analyzed by others for a long time. Even before, Bai Quan was the first person to analyze his psychic effects from the clues of his actions. Therefore, the concept of using psychic energy to create mechanical clones must have been thought of by people a long time ago. And even the think tank Bai Quan assigned to him had thought of this in advance. But Bai Quan definitely still doesn't know about the Zerg. But this was enough for Bai Quan to think that Qinming was causing trouble outside. Of course, to Bai Quan, it doesn't matter what Qinming is doing now. Anyway, there is a high probability that he was controlling some kind of robot or some kind of self-driving spaceship, running around the Empire, and then accidentally encountered something similar to what he just said. Recently, the Empire has been full of incidents related to Zhujiang. It is impossible to guess where Qinming controlled the robot and went. Although there is a main suspect in Kamo Star territory, the situation there is also extremely complicated now. The main direction of the 14th Legion is still on the war between the Machine Tribe and Yuhui. Internal matters are left to other legions to handle, so they don't pay much attention to it, and they really don't understand it very clearly. But no matter what, as long as Qinming doesn't violate that unwritten rule, in other words, there is no need to use spiritual power to control things that do not belong to Qinming. Even if Qinming comes to ask questions in this area, and stays in the branch, controlling robots or spaceships to roam outside, Bai Quan still believes that Qinming can stick to the bottom line that makes people feel at ease. Of course, if he feels at ease, there will always be people who don't think so. Therefore, Bai Quan has been trying his best to protect Qinming, and occasionally hints to Qinming during class. Of course, Qinming is not stupid. He knows very well how powerful his psychic effects are, and how many people they will worry about. It's also thanks to the fact that his psychic effects can only be expanded through personal contact and indirect contact using afterglow. Otherwise, there must be more people trying their best to restrict him. So he has always been very cooperative. At least with the prosthetics of the 14th Legion. All the afterglow cores that the prosthetics brought to the 14th Legion were clearly placed in front of Bai Quan for supervision. The only other ones with the afterglow core are the small fleet that has been wandering around the Galastar territory to earn pocket money. Precisely because Qinming did things clearly. Bai Quan was not worried about what Qinming was trying to do now, and replied purely heart to heart.
Let me just say this. Even myself is an object that can be sacrificed when necessary in my eyes.
For example, if I sacrifice now, I can eliminate the Machine Tribe, Zhujiang or Yuhui. I am willing to sacrifice now.
Bai Quan said it openly, and Qinming believed that Bai Quan would really do it. However, he was not Bai Quan, and he would definitely have different ideas when thinking about some things. He mostly wanted to rely on Bai Quan's ideas as a reference for the predicament he was encountering now.
What if it's not for this kind of goal, but a more personal goal? For example, you are not the government troops who used to encircle Zhujiang, but an ordinary person who has a grudge against Zhujiang.
Bai Quan strengthened his guess that Qinming controlled some kind of robot to run around the Empire and cause trouble for Zhujiang, and said,
Is this problem different from just now? Can you set your personal goals on such a big goal? Your goal is to kill Zhujiang, and the people who surrounded Zhujiang also aim to kill Zhujiang. For the same purpose, you put two things together and see if different ideas and processes will lead to the same result. If the result is the same, then do it. Sacrifice cannot be avoided, so try to minimize the number of sacrifices. In the Empire, all human lives are equal, at least to some extent. You cannot sacrifice more people to save one person.
Qinming asked again.
What if the number of civilian casualties caused by these two options is different? What is the key to this operation? Is it to rescue civilians? Or to eliminate Zhujiang? There is always a main goal. If it is to eliminate Zhujiang, then I can only say something unfortunate to the civilians and extend my sincere apologies and compensation to their families. If it is to protect civilians, I only have one sentence. When necessary. Sacrifice is just a number.
Qinming came here and asked the question he wanted to ask the most.
But who will bear this responsibility? Take responsibility? Is that what you're worried about?
Bai Quan asked back. After thinking about it for a while, I found that this seemed to be a problem for Chen Ming. Chen Ming had indeed been a manager, but he was an ordinary manager. He could only manage dozens of people at most, and he had never really been involved in the lives of a large number of people. If he really had to bear the responsibility for the death of so many people, the psychological pressure would be much greater than if he directly killed the same people. Chen Ming had killed people before, but all he killed were enemies. Not everyone has the psychological quality to really cause the death of a large number of ordinary people who have no hostile relationship with themselves because of their actions. This situation made Bai Quan couldn't help but think about what situation in which part of the empire would require Chen Ming to bear this pressure. However, it is still the same as before. The current situation in the empire is that Zhujiang is being surrounded and suppressed everywhere. It is really hard to say in which star field and galaxy such a thing happened again. So Bai Quan simply said directly,
"You have to think carefully about who killed them. Was it you? Or Zhujiang? Going to the root of the matter. Is it you who caused this situation? Or Zhujiang, who caused them to die? As for responsibility, let me just put it bluntly. In the example just now, unless you directly transform into a left path and rush into the space station to massacre civilians. Otherwise all these people will die, and it will have nothing to do with you. You have no responsibility at all. No need to bear any responsibility. It's that simple."
Chen Ming already roughly understood what Bai Quan meant. The confusion in his heart gradually dissipated, and he finally got out of the vicious cycle of self-blame. Chen Ming relaxed a little and complained to Bai Quan.
"A bit heartless. It's true. But this is my experience of surviving on the battlefield. Of course, my mentality has begun to change since I came off the front line. I might be confused when I encounter multiple choice questions. Oh, by the way, let me ask you something. How is Xinghai's teaching going lately?"
Chen Ming suddenly coughed dryly and said,
"It's not bad. Well, I have something else to do. Let's talk about it later."
When it comes to embarrassing topics, Chen Ming doesn't know what to say. Zhang Xinghai had started teaching him 2 days ago. It was fine at first, but Chen Ming always felt strange during the next class. No matter how he thought about it, he had a headache, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He still has business to do now. Communication ended. Chen Ming's mentality finally returned to normal. He asked himself a question in his mind. What was his purpose in sending and whooping out? It is to cooperate with the president, provide support to the president, help find the psyker who made him realize that Zhujiang was also infected in the dimension, and then solve the huge trouble in Kamo Star territory. And the purpose of his coming to this space station halfway. It was because Wudio had thoughts about him, and he also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, trying to sneak into Zhujiang, trying to disintegrate them from the inside of Wudio. That's enough. Chen Ming did not take the initiative to massacre civilians, but pressed the weapon launch button. There is no need for him to blame himself for this. You must know that once there is a problem with the color ink, the worst consequences caused by the dimensional infection may spread to the entire empire. It is equivalent to sacrificing a small group of people in exchange for the survival opportunities of a larger group of people. It can be said that this is too utilitarian. But in Chen Ming's view, this is also a solution that can be made in the shortest time without causing the greatest losses. If Chen Ming is really sorry, it will be enough for Chen Ming to erect a monument for them and give their family some compensation. Presumably the empire will not be stingy with these compensations. Chen Ming let go of the pressure in his heart. In reality, and Whooping, who was drifting in the cosmic environment, finally started to move. He adjusted his posture and faced the position of the third left radius cruiser that had just appeared and destroyed the space station. The magnificent colors instantly condensed into a plasma sphere in his hand, even faster than when he was in the underground laboratory before. The energy accumulated in the plasma sphere was accumulated to a level close to the intensity of his plasma light ball that destroyed the mind-robbing entity. With the troubles in his mind resolved, Chen Ming became more comfortable controlling the Insect Queen's spiritual energy and in Whooping's body. Now! The rage in him reached its peak. And this time he was not pretending, but he was actually venting the anger that had accumulated in his heart due to his previous thoughts. The magnificent color of the plasma sphere has gradually turned into pure white, where the energy has been condensed to the extreme. It has also been gradually covered by the Zerg horn that Chen Ming wrapped around the spear, allowing it to be held more firmly in his hand. At the moment when the spear was thrown in Chen Ming's hand, the carapace covering the plasma collapsed because it could not withstand the terrifying acceleration. revealing the glow of the plasma again. I saw a bolt of lightning flashing across the galaxy. The third cruiser came from the left path along with its shields. It was penetrated by this lightning from beginning to end. The moment the bolt of lightning shot through the rear of the cruiser, it disappeared. The colorful colors representing death completely enveloped the spacecraft. In just a few seconds, it was annihilated in the light. Seeing this scene, the depression in Chen Ming's heart was swept away. He adjusted his attitude and leaned on the biomass vent to go near the destroyed space station, with only its wreckage remaining. The space station had been destroyed and torn apart. Chen Ming landed on the largest piece of debris of the space station. After digging around, I found the location where the escape cabins were concentrated, trying to find anyone who was still alive. Of course, he also knew that no one could survive the force of the entire space station being destroyed. He was just pretending to be waiting for someone. Soon, the people Chen Ming was waiting for arrived. 1,000 faces, wearing protective clothing, floated out from the shadow of the wreckage of the space station. His face looked a little ugly under the mask of his protective suit, because he had noticed that the high-strength heart-gathering bead that he had just crushed and spent a lot of effort on making didn't seem to have a very good effect. The whooping in front of him didn't appear to have any holes in his mind that had been broken. Only the rage caused by his berserk disorder. Does frenzy protect the psychic loopholes from interference to a certain extent? Qian Yan didn't know. But he didn't show it. He just threw a terminal to Chen Ming, and a program for two-way conversion of voice and text was running on it. Chen Ming took the thing. He was extremely calm now. But he still continued to control Wu Bing's body, and showed his raging murderous intent. The mental power that was supposed to only work on himself was overflowing crazily. And even the seeds left by the left path in his brain that he carried in the backpack were completely washed away. Chen Ming even felt that a trace of psychic energy fluctuations from the brainwashed psyker on his body had been completely wiped out. Chen Ming was slightly stunned when he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations existing in his consciousness. He really didn't notice that his consciousness was still affected by this special psychic wave that had a bewildering effect. Although there is no obvious feeling, there is only an extremely subtle impact. But it seemed that it was this influence that made him confused just now. This psychic energy found the weak spots in his soul and amplified his spiritual weaknesses. He, who was friendly to civilians, had a mental hold due to the deaths of civilians. Chen Ming thought that what he was thinking just now was really his thoughts. No. It should and indeed can be counted. Because under normal circumstances, although Chen Ming would not blame himself too much when facing the death of a large number of civilians, he would indeed feel a little uncomfortable. But he would not have such a big reaction. His previous reaction was purely amplified by the loopholes in his mind. 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an anthill, and any small problem may lead to catastrophe at a critical moment. But it doesn't matter now. After Bai Quan's enlightenment, Chen Ming will no longer be restricted by any universal ethics and morals, at least in this major matter involving the entire empire. Everything will only serve to achieve the goal. On the contrary, his mind became stronger after this attack on the loopholes in his mind. At this time, Qian Mian was right in front of Chen Ming. And of course, he could feel Chen Ming relying on the surging spiritual energy fluctuations to disperse the seeds in his mind. But now it doesn't matter whether the seed mark is present or not. Qian Mian stretched out his left hand, which was missing a little finger, pointed at the collapsed space station at his feet and said, "We accept your certificate of nomination. Very soon news of what happened on the space station will be on the table in local government. But no one will know that there are our people on the space station. And no one will know that what you are doing is actually helping them. We will help you build momentum. And you will be a madman who kills indiscriminately because of his madness. It's useless for you to be angry now. It doesn't matter how psychers are contradictory among psychers. But once civilians are involved and you still massacre civilians, it's hard to say whether you, a psycher, are still a psycher in the eyes of the Empire. You will definitely be on the Empire's blacklist. And you will no longer be able to act casually in the prosperous star field under your identity. For you, even if your mental state barely returns to normal. What happens next? What if the rage becomes more severe? What else can you do? You don't still think that you can find our territory casually within the Empire? Do you? The best outcome for a pyromaniac in the Empire is to end up as a harmless guinea pig in a mental hospital." What Qian Mian said obviously contained a lot of exaggeration. But what he said about the left path is indeed fine. Zhuo Jing will definitely put the blame on Chen Ming for the small number of civilian casualties on the space station, and may even use their hidden people in certain departments to put the blame on Chen Ming. Chen Ming had a targeted approach, because he has a complete video of everything that happened here. He also saved all the data in the space station's database. The destruction of the space station did not affect his ability to save data at all. If you really want to throw the blame away, all you need to do is hand over the video. But Shenming doesn't intend to do this. He has more ideas. Shenming continued his performance, pretending to be extremely arrogant. He stepped forward and grabbed the collar of Qianyan's protective suit. He relied on himself as the medium for sound transmission and said, "I have another choice, which is to kill you here." Qianyan didn't do any act of excitement and resistance. After all, if Whooping wants to take action, he can just do it directly. There is no need to drag him to talk. Moreover, Whooping's mania has obviously been stimulated to the extreme. If he continues to push him too hard, it will be counterproductive. So Qianyan calmed down and said, "In fact, there is another option. We can cooperate temporarily, only for the next period of time. I know that your understanding of us is negative, and you are unwilling to contact us. But you must understand that frenzy is the sword of Damocles on your head. Others in the Empire will have to consider what will happen if you get sick and be wary of you. But we are different. We have the means to completely cure rage disorder. This is a fair deal. You contribute, and we help you treat it. After it's cured, you can definitely find a way to have plastic surgery, change your appearance, and return to the Empire. In this day and age, when psychics like us really don't want to work anymore, we need to find a place to have plastic surgery and hide away without causing trouble. Who can find it?" Qianming did not act more irritable, but let go of his hand, took a step back, lowered his head slightly, and looked thoughtful. But he suddenly raised his head again and asked, "Your psychic power gives you the ability to change your face. So why don't you mend your little finger?" Qianming pretended that he still needed time to think. So he temporarily changed the topic and brought up this issue. Of course, this is indeed what Qianming is more curious about. Because when he saw the glass bead psyker at the place where the black mist psyker was captured, his little finger was also missing and had not been repaired. It is obvious that modern medical technology can easily regenerate a finger, but it is not possible. And the same is true for mechanical fingers. So why doesn't this guy fix it? Qianmian raised his left hand, looked at it, and said, "This goes back to the past, and is not what we want to talk about now. Think about it carefully. We still have time. You have to think about how many roads you can take now." Qianming stopped looking ahead completely and leaned back against the wreckage of the space station. Qianmian picked up the terminal that Qianming had just thrown away and stuffed it into Whooping's hand again. He looked up at the pair of scarlet eyes on top of the tall body and said, "Ours with you is actually not as crazy as you seem. At least we have always had friendly exchanges with you before. And it's the same now. Right?" Chapter 279 President's Request. The friendly exchange Qianmian said made Qianming a little nervous for a moment. And he asked, "Does friendly exchange mean to dump a crime of massacre of civilians on me?" Upon hearing this, Qianmian shrugged and said, "We did not take the initiative to shirk the blame. In fact, we were just doing what we have been doing, causing damage to a space station of the Empire. It just happened that you chose to destroy us first and collided with our target. Aren't we still helping you? Help you kill all the left paths on the space station that you didn't kill. As for what the Empire will think of you in the future, isn't it because of your own actions that led to the current situation? If you don't come to attack us, then there won't be that many things." What Qianmian said does not sound problematic at first glance for someone who doesn't know the whole story. Zhuo Jing is a villain. He is causing damage to the Empire. And he has indeed helped Qianming kill all the Zhuo Jing he wanted to kill. It is even true that the current situation was caused by Qianming's choice of this space station. It's all true. But telling only half the truth can sometimes even lead to greater errors than lies. Of course, for Qianming, who knew that the guy in front of him had put seeds that induced berserk disorder into Whooping, and also launched an attack on his own spiritual weakness. Everything this bastard just said was fart. Moreover, Qianming never believed that Zhuo Jing would be kind to others, and would truly engage in friendly communication, because the source of his distaste for Zhuo Jing came from seeing Zhuo Jing's heinous actions with his own eyes. But at this time, Qianming still pretended to think seriously and said, "I have never heard that violent disorder can be treated. It can only be relieved." Qianmian stretched out his index finger and shook it at Qianming. No. In fact, there is a drug that can directly act on your brain and neutralize the substances secreted in your brain that trigger the rage during a mania attack. As long as you take it for a long time, it can completely eliminate these substances and protect your brain. There is another quick way. which is to directly extract the substance through surgery. What do you think?
Qian Mian's words were indeed tempting under normal circumstances. But Chen Ming continued to consider An Wuping's reaction and said,
Why can you do something that the Empire can't do? The Empire doesn't have as many experimental subjects as we do.
Chen Ming was silent for a long time and finally said,
Where's the medicine?
With a smile on his face. Qian Mian took out a small bottle of medicine that he had prepared long ago from his pocket. There was no label on the bottle. Since they had prepared the certificate of surrender for An Wuping, they would naturally prepare the things they should give after the certificate of surrender was handed in.
Just take it orally. The medicine will take effect in about an hour. It will be faster if you can speed up the blood flow and promote absorption.
Chen Ming took the medicine bottle, stuffed the entire bottle into his mouth, and swallowed it directly. The stomach tissue immediately extracted and stored the medicine in the glass bottle, and handed it over to the queen to extract and analyze the ingredients of the medicine. As for the avatar of the 14th Legion, Chen Ming immediately inquired about the drugs related to these ingredients through the authority of the 14th Legion. The results came quickly. As expected, this drug is not a drug developed by Zhuijing at all, but a drug developed by the Empire. And the organization that developed this drug is Fanchao Research Institute. This is not Zhuijing's patent at all, nor is it a research result obtained by Zhuijing based on bottom-line human experiments. It is a suppressive drug developed by the Fanchao Research Institute in recent years by relying on various animals infected with violent disease. Zhuijing secretly obtained the drug. I don't know if they stole the finished product, or if they stole the ingredient list and copied it themselves. Finally got it in front of him to deceive him. It can only be said that just a few hours ago, when Chen Ming called the Anti-Cult Bureau of the Aodon Star Territory, the deputy director said that they could help with treatment. Although Chen Ming hung up the phone before he finished listening, the treatment the deputy director mentioned was obviously the treatment of mania. It was precisely because of the deputy director's words that Chen Ming immediately tried to ask the fake person to check the information. Finally, I found something. The Empire has been penetrated into many places by Zhuijing, although it is not necessarily the Fanchao Institute, but the people who conducted drug trials at the Fanchao Institute or some other relevant collaborators who were infiltrated. This is indeed a problem. That kind of brainwashing psychic power that works on ordinary people and is difficult to detect by psychers is really a troublesome thing. Of course, Chen Ming does not need to consider the internal affairs of the Empire now. He only needs to consider the present. What the glass bead psychic in front of him gave him was indeed the medicine to cure rage disorder. According to several occasional reports published by the Fanchao Research Institute, it may be seen that this thing is indeed effective. After it has achieved results on animals, small-scale approved clinical trials have begun. It's just that it hasn't started to be used on a large scale yet. And through the inspection by the Queen of Insects, it was found that the ingredients of the potion he just took were indeed fine. Zhuijing did not do anything small. It was just the same as the ingredients disclosed in an archive that requires certain permissions to view. After all, An Wuping was still a physical psyker in Zhuijing's eyes. And what he was least afraid of was targeting the physical body. Whether it was poison or something else. There is no need to cause trouble in a place like this. After Chen Ming confirmed that the medicine was completely fine, he let An Wuping's body begin to absorb the medicine. There is some concentration and meditation material in this medicine. There is no harm in absorbing it, but there is no benefit either. After Chen Ming absorbed it, he discovered that this medicine completely acted on the brain, and all the ingredients were used to protect the brain after being absorbed. However, An Wuping's brain was just a decoration, so taking this medicine was of no use. But it's not a big problem. He doesn't suffer from violent disorder, so it doesn't matter if he lacks this thing. When it's time to install it, just install it and that's it. As An Wuping's body absorbed the potion, the violent aura on his body gradually subsided. After feeling that An Wuping was no longer in a violent state, Qian Mian repeated what he had just said.
We just need you to cooperate with us temporarily. Just treat it as a temporary cooperation. We'll treat you. You contribute. And when you're done with the treatment, you leave. It's a simple deal. Right.
Of course. It is actually impossible for Qian Mian to let An Wuping go casually. And there are various means waiting for him later. That's just what I'm saying now. Chen Ming knew this very well. Qian Mian actually knew it well, and Chen Ming knew it well. It's just that he has the confidence to keep An Wuping completely after An Wuping joins. And Chen Ming is also confident that after joining Zhuijing, he will turn Zhuijing upside down from the inside. Both of them have their own agendas. It just depends on who is more capable. Anyway, for Chen Ming, since Zhuijing had misjudged him, They would soon realize what pain was. Qin Ming stopped thinking about it here and asked directly,
"What do you want me to do?"
Qian Mian did not rush to speak, but stepped forward and extended his hand.
"Happy cooperation? Just call me Qian Mian."
Qin Ming withdrew from his insect form, gradually returned to his human form, and reached out to hold it. But just when he held Qian Mian's hand, he suddenly exerted force and swung it, trying to smash Qian Mian onto the wreckage of the space station. Halfway through the swing, a cloud of black mist exploded from Qian Mian's body. Qian Mian escaped from Qin Ming's hand and quickly emerged from the shadows next to him, unscathed. And Whooping was obviously still hostile to Zhu Jing, but the violent aura on his body had indeed completely subsided. Qian Mian felt this, so he just patted the protective suit, shook off the ashes that had just been stained, and asked,
"Have you calmed down? You can see my ability. I want to walk very easily. Really violent, there's no point in threatening me."
Qin Ming leaned against the collapsed wall that had not been destroyed, lowered his head and stopped talking. Qian Mian did not wait for Qin Ming's reply and was not angry. Instead, he said,
"Just calm down. Then listen to the content of our cooperation. We need you to go to the Camo Star territory."
Qin Ming turned his head and looked at Qin Mian again.
"That's where I originally wanted to go. But originally you went to fight against us. Now you can help us. What do you want me to do?" "There is a very important laboratory. Watch it there, and don't let anyone get close to it."
Qin Ming accepted it silently. But there was a problem in his heart. Is this the lab really important? If it was really important, he shouldn't have been casually told about the existence of this place. Nor should he, a psyker who had just been forced to join Zhu's path, guard it. Qin Ming thought this. But of course, he didn't say a word. He even followed Qian Mian aboard his shuttle boat, arrived at a left path destroyer that came to pick it up, and left the galaxy. And in this galaxy with only debris left, for some reason no one from the government has arrived. After one day, the president's phone call suddenly came to Qin Ming's hand. Qin Ming answered the phone using the fake body of the 14th Legion as usual. The president's voice came out immediately.
"The update data for the new week has been sent. Please accept it. The impact of the sequelae of dimensional infection is still expanding. Several scattered galaxies in the Camo starfield have already experienced 100% birth malformation rates. In the next 8 or 9 months, the hospital's obstetrics, gynecology and psychology departments will probably all overcrowded."
Before Qin Ming had time to read the data given by the president, he could already feel trouble just by listening to what the president said.
"The situation is still very bad. What about the others? It's not ideal either. Although we are cooperating with the Empire to mass-produce new equipment, there are also many people who are using the equipment to find the source of dimensional infection. But it has never been found. Several galaxies with 100% distortion rates have been searched for. They are not the source of development. Then are we still the same as before? Yes. We just have to do our own thing. And others can do whatever they like. The pace of our association has always been consistent with the Empire, focusing on maintaining stability and handling incidents. By the way, have I told you about that person before? Which one? And Whooping."
Qin Ming's expression became more serious.
"And Whooping? Who?" "It's the psyker I mentioned before who wiped out the beginning of a dimensional infection on the left path space station." "Oh, what's wrong with him?" "He is suspected to have joined Zhu."
Qin Ming deliberately pretended to be stunned for a second.
Didn't he say 2 days ago that he had solved the dimensional infection and massacred the Zhujiao space station? Why did he join Zhujiao now? The situation is a bit complicated,"
the president explained.
"Not many people know the specific information. I also know some scattered information from the Benia Star territory government. It was said that a space station there was massacred. It was a space station full of ordinary people, judging from the traces left at the scene. The culprit is in Whooping. However, they also said that there are traces left by other psychics. They are also investigating themselves and will not let any outsiders get involved for the time being. They gave me an explanation later because of my face. It's true that Whooping was suspected of having a violent episode, so he launched the indiscriminate massacre. Then, there was a leftist who had been tracking Whooping. After he finished the massacre, he took him away as a criminal. To be honest, I didn't believe it until now. But they also showed me a photo of Whooping talking to people from Zhujiang."
The president immediately sent a photo. It was the scene where Qin Ming was talking to Qian Mian on the wreckage of the space station. This photo cleverly avoids the angle of the 2 cruisers that still have wreckage in the galaxy, and perfectly captures Whooping's face. It also captures a little of the black mist on Qianmian's body, which is a disguised form. Qianmian's identity was proven. As for Enwupieng's identity, it can be determined when Enwupieng does not enter the insect state and acts like a normal person in a vacuum. This photo should have been taken by Qianmian, who quietly placed a camera in the dark fog. Otherwise, if it is the wreckage of the space station, Qianming still maintains control over it, and it is impossible not to know the existence of this photo. But the impact is not big. Anyway, Qianming has more critical evidence in his hands. But Qianming still has a question to ask.
Has the Benia Star Territory government explained how the space station became like this? Is it already in ruins? They said they didn't know. It was like this when they came here. They also said that Enwupieng showed large-scale destructive capabilities last time,
and it is normal to use it on the space station this time. This is indeed the case, and there is nothing to refute.
After sending the photos, the president's tone was mixed with regret.
So this is an indiscriminate massacre after all, and it is also a serious crime to put it on the heads of psychics. It is not impossible for Enwupieng to follow Zhuju out of fear of crime. But that's not good news for us.
Qianming immediately agreed and said,
it is indeed not good news when a potential friendly force turns into an enemy. But since it was a manic disorder, then the last time he massacred the Left Path space station, he shouldn't have massacred because of a manic disorder.
Right?
People from the Benia government think so. But I don't agree with it. The Auden Star Territory has been more active in communicating with me. The evidence from their side shows that Enwupieng is only in the early stages of berserk disorder and is fully capable of self-control. The massacre of Zhujiang Space Station also deliberately avoided targeting civilians. It's impossible to say that your temperament will change drastically within a week. Something must have happened in the past. It's a pity that I haven't come into contact with this person after all. So my say in Enwupieng is not as big as that of the governments of Audon and Beniu. I have seen some of the other photos of the scene over there. The traces that were preserved when the space station was destroyed are basically the same as the last time. It can be said that the massacre was carried out in peace and quiet, until there is no more evidence of the situation. We can only handle it according to what the Benia Star Territory said.
Qianming summed it up and asked,
you mean to be on guard against Enwupieng first?
Right?
Yes. He will definitely follow Zhujiang's actions next. And Zhujiang's latest move is Kaimo. However, it is unlikely that Enwupieng will go directly to Kaimo. There is currently a legion in the Kaimo Star Territory responsible for the hidden blockade. Any outsider must first go through review before entering. And cruiser-level jumps are now completely prohibited. Which legion is in charge? 5th Legion. 5th? Aren't the local military and war zones responsible?
The president shook his head slightly where Qianming couldn't see him and said,
to avoid suspicion, the local troops can only stay in their own garrison now, and they will be blocked when they come out. So the matter of system blockade must be left to the nearest legion that has no direct interest in the local government.
Oh! Qianming responded and asked,
then what did the 5th Legion do before? I don't think I've heard of it much. I've heard that it's normal. The main direction of the 5th Army Corps is not the main branch of the 14th Army Corps, but another direction. The Machinery Clan doesn't just block the Empire in one direction. So the 5th Legion is responsible for dealing with other Machinery Clan and maintaining a confrontation with the Machinery Clan. Then there is a cooperative relationship between the 5th Army and the other 7th Army, and they take turns guarding each other. It is different from the situation where the 14th Army handles the main force of Afterglow alone. Originally, when the 7th Legion came back recently, the 5th Legion should have taken over the shift. But since this happened, it was already too late to make a temporary rotation. So we suspended the rotation and left the matter of blocking the galaxy to the 5th Army. They have the ability to go to the front line after all.
After listening to the president's narration, Qianming had a general understanding of the legion responsible for sealing off the star field. Out of curiosity, Qianming asked again,
when was the last rotation? 5 years ago. It was a rotation every 5 years. This time of one shift every 5 years is quite special because it happens to be the time for technology iteration. I heard that you seem to have developed a few technologies. Right? Technologies like yours will usually be taken to the place where they confront the machine tribe by the legions on shift for small-scale, low-intensity war testing. Also, the antimatter technology that has been much discussed in the Empire recently was originally going to the front line with the 5th Army. But now it seems that it will have to be delayed for a while.
That's too far.
The president coughed and brought back the topic that Qianming had strayed away from.
The border of Kaimo Star Territory is now fully under the surveillance of the 5th Army. But there will still be loopholes in some places. and it is possible for some frigates or smaller spacecraft to pass through the blockade. So I hope you can help. Use your spiritual energy to assist us in our current work, and try to arrest and whooping once we find traces of him. He must not be allowed to come into contact with those left paths in Kamo Starfield who may have experienced dimensional infection.
After hearing this, Chin-Ming said in a questioning tone,
I understand the truth, and I can handle it. But in such a large star field, how can you find an whooping when you are looking for a needle in a haystack? We're not looking for an whooping. We're looking for the source of the dimensional infection triggered by Zhuijia. Although the Empire has been providing support now, it is too slow to rely solely on ordinary people with equipment to investigate. Although the Empire has sent out psychers, they have no experience in experiencing dimensional infection. They cannot quickly confirm whether a dimensional infection has occurred in a place. Moreover, they are prone to accidents and have low efficiency. Both you and I have experienced dimensional infection, and neither of us can handle it personally. I don't have the ability to remotely control a spacecraft like you, nor can I remotely perceive psychic fluctuations like you. So, only you can help with this. I have a lot of gathered clues on hand right now, but I lack professional manpower to investigate them. I need your help to investigate the very likely clues inside.
The president actually told Chin-Ming before that he hoped that Chin-Ming could participate in dealing with the dimensional infection incident. Chin-Ming had made it clear that he was willing before, but the president had been handling it by himself and did not ask him to do anything other than synchronizing news with him. Now that the president has taken the initiative to mention this matter, it seems that the situation in Kamo Star territory is really not good. Then Chin-Ming would definitely not refuse. Under the concerns of Zhuijing, the machine tribe, Yu Hui, and even the dimensional infection, the Empire and all normal people suffered both prosperity and loss. Even Chin-Ming was no exception. Chin-Ming decisively agreed.
No problem. I will send the Afterglow Corps directly to deal with it when the time comes. However, these two things are supplies and proof that the Afterglow Corps is allowed to operate within the Empire. That'll definitely make it up to you. If you find the source then, don't go in directly. Just tell me and help stop the outsiders in that galaxy. Especially don't let him whooping enter the galaxy. He is the person we need to worry about the most now.
Chin-Ming confirmed.
Is it just investigating and stopping people? Yes. Since Zhuijing has clearly mastered the ability to create dimensional infections to a certain extent, it's best not to push them into a hurry. Even if they find out, they have to take care of it slowly. There is absolutely no rush. Okay, I get it.